Thank you. How's my sound now? Please tell me you can hear me now. Let me check. And I was really talking to. I was actually talk. Ew. Terrible. All right. How is the sound now? I How is the sound now? I think there was a bunch of issues. So, first, it was muted. Second, it was my computer sound that it's going through. And now I put it at the actual microphone. So, it should be good now. All right. Don't remember what I said. I was saying welcome. Thank you all for being here. Love that you are here. I just posted the link. So I apologize. I was so caught up in work, I completely forgot to post the stream. So it might take a while for people to know that we're live. They might never know we're live, but whatever. I appreciate you so much for being here. Someone said, "Wait, I have a good question." So finally, men's issues are being addressed in this patriarchy. Someone else asked, "Is this a femcel channel?" This is not a femcel channel. I don't think any one of the ladies that are here would identify as femcel. I think that would probably be over Kidology's way. Not sure if she identifies as a femcel currently, but no. We over here we get in and out of relationship. we we get in and out of relationships. It is what it is. We get in and out of whatever is not serving us. If we get in, it's serving us. If it's not, we get out, and that's just that on that. Anywho, I'm playing around, by the way. um So there was a guy. You know how we do read a comment first and then we would go over it. Today, instead of reading a comment, I'm going to play a part of a video. Um and so many people have issues with Sinji and I having a discussion. I don't know why. Sinji is premiering a video in like 30 minutes. I set the timer so we might watch it together because I want to watch it. But before we go there and before we get to the 30-minute mark and watch Sin's video together, I am concerned because I'm always concerned. So this shouldn't be a problem. This person, I won't put their name on. They're a smaller channel, and there's a thing about like attacking smaller channels that I'm not into. But this person is making us some claims, and I want you all to listen to it, and I'm going to react to it because it sounded like they had problems with Sin choosing to speak to me as opposed to them, which I don't understand because Sin says, "Pay me $5,000 and I will debate you." She also said, "Write me a 5-page paper, Emily style or APA." And the money can be waived or negotiated at that point. So I feel like if you want to talk to her, you know how to reach her. Um, I feel like that's the thing. Anyway, let's hear what this man, I was going to say young man, but he might be an older gentleman, had to say. Let's hear. Let me speed this up so we're not in here all day. Um, this is going to take the place of the comment reading because you guys have been really sweet to me in my comment section, and I hate it. I hate it. I have been looking for comments so that I can come online and publicly shame myself, but you guys are not doing it. So let's hear what this young man had to say.
I saw the post with Cynthia G. Now this guy, she was tagging Yenny and this guy right here, and his channel had came down my shit before. She had like I think like interviewed him or talked to him before, and I heard him speaking. I knew which side he was on, and you can see the flag right there. You heard? That's neither here or there. You know that's that man's business. What that man do, that's what he do. You dig? You just stay over there with that shit. You know what I mean? But my beef with Cynthia G, not beef, not really no beef. It's not no beef. Let me take those. Those are, sometimes I forget, how beef, what beef really is. You know what I'm saying? I'm so far removed from beefing with niggas that I sometimes take that word lightly when, you feel me, a nigga know what that means. You heard? So let's get back to it. So Cynthia G has this guy on his platform, on her platform, plenty of times, I don't know how long, or whatever, could be years or whatever, but she don't want to have a discussion with a real black man, that's going to destroy her talking points. You understand?
So I actually am curious. I do actually think people we should come together and figure this out. If you are feminine as a man, are you not a real black man? I think we should actually define what a real black man is. Like, I'm okay with being excluded. Look, look, I am not begging to be a part of the club. It's fine. I don't have to be. It is what it is. But I would like for us to define what a real black man is. Um, and maybe it only applies to heterosexuals, but if that is the case, how do you know my sexual preferences? I have never, and I mean ever, said that I was into men on here. So I'm assuming it is the way that I talk and my mannerism that alerts people of my fruitcakeness, right? And I'm okay with that. My issue isn't that you're calling me a fruitcake, it's that something about the way I present means I am not a man. And I am okay with not being considered a real black man. But before I accept that I'm not, I would like to kind of go through what it means to be a quote unquote real black man. I actually would. But I take no offense. I mean, it is what it is. I think you get to define your in and out group. So period.
What I'm saying? She needs to, the only type of male she has to be involved with is a guy like this dude right here. Because there's no pushback. He's not going to drop the facts on her. You understand what I'm saying? Now, this video is nothing.
All right. Okay. I will also interject here and say, when you say there's no real pushback, I don't agree. Like, I think most of the women who come up here show me a ton of respect, and I, in return, show them a ton of respect. But I don't believe there is a single woman in this chat, including Cindy. I don't think she's on vacation now, but I don't think any of the women here would say that I don't push back. I don't think it is possible to find a single woman in this chat who would say Themis does not push back against women. I don't think that's a thing. So whatever. She said sin is a friend. Oh no, you're here. Oh, you literally give pushback all that, right? Oh, I'm sad that you're here because I need you to be on your vacation. I need you to be on your vacation and away from this mess. So there is I feel like there is a ton of pushback and there is a respect of intellect at least, right? So he's saying Sid is afraid because he's going to drop the hard facts. And I am concerned about where he disagreed and like what the hard facts are because I highly doubt he is going to drop any facts, like no. um but I find that quite interesting, but let's continue. Thank you, Sin. I really wanted you to be like on your vacation on a beach, but I'm glad you're here also.
About, it's not about him. This is about Cynthia G. This is not about his preference. We need to. This is not about him.
What he really means is that you don't scream, deflect, make personal attack, and talk about here. Yeah, you know what? I actually, and I think when they say you're not a real black man, I have theories as to what they mean. I think when they come up to talk about it, they won't actually say what they mean, but I think they know somewhere deep down what they mean. It's not even that deep down, and I wish people would own actually fully what they're saying. But I actually agree with you because nothing he says indicate that he has an actually reasonable objection. I'm about to go to the beach in a period. And we're about to watch your video when it premieres. It has 28 minutes. So we're going to watch it. It's a watch party, so please go and watch it after, so the views are there and we're not just like watching it together and there are no the views aren't there. But anywho, let's continue. Oh, I could watch it by myself after. Drop a one if you want us to watch it together, and then drop a two if I should watch it by myself after.
This is about Cynthia G refusing to talk to a real man. Why is she scared to talk to a real man? Because when a real man has a conversation and she starts saying things that da 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 da, a real man's gonna be like, boom. When she starts saying this, that, and the third, a real man gonna hit with some facts.
Okay, so he does everything outside of like explaining what it is that a quote unquote real man would be saying. He's just saying a real man. I don't think Sunji hides from any at all, really, anyone. So I feel like when the link is dropped, you can go on her channel and talk to her. So I'm a bit confused as to the idea that she is not willing to talk to a real man when the so-called real man can literally show up to her stream and talk to her. They used to attempt to do it here, and I had to shut that down. And people were emailing me saying, "Can you host a debate with Sinji?" No, because you owe her $5,000 if you want to debate her. I don't under. There's nothing confusing about that. There's literally pay her or write that essay and pay her. Like I don't know what you mean. So if you can afford the 5,000, you can write an essay, 5 pages. I think it was APA or MLA, and then y'all can negotiate how much she will take off of it. So I feel like this is kind of ridiculous. And I distinctively remember some women mad at me specifically saying that I don't know my place and that men who are in the space, I don't know what space they're talking about, but in the space are mere attack dogs and we should learn our place because we are attack dogs and I'm out of line for questioning anything or whatever. So I'm pretty sure there were women even upset with me saying that I shouldn't push back and blah, blah, blah. But facts reside in books and data. He smells like EBT. Ultimate Enigma. I'm not finishing reading this. I appreciate the super chat, but I will definitely not read what Petty says. Thank you, Ultimate Enigma. So FD can request money for a debate, but Sin can. That's the thing. FD requested it. Was it 15 or 10,000? I don't remember how much. Sin is not even requesting that much, and Destiny paid the wrong group, but paid that money and became petty. So these men need to pay what they owe.
And that's what Cynthia G don't want. She don't want the pushback. It's too much for her. Real men is like a threat to her brand because she is a clown. She's a clown. You know, she get on here bashing black men all day. But the only type of black man she have on the platform is a guy like him. She's scared of a robot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's been already embarrassed. You know, she got pregnant by Rob.
Okay, then I'm gonna end it here. Then he goes into all kinds of like conspiracy theory about Sinji, and I think he at some point talks about here and all kinds everything Sinji just posted up there. He does. So I think what he means to say actually, I think Sin is right on this. He is saying you should be doing ad hominem attacks and yelling at her about things that I don't know about and be mad at Sin for things I don't know about. I think that's what he meant. And that is not challenging her ideas. Like, I don't think that that is in any way challenging any of her ideas by attacking her personally. I said this before, I say this again. At any point, if you can prove anything about her, she was hurt, blah, 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 it only adds to the millions of black women being hurt and the data like that doesn't make sense to me, so I won't respond any further, because a bunch of this goes into all kinds of attacks and I'm like, I'm not. I also won't put it on the screen. I won't put their information on the screen because um I don't want to send, it's not like I don't want to send hate their way, but it's not worth it. These are the men that always know what women want but can never deliver. Period. Thank you, Korea Pin Eat. Return of the Mac says she's had multiple conversation with Taz where he pushed back on some of the things she said. One woman has a million men things in um yeah, I don't I look, I don't watch a bunch of people on here, but I'm pretty sure Sin had conversation with Dr. Umar. Literally, Sin had conversation with Dr. Umar. Like I don't feel like there is any like hiding happening at all. Like there's zero hiding happening. The real mans can stick together and do what they need to do, but it is what it is. All right. So before we actually get started, there's something else that I wanted to talk about. So I've been in these YouTube streets on my break, watching and listening. And something that I noticed, like I really actually like when, and I'm not speaking to any, well, there is one specific content creator I'm thinking about that I watch and I enjoy. I won't say her name because I don't want any issues. Um, but I like what she does when she calls out um, other content creators' ideas. But one of the things that I find that tends to happen is when a woman in, let's say, BWE, for example, calls out other women in BWE and the ideas are challenged, it tends to become like this weird attack of each other. And I do wish there were more spaces where these women with differing opinion, not that they should be friends, I've long past the idea that everyone should come together and be cordial, but come together and actually talk about their ideas. Like, I don't think it should be like, I dislike this idea, and the person who owns the idea that the other content creator dislike just gets angry and starts yelling and talking about this person or that person and how they're terrible and whatever. But rather, I think it would be great for us, the audience, but specifically for Black women, if you believe so truly in your ideas, I think they should be tested. I think not even just Black women, by the way, I'm talking about men and other content creators, but specifically Black women because I watch a lot of the content. It would be nice where people who may not even like each other, since we can do this virtually, um, talk to each other, not even debating, just discussing the ideas, whether hypergamy and femininity should be what women try to get and access, use to access power, whether feminism is the way, whether self sufficiency and do your own thing, sleep with who you want to sleep with, and make your own money and don't bend to men, whether that, or even ideas around leaving men altogether and creating this all women commune, and just having children and removing the men from your communities. Whatever the idea is, I think it would be great to have people come together and like actually discuss these ideas. It would be, I think it would be useful because obviously one of these or two of it, like no single one of this is the answer for every woman, right? Or every man. It's sort of somewhere in the nuance of the idea is the answer for certain people. And some people, based on where they are in their journey, might need something else, right? And so to have these ideas be challenged by the originators of the ideas and the people who are engaging in the ideas, to have them be challenged, I think would be beautiful. Hey, Sobo Bobo, the real men need to get together and come up with the 5K. That's what they do need to do. Um, by the way, Sobo Bobo, I got a new, well, yeah, I'll have to explain this to you later. All right. I feel like that was safely done. I hope that didn't cause any problems. All I've said is that I would like to see these ideas be challenged, and people get to agreements and really start fleshing out the nuance in these ideas. I hope that was fine. I don't really care actually. That's what I would like to see. And who am I? I'm nobody to tell anyone how to do what they're doing. They've been doing this longer than I've been doing it. So I will bow out now. I offer my services as a moderator on anyone's platform, not my own, um, to host these kinds of conversations. I think they would be amazing. And I am, as a person who sort of take pieces from every one of these content creators and really study and analyze it, I think I would be a great person to be involved. But I also think it should probably be all women. So maybe I get excluded. But please note, I'm not a real. I am apparently not a real black man. So, period. All right. I think I'm going to get the boring stuff out of the way. Everyone keeps telling me that I needed to talk about Governor DeSantis and Florida talking, doing history and talking about slavery in the way that the oyster was talking about slavery and how it was beneficial to Black people. Um, I'm going to do it quickly. I'm going to read over some of the articles if you guys want to hear what is happening in Florida. I'm only going to do this once. I was not about to get into this discussion, and the reason I wasn't going to get into this discussion is I think we've stood idly by while racism flourished. And I don't know what we should be doing about it now because it seems, for worse, I was going to say for better or worse, but for worse, that we don't even understand how we're sort of, it's not even a culture war. At this point, it feels like a resurgence of overt discrimination through redefining history and removing all the safeguards that were put in place. But if no one cares, there's a 216-page document that came out of Florida that is sort of redoing what is legally allowed in employment and in schools, legally allowed to talk about. And the touchstone is essentially about whether or not the people you're talking to feel guilty. This is extraordinarily annoying to me. So I'm going to go to, I've been trying to find an article that was unbiased, but I'm just going to go with The Guardian, and it's definitely not unbiased, but it is what it is. Let's read through some of this. So Kamala Harris condemns Florida over curriculum claim of slavery benefit. Um, So Kamala Harris went to Florida on Friday to address the State Board of Education controversial new standards for Black history, which include the contention that some Black people benefited from being enslaved. In an impassioned afternoon speech, the vice president predicted that the standards would rob children of knowing true US history that the rest of the world has been taught. All the folks that we would go out and send our children to go and meet around the world are clear about our history, and we send our children now to not know what it is, said Harris, who is the first woman, first Black person to hold the office of vice president. Um, and she went into I prefer reading what she said as opposed to watching it, and I will explain. The kind of political posturing is sort of odd, but it is what it is. Building in a handicap for children that they are going to be the ones in the room who don't know their own history when the rest of the world does. This is also not the problem. The problem isn't an your ignorance in comparison to other people in the world who has knowledge. The problem is a fundamental lie being told about the history if there is lies are lies being told about the history, not anyway. Harris was in Jacksonville to discuss ways to protect fundamental freedoms, specifically the freedom to learn and teach America's full and true history. She was to meet civil rights leaders, educators, elected officials, and other community members. On Wednesday, the Florida Board of Education approved new standards for how public schools should teach Black history. According to the 216-page document, public school students will now be taught that some Black people received personal benefits from slavery because it taught them useful skills. This is, in my mind, a slap in the face of everyone in America, not just Black people, but specifically Black people who are descendants of slaves, but Black people generally. The idea that there were personal benefits and that this needs to be included in the language around slavery is definitely whitewashing history. It is definitely an attempt to soothe guilt, and it definitely completely misunderstands, intentionally misunderstands the idea of slavery and why dehumanizing someone, even if you could find benefits that were given through learning, it undermines that by dehumanizing and treating an individual as an animal. So, adding that language, I believe, is an attempt to address white guilt. Instructions include how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal. Girl, I can't. One curriculum benchmark said the new curriculum also says Black people perpetuate violence during some race massacres, including the 1906 Atlanta race riot and the 1921 Tulsa massacre. On Thursday, at a conference for the Black sorority Delta Sigma Theta, Harris condemned the updated education standards as revisionist history. And it goes on and on and on. Now, everyone, I think, that sent this to me expects, I think, for me to be completely outraged. It is outrageous, but it is also predictable. Like, I am not sure where we are in terms of foresight. Like, I'm actually not sure where we are in terms of foresight because for me, I saw Roe v. Wade. Um, I saw what was going to happen to Roe v. Wade. I saw what was going to happen for affirmative action. And I definitely saw what was going to happen with American history being taught as a response to sorry, I thought the video started, as a response to everyone talking about how race should not be considered, how race should not be taught, and how race essentially is not non-existent in today's society, even though we all know it is not. So I don't feel like this is like hard thinking. I feel like this is sort of predictable. Um, that we could change course is beautiful, amazing, and I'm hopeful. But after the Trump administration and the Supreme Court lineup, I don't actually like. I feel like this was kind of obvious. Like the fight for uh the Supreme Court was a fight to fundamentally change the landscape of the United States politically through the Constitution. I feel like that was obvious. I didn't know that people didn't know this. So as I'm looking to Florida, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I mean, I hate it. I think it should be addressed, and how we address it is going to um probably differ from person to person, but like I feel like this was kind of obvious. So like it's hard for me to feign outrage. It's hard for me to be outraged after I've prepared for kind of the worst case scenario in a specific area. So like this is bad. I wish the president and vice president had actual political skills and were able to influence local and state level politics. Um, they don't, and I don't know if I would actually want Kamala to be the person to dictate sort of how schools should engage in learning, because when she was in Florida, California, I didn't particularly like the way she addressed parents who weren't able to make sure their child was in school. Um, I didn't particularly like the way she treated students. I didn't particularly like the policies in place. So I wouldn't look to her for guidance either. Um, so I mean, I expected a mess. I kind of did. Um, I'm tired. Let the South secede and build a what? Look. So, I mean, I think part of the problem is like we are very much, thank you, Gia, we are very much into um, identity politics. I understand the reason for it. I understand where it comes from. I understand trusting people who look like you. But if you learn nothing, please learn to look at Clarence Thomas. If you want to know that everyone who looks like you doesn't have your best interests at heart politically, um, look at Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas says all doors should be closed behind him. He didn't say that verbatim, but that's essentially what he said. You're not about to convince me otherwise. All right, so let's fight. Um, okay, let me see if I can do this quickly because I want to watch Sinji's video live. So before we do that, let's actually not fight. Let's do a quick story before we fight. Haley, is it Holly Bailey? It's Holly Bailey. It's Bailey. Holly is not going to leave her man for anyone. So y'all need to stop. Y'all need to leave them alone because she's gonna stick beside him. She's gonna post the pictures. She is not aware. I think even in her mind, she looks at DDG and the verse that says, he's jealous and he would post something to end your career because he doesn't want to see you with anyone, blah, 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 blah. I think I think she probably reads that as love. I I don't know this as a fact, and I'm speculating, But I think she probably reads that as love and someone kind of really going out of his way to show his vulnerability in the way that he loves her so deeply. I fundamentally believe that that's what she's thinking. I don't have any proof, but I, because there is absolutely no way you should be continuing in this relationship. There is zero reason for you to continue in this relationship because this man, I think this man, while he probably likes being next to you, being with you, I think it is hurting his ego. I think it hurts his ego. And not only does it hurt his ego, I think, again, making all of this up, I think that he doesn't know how to deal with this. And the more attached you get to him, the more ammunition you give to him for when he strikes. I heard someone said I don't follow this man, so I don't know if he said this, but allegedly he said that he'd never watched The Little Mermaid when this was after Halle had been cast and is acting, and before it was released. Apparently, he was asked on a live stream if he has ever watched it, and he laughed about it and said no, and it just seemed very dismissive. I don't There was also question about his ex-girlfriend being a part of their life and him messaging her. I don't really care about this. I don't care about him. I expect nothing better from him. Like I kind of expect this from him. I do think there is a kind of sadness about people, women in particular, who amass so much success, and there is a sort of anchor in their partnerships that holds them down and essentially disrupt progress for them. I could go through and keep naming from merely Mary J. Blige to Wendy Williams. I'm not going to name anyone in between, but it does seem odd that a lot of the sort of public downfalls of a lot of these women happen at the hands of their significant others. That seems problematic. I'm not saying it's a vetting issue or that it's not a vetting issue. I don't know because at this point it's not about vetting because the world sees that this man is no good in my mind. Like he might be a wonderful person in real life, but from what I see, it just seems like a clout demon who, and not, I'm not calling him a demon, by the way, just a person who is in constant search for more fame and acknowledgement, and he's capitalizing off his proximity to her, and she's okay with it. So this might be the last time that I speak on this. I was exhausted too many times thinking about Chloe and Holly. I wanted more for them. I still do. I will cover good news and I will completely ignore their existence outside of like really good news about them. Then I'll cover it. But I have unfollowed Holly because I I can't. She's like my little sister in my mind, and I've unfollowed Chloe. Because you know when you see people and you're like, these people are stars. They are so good. They're going to be amazing. You can tell that they're just so talented, and it's like, what is wrong? There's so much disconnect. Like Chloe was dating this man in YSL who. Wait, Chloe decided that she would date this man from YSL, named Gunner, who was arrested and now out, and people are talking about him being a quote unquote snitch. Um, but I look, I'm sure when they start doing really, really well, it will be broadcast so far and wide that I will see it and I'll be able to go watch it again. But as of now, I can't, in good conscience, continue. Like I can't. Like I want to. I want to can, but I can't. I'm canting right now. In any case, so we're going to do a watch party with of Sunji video. It is now premiering, and let's do it together. I'm going to be commenting on the, well, maybe not. If she starts dragging too much, I'm just going to kind of stop. Because my reaction to these really, really deep drags cannot be recorded online. I need to be in my home, away from everything, when I'm reacting, not on Beyonce's internet with people looking at me. So let's do it. I don't know why, because I haven't made a video, like an actual video, in like forever. I keep forgetting that when you premiere, all of this happens at the beginning of a premiere, and I literally forgot that they keep changing it, so it takes a while. But here we go. I will be pausing and talking if something comes up.
We don't think that getting attention from black guys gives you a status of some sort. If you get attention from the white guys, you do have the status more than if you get attention from black guys.
As a man, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that.
Well, as a woman who gets attention and who grew up in a white culture more than a black culture, I'm going to tell you that getting attention from black guys is not a badge of honor if you're white.
Okay.
And I'm white.
You are white.
Yes.
Hey guys, so I wanted to come on here and talk about a clip that was sent to me from the show 90 Day Fiancé the other way, involving an elderly passport bandit and his Vietnamese preference. And you guys know that I've talked about both of these things, the passport bandits, and basically how they're taking their degeneracy global. And I've also talked about 90 Day Fiancé in the past, and the fact that the only black men who ever go on that show, just like many other shows, are in pursuit of non-black women. And if y'all ever watch that show, the way that these preferences be treating these bandits really tells you the truth about who they really choose. Most of the time, they're highly overweight and unattractive. They're violent, they're rude, they're non-cooperative, unfit, unfriendly, and definitely not submissive, especially if you're talking about.
Okay, so I am for passport bros. I've said this many times. I think the passport bro movement need to be bigger. I think a lot of men who are upset with black women for not, quote unquote, being submissive should go find love somewhere else. I don't see a problem with this, by the way. Love is love. So I just have to put that caveat there.
Angela Dean and Michael, and she literally refers to him as bitches and puts her hands on him, then you know that this show 90 Day Fiancé shows the reality of the dynamic between bandits and their preferences, both foreign and domestic, how these relationships really pan out and what they are over there for. And see, when it comes to the passport bandits, they have been on the internet for some years now talking about how they're going to get their passport. I guess now that they're in these TikTok videos waving their passports, they finally, after years, 6 of them actually, scraped up the $130 necessary to get a passport. So now they're all over the internet talking about how they're going going to get these foreign women. They're generally talking about Colombia, Brazil, the DR. We've seen videos where these bandits can't even afford this.
They're going to Thailand. So yes, love is love.
Spirit airline fee to get back home, all under the guise that they're the most desired males on the planet and that they need to escape the lack of womanhood that Black women exude because, of course, we're manly, we're masculine, we don't know how to submit, and we won't let them be men. The reality is these are failed bandits who cannot meet the standard of manhood anywhere. They're usually unattractive, non-select, post-wall, broke, and don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, but what they know that they want is a woman to submit to them. Because they have failed with all women in this country, not just the ones within their community, but the ones in this country as a whole, they have to now go overseas and find some women who will submit to them in exchange for resources that they don't even have. And these bandits have been talking about their passports for a while, and we just recently started seeing videos coming out telling the truth about what's going on with these passport bandits and the women that they can attract. Because here's the reality of the situation. Bandits are not desirable. They can't compete with other males. They have nothing to offer women. It doesn't matter the race. They're operating from a place of self-hatred and simply scapegoating Black women for their failures, their deficits as men, and their inability to compete in a society where manhood and masculinity is very important. And I've been saying this for quite a while, and I'll say it again. These are not males that you should be pressed over. You should not feel that you are missing anything. In fact, you should celebrate and encourage them to do the very thing that they're suggesting doing, which is taking their degeneracy global. And they have been taking it global because the best thing that they can do for you is become a burden to someone else. They can go put themselves in relationships with other races of women, and they've done that so that the truth of who's really the problem can be revealed. A while back when I first started on here and I heard bandits complain and blaming all of the issues of the community on Black women, I said that you can take Black women out of the equation and replace them with whatever group of non-Black women you want to, and you're going to see that the results are the same. The reason why is because bandits are the problem, but want to sit here and act like Black women are. And now we get to see how they fare in relationships, not just within this country with women of no color who used to be their primary preference, but also with the foreign women that they target because of what their non-Blackness means. And that's what I want to get into as I get into this video clip of this failed passport bandit and the rude awakening that he got from his Vietnamese preference. But before I get into that, I do want to give a shout out and thanks to everyone who contributes to the content on this channel. If you would like to contribute, you can do so by emailing me. The email is in the description box and pinned to the comment section. Thumbs up the video, subscribe to the channel. When you do subscribe, don't forget to hit the notification bell and subscribe to all notifications so you'll know every time I go live and when I upload new content.
If you've been considering homeschooling or feel your child is not thriving in public school, consider the ZIAX Institute. This is a STEM-based Afro-centered educational program for Black youth. Children can attend daily classes online or in the classroom at one of their 2 New York-based facilities. You can also make a tax-deductible donation to this nonprofit organization using PayPal, or you can donate via GoFundMe using the links in the description box. So go to theziaxinstitute.org and enroll your child today.
I have not looked into the ZIAX Institute. I wanted to make that clear. I'm sure Sin has. So I have not. And so this is not a sort of rubber stamp, just an FYI.
Now, I do want to get into this video clip, or rather most of it that you're going to see is going to be the audio, because listen, when I tell y'all TLC do not play when it comes to copyright, TLC don't play, and I've already been down this road with them. And even though I know I could get the copyright claim removed, the process is just a hassle that I don't want to get into. So you will see very little of the video, but you will get to hear the audio clip, and it'll become very obvious who's talking. You'll be able, through that clip, to understand what's happening here. And what's happening here is that this woman is giving this bandit a dose of reality. See, because what they want to do is okie doke Black women, and most specifically Black male worshipers who put bandits on a pedestal and have fallen for the lie that they are somehow the most desired males on the planet. So what they'll do is, just like they used women of no color as a weapon against Black women, and we see how much that failed, the only thing they caused was those women of no color's rate of single motherhood to increase. And they're doing the same thing with these foreign women. Nobody wants to ask these bandits what happened to women of no color being their preferences. And that's because we already know what happened, because women of no color are all over social media complaining about how they got the same black men. And you're going to see the same thing happen with these foreign women as a result of these passport bandits. And listen, they're already getting complaints. They ain't been over there that long, and people are already noticing the trail of dust that they bring all over the place, as well as the single mother rate that will increase as these bandits take their degeneracy that they've been engaging in for centuries long over to other men's community. The difference here is that those men are going to eventually retaliate, and you're going to see the reality of how undesirable these bandits are. And even the notion that they are the most desired is really silly and foolish, and shows how depraved and delusional their mindset is, because at the end of the day, what would you be desired based on? You're not even known for being relationship material. You're not known for taking care of your kids. You don't have any money. You're costing the government $50 billion by being broke. You don't know what basic manhood is. You're not able to stand up to anybody's standards of manhood. And anytime someone suggests that you change your degenerate pathology, you start gaslighting, deflecting, and shifting the blame to them. And that's what you're going to see in this video. And after you see the video, you're going to see a few comments, because this is making its rounds about social media. And then I'm going to come on here and talk about what I took from this, because I wrote down some notes based on the pathology of this bandit. And I'm going to point out to you how she's getting the same black man in mind, body, and dusty spirit that black women get. Go ahead and listen to this video, look at the comments, and I'll come back for further commentary.
You know, last night we have dinner with family, but after that, my mom talked with me. She say you are jealous and want to control me.
I'm not trying to control. I'm trying to understand what's going on. I mean,
let me talk first.
Okay, go ahead.
And second, she say you are not thoughtful.
I'm not thoughtful.
Yeah. When you come visit my home, you don't buy a flower or some chocolates for her. Very bad.
It was very bad?
Yeah, very bad in Vietnam. Very bad.
How am I supposed to? I don't know what your mother like. I don't know what's appropriate.
But you have phone. You can ask me before you visit my home.
Mm-hmm.
But I talked with mom. Maybe he forgot.
All right, fair enough. And I feel horrible, but it's not my intention to disrespect you, your mother, your home, your country. That's not my intention. I do need to learn more about your culture. My question to you is, when are you going to learn about my culture? I'll give you an example. You call me fat and ugly in front of people.
Yeah, so
What?
I say you ugly, you very bad.
You really said that?
Yeah.
All right. In my culture, in America, that's rude, that's disrespectful, especially when a woman says that about the man that she's with.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I get in with my kid, my friend, or you ugly, you ding khùng khùng. And we, in Vietnam, my culture is not for rude. But I don't know how is your country. And now you share with me.
We could make, like, if we're alone and we're around family, we could make the jokes like that to each other. But in front of strangers, I'm a guest here. I seen one other person of my skin complexion here in the whole time I've been here. You're not accustomed to us. So when you say it, it sounds like it's an attack because we're not light or whatever it may be. I'm already a spectacle. I'm a black man in this country, and they're already looking at me differently because I'm 6'4", I am dark, and when you say, oh, he's ugly, you start feeding the stereotype that if you're light-skinned black, you're prettier versus dark-skinned black. It's very hurtful and disrespectful. People are already looking at me. How am I supposed to feel when you talk in your language and then...
No, absolutely not. Sorry. Yes, I am definitely pausing a premiere and I'm going to continue because I'm pretty sure Sin is going to get to this. You would have a better argument if you said, you called me handsome, but you said I'm not attractive because I was dark skinned. Being dark and ugly aren't synonymous. I am dark skinned and I will never accept that I'm ugly. I don't care who say it. So the idea that you were like, oh, you call me ugly and it's because I'm dark and I'm tall and I'm a spectacle. No, you can be ugly because you're ugly to people. Not I'm not saying he's ugly or anything. So I don't like this. And also flipping it on her right now is annoying me because she came to tell you her problems and that she has with you disrespecting her parents, talking about you don't know their tradition. You don't need to know someone's tradition to know if you're going to go meet their parents. You probably should carry a bottle of wine or rose or something. I don't know what, but you should probably bring something to their family home. Maybe that's also a Jamaican thing, but I do it when I'm in America. So this is weird. Anywho, let's continue. I had to get that out because it was annoying me.
Then you go, I say to her, you are ugly. I don't have any context. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know it's a joke. It sounds like it's a fact to you.
Now, you guys saw that video and you also saw the comments. And listen, this is just more clown shit. This is yet another passport bandit embarrassing the entire community on national television, targeting a group of women who he thinks because they're not black, that somehow they're going to be feminine, fit, and friendly and submit to him. And in reality, he's just getting a reality check on how he's not one of the most desired males on the planet. And this is foolish anyway to even say that. The bottom line of it is you have a dynamic here with a couple, one of them being a bandit who sought out a Vietnamese woman, no doubt because of what her non-blackness and her Asian heritage symbolized to him, thinking that he was going to get a feminine, fit, and friendly woman. And in reality, what he got was a woman who came to the table with some of the same complaints that black women come with. And I want to talk about that too, because I want black women to understand this. The reason why these bandits will sit up here and simply tell you how these women will react to them and how much these women desire them, but then ignore the reality of how these relationships really pan out is because this is the level of their deceitfulness. They want to run that okie doke on you to keep you under control because you're their greatest asset. The problem here is that you've been believing them, and black women need to stop believing bandits, or at the very least have some standards on which bandit you're going to choose to believe. And it should not be a non-select post-wall bandit with nothing to offer anyone. Because all I heard in this video clip was a woman complaining that she got the same black man and a bandit engaging in the same collective tactics that they do against black women. So let's get into it, because I want to first talk about what this woman was complaining about, because this whole dynamic is just typical of bandits. And at the end of the day, this is all you're going to see, because bandits don't know how to relationship. They don't know how to make women happy. They don't know how to choose better. They're always talking about black women's relationship choices and putting the focus on us. But what they need to do is focus on their own failed relationships, which take place no matter the race of the woman. They can sit up here and talk about our deficits as women, but what's going on with your relationships with women of no color who you've literally ran to the Supreme Court to have access to? What happened to your relationship dynamic between Asian women on the rare occasion that they choose to get with you, because that's not a common dynamic? What's going on with your relationship dynamics between non-black women? Because bandits have relationship success nowhere. There isn't a group of women who have come out yet to talk about how good of a mate a bandit is, or how good of mates they are as a collective, because you could even have some individual situations where a bandit may show up favorably in a relationship with a non-black woman. I haven't seen one yet, but we know as a collective they suck at relationships. They're always on the internet being the loudest, most dustiest voice. However, it's a known fact that they suck at relationships regardless of the race of the woman. And you would think that if they're going to put non-black women on such a high pedestal, then their relationship outcomes should reflect it. But what you really see is not only do you see their preferences complaining, but you see the children of their preferences complaining too. And that's what I saw here. I saw a preference complaining about getting the same black man. And what did she say about him? She said he tries to control her. He's jealous. He's not thoughtful. When he comes to her home, he doesn't buy her mother flowers, which is a violation in her culture. Basically, he can't meet the expectations of manhood that was established by Vietnamese culture. And this is the thing, though. Bandits aren't trying to understand anybody's culture. They're not trying to be respectful. They're trying to find non-black women whose wounds and character traits they can exploit, because bandits don't bring anything to the table. They're always asking you what you bring to the table. But when it comes to them, you should not have any expectations of them. And this is why I'm puzzled as to why these women still don't understand that they should stay away from these bandits. And listen, we don't want them to stay away from these bandits because every piece of bandit trash that they pick up is one that we don't have to be bothered with. So at the end of the day, they're doing us a favor. But when I think about their pathology, I have to question what it is about these bandits that they are attracted to. And the only thing I could come up with is their ability to finesse them. And this is another thing that bandits are delusional about. They think in their delusional mindset that they're desirable because of who they are as males. And they are only partially right about that. Who they are as males is prideless and self-hating. They worship and value anything that's the opposite of them. And these women understand that. So when they're dealing with them because it's easy to finesse them. In this situation with this Vietnamese woman, she wants a green card. So, of course, the easiest way to get a green card is to deal with a bandit who's self-hating and who wants a woman because of what her non-blackness symbolizes. In this case, we know that this woman is Asian, and bandits hold a lot of different stereotypes about Asian women, most specifically that they are docile and submissive. But what you saw in this situation is not a submissive woman, and we literally never see anybody submitting to bandits. So I'm thinking drugs are involved here. I do understand we had a high rate of crack babies in our community because of the drug epidemic. And I'm starting to think that a lot of these bandits are products of that. Because why would you sit up here and think that anybody would submit to you and you can't even get the women in your community to do so? You don't have any leverage to get anybody to submit, but you keep running around talking about how you're desired by these women and these women want to submit to you, most specifically Asian women. They always say this, and Asian women are the least likely to even look their way. And that's what's the most interesting here. So this is a rare situation, but this is not a situation in which a bandit can use it as an example of another group of women desiring them and submitting to them, because that's not happening. So again, in the delusional mind of bandits, specifically these passport ones, these women desire them. They like them as men. They respect them and want to start families with them. But in reality, these women see them as an easy lick, a way to get a green card, come up on some money, a quick bag or two, nothing more, nothing less. And then they discard them and release them back to the Black community so the Black male worshipers can take their sloppy, nasty, dusty, degenerate leftovers. And that's the reality that this bandit had to face. This bandit is sitting up in this video complaining that his Vietnamese preference that he sought out because he thought was better than anybody he could get in his own country is calling him fat and ugly, which is not an inaccurate description. Because at the end of the day, notice how he didn't sit up there and talk about how he wasn't any of those things. He deflected, flipped the script, and start talking about how he and his Blackness is the victim of this woman that he sought out. You're in her community. You went to her country. You wanted to ingratiate in her culture. So what you should have done before you went over there is make sure they liked you and that they would accept you. And had you researched the culture, you would have already known that they would not accept you because they don't like you over there. Not just because of your Blackness, that's one component of it, but because you are not a man and the world sees it. And anytime a woman who is not Black expresses any interest in you, you should already know that it's because of what she can get out of him. And see, you have two groups of people here who really do have a symbiotic relationship. Typically, these women are not desired by the men in their community. You can apply it where you want to apply it. They're not a hot commodity. They can't compete with the other women, and they're seen as basically throwbacks, undesirables. Then you have bandits over here who hate their Blackness, can't meet any expectation of manhood, has failed with all groups of women in his country and community. So now he's preying on another group of women who he think will overlook all of his shortcomings and undesirable traits and still submit to him. And it just ain't gonna happen. Bandits need to give up this whole notion that somebody's going to submit to them, because nobody is. But I want to get into how he showed up in this situation, because the way that he reacted to this woman is the same way bandits react to Black women, because they don't like to take accountability. They don't like their flaws pointed out. They don't want to change, and they don't want you telling them that they should change. And when you do, they're going to engage in this deflective tactic so that they don't have to take accountability. And part of that is labeling themselves a victim of their own Blackness. But I first want to say this. He's mentioning rude and disrespectful, but bruh, It's rude and disrespectful that you would think that as an old post-war broke, overweight bandit that she would genuinely be interested in you. It's disrespectful to target another group of women and then cry and complain when they don't like you. And why is he the only one on the show who equated his blackness to ugly? Ugly is about features, as I'm sure they have dark-skinned Vietnamese people there. And didn't he target her because she wasn't black? Did he not target her based on what her skin tone symbolizes to him? And see, this is what I be talking about. A bandit went over to this woman because she was not black, but now he's expecting her to have more respect for his blackness than he does. And that's delusional. But see how they will enter into relationships with non-black women out of self-hatred and then expect sad women to love and honor the same blackness that they're running away from? It's just delusional at the end of the day. It's delusional, it's dusty, it's degenerate, and it's something that you should not miss or think that you're missing out on if it chooses to leave your community. If y'all don't let these roaches scatter to wherever they want to scatter to, then notice how he deflected and turned himself into a victim so that he doesn't have to acknowledge any of the complaints that she had. And what did he use to establish his victimhood? Because this is something that they do with Black women. Anytime Black women bring up the fact that they're nothing as bitches in society, that they don't have any resources, they lie, they're disloyal, they're always engaging in some foolish anti-Black behavior, they sit up there and talk about how they're a victim of the system. When Black women complain that they ain't built nothing but dust and single mothers and broken homes, they complain that welfare took them out of the house. They will do anything to turn themselves into a victim of circumstance so they don't have to own up to the fact and take accountability for the fact that they have become the nothing ass bitches of society, and they ain't trying to get out of that position at the end of the day. But I want to go back. He literally, because he cannot use a systemic issue here because he's in Vietnam and clearly did no research, he decided to use himself as a victim of colorism and being Black. He can't tell her that the system is oppressing him, that he's a threat to Vietnamese men, or that welfare put him out the home like they do Black women. So he resorted to being a victim of her based on colorism and believing that Black is synonymous with ugly because she didn't mention anything about his Blackness. He did. And he related it to ugly so that he could deflect and not have to deal with his shortcomings and her complaints. And largely it worked because then she commenced to apologizing to him in the end, when in reality, she should have dragged him for the filth that he is. This all started when she began to tell him about his deficits, all of which included things that Black women complain about, by the way. I want to emphasize that. Notice how some of the same things that she's complaining about are the same things that Black women are complaining about. The fact that they're controlling, the fact that they're nothing as bitches but keep asking for submission, the fact that they are not thoughtful, they don't know how to man up, they don't know how to relationship. They're always giving relationship advice, but they can't advise themselves on how to have a successful relationship with anyone, though. That's the most interesting thing. But this started as a result of her complaints. Bandits don't like it when people complain about them, although people are always complaining about them because they always doing something dusty and degenerate and never anything that actually benefits anybody. And that's because they're out to benefit themselves. I really don't know why y'all still giving birth to them. I wonder if Black women are ever going to become so embarrassed by the antics of these treasonous bandits that you just stop giving birth to them, because this is sickening. This is embarrassing. This is a post-war, nearly 60-year-old bandit sitting up here complaining about his preference, y'all. Like, I can't. But anyway, this all started when she began to tell him about his deficits in manhood. After he was told how he was wrong, in typical bandit fashion, he deflected and switched to telling her what she is doing wrong. And this is why I say that all women get the same bandit. This is a failed man to begin with. He looks like he's approaching or already 60, not married, has no wealth or resources to his name, has failed with all the women in his community and country, don't know how to live up to anyone's basic standard of manhood, so he certainly can't compete with her males in her community. So now he's in Vietnam talking to a woman much younger than him because he thought that she would overlook all of his shortcomings and submit to him. You a clown ass bandit and you delusional. Yeah, right. This bandit is not a prize, and none of the passport bandits are. They are undesirable failed males who cannot make women happy or desire to stay with them. Do we even have to predict that this relationship ain't gonna make it? Boat ain't even left the dock and it already sank. He's sitting up here talking about they got a lot of issues. You just met her and you already got a lot of issues, but you're going over there because they feminine, fit, and friendly and submissive to you, but you already got a bunch of issues. And it's playing out all over TLC on 90 Day Fiance. And that's because these bandits lie. And that's why they get exposed. The truth is going to get exposed anytime a dusty, degenerate bandit sits up here and lies and talk about how desirable he is and how he's the most sought after. And all we literally see is these women complaining about the exact opposite. Why is your preference complaining, Kang? Because we would think that since you're so desirable that you actually have something that these women desire. And if you have something that they desire beyond the character traits necessary for them to finesse you, they wouldn't be sitting up here complaining. And then look, he claims to care about her, but has done nothing to show it, just like bandits claim to care about Black women in between promoting how much they hate them. But when you ask them, what do they do to show it? They can't tell you, just like this bandit can't tell you. This bandit is sitting up here talking about he cares about her, but can't even tell her how. He didn't even bother to attempt to learn about her culture beyond the notion that she'll submit to him. And that's because she doesn't matter to him. She's not even a woman. She's the means to an end. Only having someone that he can control and use as a tool to compensate for his lack of manhood. That's all these bandits care about. And that's why they never talk about what they can offer these women. They only talk about why they want to go towards these women and what these women can do for them. And Black women, you need to stop falling for their okie doke, because this is the reality of their relationship dynamics. These women don't want them. They don't like them. They think they're fat and ugly and post-wall, and they simply want to use them for whatever they can use them for. Nothing more, nothing less. And there's no amount of bandit banter, lies, and talking about how desirable you are that's going to change that. You are not desirable to anyone. You're not even a man. You can't even live up to basic manhood, but want to sit up here and talk about how somebody desire you. For what? Desire you for what? Because you've been known for doing what? Abandoning your kids, ruining your community, not building anything, costing the government more than you're actually benefiting it. You're not desired. You just want Black women to believe that you're desired by somebody else so that they'll somehow cry over you leaving. And I'm simply saying you should have been gone. You've been talking about you was leaving for a long time, but still ain't done it, because if you had, we wouldn't be sitting here looking at you and your degeneracy. Stop birthing them Black women, because this is disgusting and it's embarrassing. But you guys get in the comment section. Let me know what you think about.
All right. A couple of things. This was not on the agenda, but it is now on the agenda. Again, support Passport Bros. I think you should go find love wherever you want. Who am I to stop you? I think the worse you are, the best, the more I am for you going other places. So that's the first thing. And when I say love is love, love is love, because Thailand, right? So that out of the way, Finn and I already talked about, disagreed with birthing issue. That's neither here nor there. What I did like is the masterful, and it did hit different when she said it, the masterful way in which she highlighted that this man wanted this woman to care more about his Blackness than he did, right? Like, if you don't have the kind of pride and love in Blackness that would propel you to, I don't know, show care and love for your Blackness, and you go to a woman in a country where you don't have a lot of option in terms of darker women, to suggest that this culture will treat you well seems to be a very odd position to have. Like, no one has this position. I won't dismiss his claim about being Black in Asia, right? However, you chose this place and you need to know the culture that you're going in. It is not her duty to learn your culture when you are the one who went into her culture because of ideas about her. Now, obviously, in a relationship, you would want the other person to also learn about you. However, and this is my main problem with this, she's bringing valid concerns about your lack of awareness about her culture, right? And instead of accepting where you have failed, accepting your ignorance and redressing the wrong, right? And finding ways through communication to figure out how you can repair the relationship with her parent, her mother, that you have broken because of, you said, lack of awareness. Instead of deeply investing in creating a meaningful bond with the person you have disrespected due to lack of knowledge, you decided to become the victim. Okay, yeah, this is where I have a problem. Please note, for my friendships, for the people that I care about, relationships, family, this is true across the board. If I do something wrong and I harm you in any meaningful way, I hope that you tell me. I hope that you don't think you get to throw it in my face when you have hurt me and I am now telling you. Yeah, that's not how that works. I am not saying you can't bring up the harm, right? I'm not saying I don't have receipts on receipts to be petty. But what I am saying is that you have an obligation when you have caused harm to redress that harm. And you need to acknowledge, redress, and engage with the concerns of people before you bring up that which is, quote unquote, your pain, because that is high level deflection. I keep saying high level, by the way, because I separate different kinds of harm. So when I say high level deception, I mean high level deception. I mean it is a masterful tactic in sort of manipulation, and I don't like it. When you have harmed someone, if you, and I do actually believe this is on the spectrum of narcissism, I am not one to diagnose, but I do actually fundamentally believe it is up there. If you cannot sit in the sort of discomfort that come about where someone is communicating to you how you have harmed them, you have a problem. Like, you actually have a problem. I believe this so fundamental. This is one of my non-negotiable in any kind of relationship, even with my family. If I come to you and you cannot acknowledge the pain you have caused, it's fine, we will never talk again. Like, that is one of the most fundamental sort of standard that I have that goes across the board for literally everyone. I don't trust you if I can't come to you with the harm you have caused and you sit with it and attempt to address it. You need to. That is a non-negotiable. You need to be able to acknowledge your wrong. You need to be able to address your wrong. Even if you don't do it perfectly, I need to believe that you're in good faith trying to grapple with the harm that you have caused. If I don't give advice, but that is something that most people should probably take. The fact that he acknowledges, oh, I don't know your culture, as an excuse, and doesn't go into how do I address her? What should I do now that I've caused this harm to make sure that I mend the relationship with your mother? Because I am with you, I love you, and I also want to show respect to your mother because she's a part of you. So by extension, I care about her too. And I want to repair that. Nope, absolutely not. He just went into this whole diatribe about how she told him he is ugly. And look, if she tell you you're ugly, you're probably look like you don't get in a fight with someone. And this is another thing that I find fascinating. I promise you this. I believe fully that if I am fighting with someone that I'm in a relationship with and they tell me that I'm ugly, I believe, and I'm not saying you have to end a relationship over this, but I believe they believe I'm ugly. You're not going to just throw that in someone's face if you don't believe they're ugly. I believe that she believes you're ugly. Talking about you can play, she's not playing. If you believe she's playing, you are not delusional. You are trying to delude yourself. You are trying to pretend like you don't know she knows you're ugly. Like, I think that's what you're doing. I am not saying you are, in fact, ugly. I'm saying she believes you're ugly, and you believe she believes you're ugly, and you saying, oh, she's just playing, is you attempting to hide the fact that you know she thinks you're ugly, and that's just that on that. Now, what you do with that is what you do with that. Like, you can say, I am ugly, I know I'm ugly, but I'm with someone who thinks I'm ugly, and that's fine. I mean, a period. All right. All right, so let's get into the fight. You all and I, please remember to like this video, by the way. You all and I are going to get into a fight. There is a singer called Bibi Roxa or something like that. Don't fully know her name. I knew of her, but I chose to forget about her because she came out against Rihanna, talking about Rihanna stole her vocals. And until y'all give Ashanti reparations for how J-Lo stole her vocals, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. So, she came out. Sin says, notice how he ignored he ignored her saying he's also fat because he can't he can't visualize that. Look, I actually, when I was in China, there was a bigger guy with me, and he and I were, he's black too. We would walk around China and they would all come up to me and take pictures and hug me. Actually, it was very unwelcomed. Like, you would be walking and someone put their hand around you and take a picture of you and them, and like it was like really chaotic. But they would go up to him and like grab his stomach and like tell him like he is fat, which is not something we do in America. Like in like that we do. And I would feel so bad because I don't know what to do. And he would like laugh it off. And then when we went back, we would do like debriefing, and he would be really, really sad. And I remember it affecting him. Like, I actually remember him feeling really, really bad about it. And when we were walking, when he got tired, he didn't want to tell anyone. And he confessed all of this, by the way. He didn't want to tell anyone because he felt so bad and insecure. And I don't know, it made me feel bad. But yeah, no, fat phobia is a real thing. I think it was Korea where they were telling women to move up. I don't want to lie. It's either Korea or Japan. I didn't read this article because I was just skimming through, but I did read part of it. So it's either Korea or Japan where for you to move up, you had to be skinnier, and they were paying employees to lose weight. Like, it's really like, from in my mind, this is toxic. So maybe it's not toxic to anyone, but it is toxic because I fight with my body. I try to control my body to like get bigger and work out and muscular, but I can't imagine what people go through with like all kinds of addiction. So I find this horrendous, actually. Gaslighting and manipulation. Homegirl would rather be a stowaway on the Titanic. He wants a wife that is okay with living off the social security check. And I don't know what she wants. I think a lot of people want to come to the US, and there's a lot of currency in being an American citizen, going overseas, particularly in places like Jamaica, but I'm sure in different places in Asia also. So thank you, Ultimate Enigma. Um, all right, so the fight we're having, you all and I will be having a fight because this lady, BB Roxa, the singer, she posted a message that her boyfriend, I don't know if they're broken up now, um, sent to her. Y'all know how I am with like people putting private messages out there. And we're going to read this together because it's not giving what I think she think it's giving. He does not see, but wait, let's read it first. Um, I should do a poll. Let me do a poll. Let me end this poll. Please remember to like the video. If you haven't liked the video, it's actually really helpful, apparently. And I keep saying apparently, but it is really helpful. Is he abusive? Don't vote yet. You don't have to. Well, let me not post it. Let's read it first, and then I'll post the poll. So here we go. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why I just did that in the mic. So he sent her a message and he says, "Hey, I never said you weren't beautiful, and I never said I didn't love you. In fact, I said how beautiful you are and how much I love you. but I always said I would be honest with you, and your face was changing. So I told you it was. That was a conversation we were having, and you asked. Because I care, would you rather I lied to you? You gain 35 pounds. Obviously, you gain weight and your face changes. Should I just pretend it didn't happen and that it's okay? Come on, I gained 3 pounds and you call me chubs and fat. Doesn't mean you don't love me. If you are trying to find reason to break up, this makes sense, but it's not the real reason. I don't like him saying if it's not the real reason though. If you're unhappy with me, yourself, with life, and don't see a future with us, then that's okay. And that's the reason. Don't use something like that to weaponize your anger or anxiety, any insecurity you may have. You know, I always found you to be beautiful and love you no matter what. I think it's important for you to think about things and write things down. Speak to a therapist and do this retreat thing to get to the root of the problem. Let me know if you'd like to speak if you need more clarity. I love you. All right. All right. So there's a lot of people. Let me put the poll because I need to see um what y'all are saying. Is he abusive? Question mark. And let me ask. Please do this poll because I actually really want to know your opinion. I don't know this man. I don't know this relationship. He might actually be abusive. I don't know. I'm reading from this specific message that he sent, that she posted, that is supposed to be incriminating or something. I don't know. But this is not cute. I don't think this is abusive. I don't think this is controlling. I don't think this is manipulative. But I'm also a man. So maybe I am just sticking on the man's side, but I don't see anything abusive about this. In fact, apparently when he gained 3 pounds, she was making all kinds of jokes and calling him names. And she apparently went to him and asked him, which is something that I don't understand. Please, 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 if you don't want me to be honest, don't ask me a question. She went to him, asked him if she was gaining weight. At least that's what this looks like, or if there were changes in her face. And he said yes. And apparently she had gained weight. And he didn't see a problem with this. This is my reading. But she saw a problem with him gaining weight. And now, because of a conversation, she's looking to break up with him. I don't know. Someone said, "Now you a man theme." Period. So let me look. I wasn't looking at the poll. Let me check the poll. Hopefully everyone's vote is in. I ended the poll, and apparently 78% of y'all said it was not abusive, while 21 said it is. We're going to open the panel quickly. Drop a 1 if you would like to come up and explain why it's abusive. Um, Even Star says, this doesn't seem abusive. However, I would like to know why it was made public. Did she say something about him before? I don't follow her. I don't know. I don't follow her either. So drop a 1 if you would like to come up and explain how it's abusive, because I will drop the link for you. All right. All right. I don't see a 1. So I'm going to move on. I literally thought we were going to be arguing back and forth about this, but apparently we are. Where's the 20-something percent of people who said it was abusive? Someone said 21% not even listening. All right. You know what? I'm just going to say maybe all 21%. I'm going to just assume maybe all 21% was not listening. Thank you, Ultimate Enigma, by the way. Gia says she asked a question and ain't like the answer. Now it's the whole breakup, right? All right. So there is no wands. I won't drop the link. Pretty Scarp 80 has been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much. Even Star has been a member for 11 months. Thank you so much. All right. Well, now that that was out of the way, I thought that was going to get messy. Let's talk about the men's. When we first met, Danae was doing classes and courses on how to get over heartbreak, and we were up in arms about it. So I think we owe her an apology. We before we I tell you why, please remind me that I said we owe Danae an apology for her courses, because we now have another course that we need to get through to look into. And the men's are out here, the schmen's are out here making programs called the Modern Day Night. So the Modern Day Night is a 70 something hour retreat where all the men's come together and they learn to become a man. They call it flipping the switch. And you pay, we'll get into the pay in a moment, to flip the switch. So I might be signing up for this. So this is the advertisement. We're going to watch it a little bit, and maybe I need to man up, because we started the live stream off where people were telling me that I'm not a real man. So hopefully I learn how to flip the switch in my life to become a real man. Let's do it together. All right. So let's hear what the he has to say about what this is.
I know this firsthand because I was once fighting that inner battle too, suffering in silence, white knuckling through life, and pretending that I had it all under control when I really didn't. But it doesn't have to be that way. I want you to know that you can have it all: a great marriage, a successful business, a fit and athletic body, an unshakable mindset, and a life full of purpose and fulfillment. But you can't do any of it without doing the work that's got to be done to become the 2.0 version of yourself. I see it all too often: men who constantly repeat the same self-destructive patterns in their lives, leaving their families in a wake of hurt and pain.
All right. So he talk. He's introducing it. So what does this have? Watch how Modern Day Night Project has helped other men flip the switch. And these men are giving their review of the program. It is what it is. I'm here. Look, I'm here for good man development, and I need to develop into a man, a real boy, as Pinocchio would say. So, it says, "Dear fellow leader, most men are secretly fighting a battle within and living a life of quiet desperation. I know this firsthand because I was once fighting that inner battle too, suffering in silence, white knuckling through life, and pretending that I had it all under control when I really didn't. But it doesn't have to be that way, period." So, blah, blah, blah. It goes, but you can't have any of it without doing the work that's got to be done to become the 2.0 version of yourself. Look, until you overcome your limiting beliefs, past mistakes, regrets, and traumas, you'll continue to play small in life and self sabotage each time you start having wins. I see it all too often. Blah, 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 blah. Flip the switch, flip the switch, flip the switch. Oh, here it is. Doing the 70, here we go. To help driven men like you transform into the best version of themselves, during this 75-hour life-changing experience, during the 75 hours of the project, you will flip the switch on your life: leadership, personal growth, and financial freedom. So I'm here for this. So I'm looking through. I don't really care. This look like military boot camp, but period. If men are wanting to do this, then men are wanting to do this. I'm trying to find the price. That's what, because we were out here arguing with Danae, teaching y'all how to pick your lives up, and I need to go down there to find the price, because Danae actually went through some of this. So he says, how much does the project cost? And the answer is the project is 18,000. So I was curious, like, how you going to charge 18,000 for 75 hours? But then it says there's also a 12-month in-depth coaching mentorship program. So it is not 75 hours to physical, financial, emotional freedom. It is a year. I don't know why they're promoting 75 hours, but period. I'm like, okay, a year, $18,000. You're paying this to get trained to be a man. And I'm like, maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should have gone to school. Maybe I should have learned how to be a man, a real boy, again, Pinocchio. And so I could teach men how to be real men because I didn't know this was such a lucrative position. So I decided, you know what, let me go look into some of this. What So there are videos on how to be what it's like there. So let's go through some of these videos. I think it is important that we go through some of these videos. They're very short videos, but I feel like they're short, important, sweet videos. So we're gonna watch some of them together because absolutely, apparently y'all need it. So here we go. I'm trying to figure out where we should start. Let's start here.
Fucking pussies! You think you're fucking really badass, don't you? You wanna know what I'm challenge? Let's go. Take your shit off. Take your shit off. Take your fucking shit off. Take your shit off. Take your shit off. Come on. I'll go home. You and I go home. I'll never come back here again. Come on. Take your shit off.
wait. Let's watch one more. I'm sorry. We have to go to another one. I have too many.
Thomas Lemire. I think we all just need to keep positive and keep moving.
Man, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Let's go,
bro.
Dude, we're getting fucked around because people are fucking around. All right, everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Let's just shut up and do it.
All he's doing is trying to help people and motivate them to get through this.
Who the fuck agrees with him or who the fuck agrees with us? Who agrees with us? Let's motivate this shit. Come on. Who agrees with them?
It's not a democracy.
This is negative shit.
So stop fucking up and we'll suck less. It's still gonna suck. Calm the fuck down right now, okay? We are all fucking doing this shit together.
This is a sunrise. How many more we got? Two more. Two more fucking sunrises. I can do anything for two more sunrises. Anything. I'll do it for my wife. I'll do it for my kids. I'll do it for everything that matters in my life. Two more sunrises. I don't care about your ankle. I don't care about your back. I don't care about anything. What I care about is you graduating this course, being a part of this brotherhood, getting this put on you for the rest of your life, and taking your entire mindset to another level. And the only way you guys are going to do that is if you flip this switch. This switch Bejo's just talking about. He knows what he's talking about. Switches do two things. You can either flip it on and flip it off. That's what most people do. Or you can flip it on and it's going to get stuck. And that's what we do. From the minute you graduate, it stays on. You never can turn it off. Ever. Because you haven't answered me every time I ask you.
Yeah.
You got it?
I'll get it.
Then get fucking moving. What have you been saying all day long? What does Instructor Steve and everybody been saying? Bejo's. Flip the fucking switch. Yes, you haven't been fucking training. Yes, you fucking live. I look at your little Instagram thing with your Rolls Royces and all your shit. I don't give a fuck what you drive. I don't give a fuck how big your house is. What I give a fuck is what you're doing right now. And you're not doing what's expected. So put out fucking harder, flip this fucking switch, or get the fuck out of here. That's your options. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tell me.
I'm going to do it.
You're going to flip the fucking switch. Then flip it and fucking move.
Look, y'all not about to sit here and try to convince me this is not some homoerotic foolishness. Like, this don't make no sense. Like, that. All right. Right, like this feels like someone is for like a shame kink, like humiliation. Like this, you pay $18,000 for this. This one particular, I'm gonna watch the two more, but I'm hearing men talk about I want to be better and blah blah blah, and I like the idea, right? Why is the execution always like this? Like, why is the execution for how you become man? Oh, patriarchy is bad, or men feel lost and feel pressured into being forced into these very specific role. You know what we're going to do? We're going to fix it by forcing them into these very specific roles. If these women are saying we want providers, why are you crawling on the ground? Wait, let me read the super chats and then continue because we're gonna watch some more because this is all for the men's tonight. Night is it similar to King? Look, apparently like us, we are kings and they are knights. I don't know. Yes, Kenny. Male bonding and adventure retreats do sound fun, but for 18K, brah, go camping with friends and you can have the same experience for free. Want boot camp? Join the military and get paid for it. Right? Or hear me out. I haven't gotten my vocal nodules removed yet, but I'm sure when I do, I will be able to shout again. And I can create a deep voice. I'd be like, yeah, yeah. All right, move. I can do that, and I will create the chorus. And I will yell at you. I promise I can yell at you for half the price. Like you don't even have to give me 18,000, just half of that, and I will yell at a bunch of y'all. Like I can yell at a bunch of y'all. I promise I can do that. But right, like, oh my God. Look, I don't mind yelling. It gives me vocal nodules. Someone said keep it a stack. Females. Something has flipped up, right? To help. Keep it a stack. The men that stormed the Capitol. Stop. Who gonna tell them the military will do this but better for them and they will get paid for it rather than having to pay for it? They kind of slow, right? The Moynihan report actually said that the military was good for discipline, but it was talking to black men, so they probably weren't paying attention to it. Mayor, thank you. Forget flipping a switch. They need to tighten those screws. Because, baby, April, thank you. Forget flipping a switch. They need to tighten some. Wait, we're not done. There's more. Shout out to all the vets in the chat. Period. Wait, let me get smaller so we can see.
Let me break this down for you. Instructor Ray and I have had combat operations that have lasted longer than 75 hours. You understand? 75 hours of active combat. You guys are playing a fucking game. You paid to be here. This is for fun. This is for growth. This ain't gonna kill you. Well, Instructor Steve might kill you. Nobody's shooting at you. There's no fucking enemy. You know who the enemy is here? You! You're the fucking enemy. You're the adversary. And you're all worried about yourself. You want to finish this thing fucking strong? Stop worrying about yourself. Start worrying about the brother to your left and your right. Tell me.
Shut up! One more fucking word, you're gone. I'm not fucking around. Shut up, stop rolling your fucking eyes, stop asking for fucking electrolytes, and be a fucking man. I don't give a fuck what you do when you're home. You are not impressing me here with your little fucking machines and shit. You're good because you have all these fucking comforts. Shut the fuck up and be a team player and go fucking join your team. You say another fucking word, you're gone.
60% you will not be here on Friday. I will make sure of it. You will earn the fucking right to be here on fucking Friday night. I will cut this fucking thing off bitches making sad dinner table that don't fucking deserve the right to be here. I'll fucking make sure of it. I'm weeding out the fucking bitches.
Look, if you're yelling at me and turning red at the same time, I'm sorry. I know you might be saying something serious, but in my head, I would be laughing. If you're turning. if you're turning red while you're yelling at me, I'm sorry. I should be taking you serious. But I physically cannot. But wait. In this way, college band fraternity hazing. Yeah, that's sure why. So the idea is similar. Break them down, build them up. I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm not about to pay for this course. I'm not doing it. I told you I was trying to check it out. No, absolutely not. I will yell at you for free. However, this brings us to the topic of today's conversation. The men's are lost and adrift. And the Brookings came up with an answer. Richard Reeves from the Brookings came up with an answer. It is one of the kind of most unbiased approach to the conversation that I've ever seen. So I can appreciate that. However, because it is the most unbiased that I've ever seen, doesn't mean it's not biased. This man is raising 3 sons. I am sure that shaped the way that he went out to do research and how he thinks about potential solutions for what he thinks are some of the problems. There is a ton of research behind what he's doing, research that he conducted himself. The Brookings verified all of these research that they published, and so in the most direct one-to-one statistical analysis that I could come up with, I think his research is valid. I disagree with some of his conclusions, and so now we're about to engage with him and what he's talking about. He does point out Black men as a separate group in some of the results of his finding, which I think is interesting and should be discussed. He goes through education and what it's looking like for men and the problem with the sort of mating crisis that is existing where women can outcompete men academically and thus leading towards sort of an economic domination by women. Then there is the marriage issues and how we have completely misunderstood the marriage statistics. He goes into this. So hopefully we can get through as much of this as possible. I think it's really good. I think it would be useful after I'm done for you all to watch the video without my input. Because I kind of disagree in a lot of ways, and I will explain them now. Part of why I want to talk about this is the messages that I'm getting that says, "You're a fruitcake, you don't understand men's problems." And okay, I don't know what you're talking about, first. But second, I do want to open the platform and give space to men who want to object to the way that they might see themselves being represented by me and this researcher. So I'm going to pin the comments. Please, please, please listen to the instructions. Any person who identifies as a man, any man, and I know the women are going to try to play games now saying they identify as men. Please don't do this. Kevin Samuels could never, period and comma. Period. Curry up and eat. This is for men who want to come up and either agree or disagree. You don't have to agree or disagree. I just want you to come up and engage in the dialogue. It is going to be harsh engaging with me a bit if you're opposing. I prefer for you to be opposing my ideas. All right. maybe this project the white men said they got kicked out of. Wait, really? I didn't know that was a thing. Let me look this up after this stream. I'm screenshotting. I'm screenshotting this comment because I need to know if. Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. I need to know if this is accurate. All right. So those are for the men's. Yeah, the fruitcake thing is weird and it doesn't deny your manhood, but I can't help but see how Themis put himself outside of the average general manhood. He is accepted in being the unicorn. I am not. I don't think I'm the unicorn. Actually, I think that people use that in an attempt to not actually do the work. They're like, "Oh, he's just different." No, I am probably mediocre at best. Um, Vic said, serious question, no trolling. I'm not gonna sit. If you don't date women, how can you understand the issues men deal with when dating women? Well, I've never actually talked about given advice, particularly on people dating, and I've never said I don't date women. I definitely said I'm a fruitcake, but I actually won't be responding. I respond to this because I think it is one of those questions that's really weird. So there are family psychologists who are gay. Are you and in relationship psychologists who are very specifically trained and only care about mending relationships who are gay? Are you saying that they are ill-equipped to deal with those kinds of marriages and relationship because they don't experience it? Like I actually want to get to the root of where this is coming from, like, because it's sounding like you can't have an opinion on something if you don't engage in it. And while there is personal experiences that is useful and informative, like that is true, we also know that you can have good advice and you can be well versed in something that you actually have never done yourself. And so maybe from a theoretical perspective and a practical perspective, those outcomes might differ. But to pretend we can't speak about it theoretically seems kind of lowbrow in terms of analysis. And I generally don't engage with the kind of analysis on that sort of low level. Like there are a ton of people, men actually online, who yell and angry. They're angry about like a fruitcake talking about this or that. I would never engage with that kind of commentary. It's too low frequency, and by low frequency it means there's no real academic rigor there outside of anger and hate and vitriol towards kinds of people, and those kinds of hatred. There is no reason to engage with it. Like, you're not going to convince someone to like you. Anywho, I won't be responding further to those kinds of comment. Sorry, I don't want to, but I have to. If this is true, why do women say men should have no say in the abortion issue? Well, do you realize that men are the one who dictate the abortion issue? I don't know if you know this, but you probably should look to the legislatures and also the Supreme Court. And you will find that even if women are saying this, which I am not saying men can say what they want to say, the idea is they control it in the way that you saying, oh, you don't have this experience, which means you don't understand the experience. It doesn't matter, because what you say is of no consequence to the reality. Like, I could have knowledge, right? In the way that women are saying men shouldn't have any say, something I actually agree with in part. But no matter how much they say it, men are the one dictating the rules around how women can govern their own bodies. And that's an unfortunate reality of contemporary American society and historical American society. So your example actually highlights the problem with engaging with such low level thinking. The same group that are not women but have so much to say about women are being yeah. Someone said drop the link. The link is already pinned to the comment. Like anyone can come up because we're about to get into hello. Hello.
What's up, fool? What's up, fool? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you are obviously not speaking to me.
I am speaking to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're obviously not speaking to me when you say, what's up, fool? I mean, if that's the kind of approach to conversation you engage with people around you, that's not how I engage. But you can.
The thing is, I'm not going to sit up here and act like I like you because I don't like you, though, because I have a problem with you.
Don't have to like some.
Let's get to the conversation, though.
I am not going to yell back and forth with you, but you don't have to like someone.
Let's get to it.
You don't have to like someone to approach them with respect.
You got to earn respect. You got to earn respect.
Okay, well, you too have to earn respect, but I don't.
I give respect where I'm at, though.
You name
in real life, outside this YouTube shit, though.
Oh my God. I am muting you. I've seen you a lot on the channel. I'm very confused why you would not want to actually converse and just have an attack. It's fine to attack me. It is fine to attack my points, but can we not curse? If we curse and if we yell at each other, I'm just going to remove you. I'm saying this up front. I'm only saying this up front so my audience understand if I remove you or kick you off, it is not because I'm running. It's because I don't engage with people who are utterly disrespectful. So if we can't have the conversation, it's fine.
All right. Can we get to the conversation?
Yeah. What is your issue?
I have a problem with you holding black men accountable. What gives you the right? What gives you the authority? What gives you like any type of standing to hold black men accountable? Because I can give you a reason why.
I'm not trying to hold black men accountable.
Because I feel like you're not in no type of position to be holding black men accountable.
I'm not trying to hold black men accountable.
So why every time I watch your videos, though, it's always about you talking bad about black men and black men be disrespecting black women and stuff like that? Like, why are you trying to push this narrative, man?
I don't know what videos you're watching, so I can't answer the question directly as to why the videos you watch. I don't think I'm disrespecting black men. I'm usually speaking specifically to stats.
Man, I mean, you talking about stats though, man. I mean, I don't know if them stats real or not though, man. You know what I mean? It's just that
that's fine. What do you like? I'm trying to understand what I've said that is either harmful or disrespect. And I don't mean to put you on the spot to say, give me an example. You can't give an example. You're wrong. You can.
No, I can't. I mean, you made so many videos about going in on black men. I can't give you an example because I can't point to like which specific videos. But I've watched you enough though, and I be like, me and my niggas though, we watched enough of your videos. Be like, I'm just gonna say it, man. Who is this corny ass lame nigga though to be talking down on black men though? You get what I'm saying?
Okay, carny, a N-word, whatever. I don't fully understand how to engage with you, and it's not like I'm trying to be disrespectful. I might be like this carny nerd
man,
person.
That's the conversation though. You want me up here? I'm up here. You know what I mean? I want the smoke.
No. Wait, you talk to a real. It is completely fine. I'm saying I don't know how to engage with you, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful because you're saying a lot of things, and I don't fully understand what the issue is.
Can I ask you a question? I'm gonna ask you this respectfully, and then you can give me an answer. Why do you feel the need to bash black men in defense of black women, and why are you making it seem like all of us black men are just out here mistreating black women when that's really not the case? Go ahead.
Okay, fair question. I don't feel like I bash black men. I try to defend Black women against men who would cause them harm on the internet through disparaging their image and speaking down about them. But I do not feel like I am bashing Black men.
You know, because as a man who loves Black women, even though I know the Black women, your comment section, they probably hate me right now. That's okay. I love Black women, and I love dark skinned Black women mostly. You get what I'm saying? So that kind of hurt me. Like when I'm watching your videos and stuff, and you keep popping up every time I go on my YouTube, and you know, making it seem like all of us brothers out here are just going in, just disrespecting and dogging Black women and stuff like that. And that's just not the case. And
so
I'm just like, hold on, let me finish, dog. And then I'm just gonna say, though, man, don't take this the wrong way. You are a homosexual. You get what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
And I don't think a man like you, and I don't think a man like you in your position with your sexual preference should be talking down on Black men, because where I come from, and I'm just gonna be honest, I'm from the streets. I'm like a Pookie and Ray Ray type nigga. We don't condone that though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the good thing,
you get what I'm saying?
May I go after?
The good thing, wait, Adrian. Okay. The good thing about you condoning it or not condoning it is that
I don't condone it, man. Yeah, I don't condone homosexuality.
The great thing about it is that you are not in a position to dictate anything about anyone else, right? And so, regardless, no. Well, you said let you finish, so I let you finish. Power lies with the people who make the rules. And either, fortunately, please don't get off mute, because it feels like we can't. So the good thing is there are people who are protected in this society. And you and people like you who do not condone certain things do not have the power to control what people can engage in and when they can engage in it. So to the extent that sexuality is a problem for you, then that's fine. Separately though, you touched at what I say hurt your feelings. That is not something that I wish to do. I am not intending to hurt people's feelings. And to the extent that my content hurts your feelings, and it seems like I'm suggesting in your mind that all Black men operate a certain way, I have made very, very clear that that is not something that I believe. So I'm not saying how you're receiving it, you should change how you're receiving. But I can say that my intent and the impact for most people who've come to me about my channel is not what you are saying. So again, sexuality aside, because again, you really don't have any power in how American society is run. And if most Black men in your mind who are like you don't like people's sexuality, most of you don't have any power about it, right? Unless you're talking about physical violence, which would feed another stereotype. But you really don't have any control. So your thoughts about it being good or not being good is absolutely useless. And that's not to be disparaging. You can respond, and then Adrian.
All right, I'm gonna say this. No, you're right. I don't have any power, and I don't have any dictate or ownership over your sexual preference at all. However, I just told you I'm from the streets. I am a Pookie and Ray Ray type nigga, and I'm proud to be one. You get what I'm saying? And where I come from, in the environment that where I come from, in the environment I come from, we don't condone that. And it goes back to what I said earlier. Who you are, though, man, that's your business, though, man. That's cool, though, man. Be proud of who you are, my brother. But at the same time, man, I just don't think a dude in your position, you're not qualified to hold Black men accountable, man. Because I'm just gonna be honest, man.
We keep going in circles because you keep saying I'm not in a position to hold Black men accountable. Yes, I would agree. I am not in a position to hold Black men accountable. I would not be trying to hold Black men accountable. That is not, if that is what you're saying I'm doing, I have to correct you and say I am not doing that. I don't actually even think a lot of black men watch my channel. So I could not be holding black men accountable. So if we are to continue, I think you have to drop the notion that I'm attempting to hold black men accountable. I am not. There is no part of what I am doing that is about holding black men accountable. If I am speaking about truth, what I believe to be truth, and black men seem to think that it reflects any kind of truth, then we would engage in different ways if we find that useful, but you don't have to. The idea that I'm trying to hold the black men at large accountable using this platform seems absurd when most black men don't watch this. 90% of my audience are black women, and I debate with them about a ton of issues. So it's unfortunate that you only see where I am quote unquote holding black men accountable, which again I'm not, because there are a ton of videos where women and I are going back and forth. So I call men up here to sort of explain their issue, but I can say I am not attempting to hold black men accountable. You said you are from the streets. I don't consider myself to be from the streets. We might be in two different space and walks of life, which would be good because you said your people would not approve of me, and my people, I think I don't know. I don't speak for my people or whatever, but I don't think they would have a problem. But I'm happy that I don't have to experience life at your hand with your people surrounding me, dictating for me what I can and cannot do. So I'm fortunate in that way. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people who might be like me in the streets with you who aren't able to live that way, might have died. Statistically, we are being killed, right? People like me. So I mean, it is what it is. But you can get your Adrian. Go ahead, and then we go back to Jamie.
Absolutely. I specifically came up because the notion that the comment I brought up, I think specifically, Themis, that your position in life right now, where you are, I'll say, career wise and age, and the way how you're interact with your family, and I'll say friends and all that. I feel like you particularly don't live as the average man, and I don't think you should assume that you're part of the mediocre, because I don't know what you would identify as mediocre in your life specifically, but maybe that's up to you. I can't say nothing about that. But I didn't say it as like a bad thing. I say that specifically my observation with how either people you've known, or I'll say even your relationship with your mother, like it seems healthy. All the information you've brought up here, you've expressed about your life, it's a much more healthier expression than I would say the average black man. Going into it, when I saw when Mr. Herring, is that correct, came up, it kind of tainted, specifically brought it to another extreme where now black men are homophobic, or now they're specifically belligerent, or I'll say don't give space. I, to my knowledge, no one knows your sexuality. The only reason people would identify you as homosexual or queer or anything is because you aren't following exactly the set rule, which is deep voice, have to walk straight, look like you're a military man, walk like a gangster, something like that. That doesn't define your sexuality in any way, shape, or form. Which is, I feel like it's dumb to assume someone's sexuality if they haven't told you. Um, just because I specifically want to come up here and say, like, Themis, you're not bashing black men. Just because you bring truth to a specific situation and I feel bad about it doesn't mean that I'm doing anything. No matter how much I've done in our society, no matter if I'm doing well or if I'm giving back, just because you aren't hurting people doesn't mean your brother isn't hurting people, doesn't mean the dude down the street isn't hurting people, and specifically the people in your community. That's what I wanted to come up and say. Mr. Herring, you have a valid point to express how you feel, But Themis is a black man at the end of the day. Cops look at him, he's a black man. White people, the entire society, look at him as a black man. He has much right to explain black man's position and wrongs in life, as much as any other black man, as much as you do. So everybody that comes up here and says like, "Oh, Themis doesn't have the right to say something," that is silencing, and you don't want someone to silence you. And that's the problem that we're having here. I feel like this live specifically is not gonna hit certain people because they might have to go through what I went through when I first saw Themis's channel, where it's like Themis hates people. Themis must be one of them dudes that just be like trying to talk to women or trying to per my word shit on black men for the fun of it. And I'm like, I've been watching his stuff since 2021, and I think the first one I saw was when he was talking about high value man, and Themis makes sense at the end of the day. So what I think should be going on with this live specifically is taking what he says, come back with something that, hey, you say that, but I don't see it in my specific vicinity or my community, and I think that it's not a generalizable statement. If there's facts and stats to follow it up, you will need facts and stats to follow up your notion as well. Themis, in my position, in my own life, where I'm getting my degree and everything, I'm figuring everything out. So I don't specifically see how the world is from how your conclusions are, but I feel like specifically when you bring people up or allow callers to say anything, you don't always you pick and choose when you want to question or fight against or not fight against debate against any topics, and you let stuff slide too easily. But that's how I view things, I would say specifically. But at this very point in time, I don't think Mr. Herring's deduction of what you've been saying or his full view of you is correct in any way, shape, or form. You're doing a good thing. Don't stop doing that good thing. And I think I'm done. Thank you so much.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I needed that energy boost, but you have been staunch critique when you think I'm wrong. You come up, you tell
Can I
me I'm
respond to
wrong.
this dude real quick? And then I'm gonna get back to you, Themis.
Wait, before you do, so Adrian, you've always seemed to. You and I are not usually not on the same page. So
Usually
coming
not,
from
yeah.
you, I appreciate that. Noble B, thank you. Go ahead. You can respond to him.
Yo, my man. Hey, why did you feel the need to come up here and stick up and try to defend Themis? At the end of the day, I'm talking to Themis though, right? About an issue I had with him, right? Man to man conversation. So if he wants to come up here, if he wants to be up here and defend himself, let him do that. I don't need you to talk to me. I came up here to talk to Themis. Let him defend himself. Let him defend his sexuality and whoever he is, though. At the end of the day,
this
conversation ain't got no disrespect, brother. This ain't got nothing to do with you, though, man.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. This is his platform. I have an issue with him, though, so I want to talk to him. Okay.
It is an open panel though for all the men who could to come up. So
I understand those things, but I came up here to talk to you, though, man.
Yeah, but if you came up, let me be clear. If you came up to have me defend my sexuality, unless your argument is that homosexuality is bad.
It's not just about your sexuality. It's about your position about black men.
Yeah. So my issue is I will never, ever, ever defend my sexuality to anyone, particularly people who don't pay me. And that means in my career. So if if it was confusing to anyone, I don't sit around defending something that is no one's business. But to the extent you think it informs how I'm approaching conversation, we can talk about that. The kings are out of mango juice. Thank you, Corinne. All right, you can go back to me now. What was your issue?
Man, I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna be respectful though. I am tired of coming on these platforms though, right? And black men, we are blamed for everything. We blame for everybody else's problems though. You get what I'm saying? We already have white people blame us for every fucking thing, for all the fucking crimes that we commit in America, stuff like that. And now
Pause. You just said white people are blaming you for the crimes you commit. You didn't
We
mean
already
to
got
say
white
that?
people criminalizing us though, right? And destroying our image
No,
and making it seem
wait,
like
wait.
all of us are bad. You said
Sorry,
what?
I'm trying to be specific with the language, and I just want to be clear. You said white people are blaming you for the crimes you commit. We commit.
Meaning that it's already been committed.
Yes.
Who should be
That's a
blamed for the
crime still
crimes
at the
we
end of the day.
commit?
I don't think that black men commit as much crimes as they say we do.
Okay, wait. So not the crime. You are being blamed for crimes, not the crimes we commit.
Yeah, I'm not me per se. I'm speaking in general. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I think I get what you're saying. You are saying that they are lying on black men regarding crimes.
What I'm saying is this though, man. I'm tired of everybody pointing a finger at us though, like we just the bad guys though and stuff like that. Now we got black women coming on here and stuff like that, pointing a finger like we just bad people and this and the third and stuff like that. And we as black men, we already got to deal with enough stuff though. You get what I'm saying? So you got to kind of excuse me if I'm being a little emotional or something like that. But that just irks my fucking nerves though, man.
Yeah. So, by the way, I don't have the like repellent from your emotion as people would think. I think it's fine if you if you love black people and if you love black men and you have a reaction not in sexual way and you have an emotional reaction, I don't have a problem with that. So you're fine in my book. My issue here is, and I feel like I'm staying on words, and I don't want to do it, but it felt like you said white people are blaming us for the crimes we commit, and that statement is fundamentally flawed from my perspective, and I'm trying to understand if you think that you're being blamed for things you did. By you, I mean we black men didn't commit.
When white folks say that we commit the most crimes in America and stuff like that, I think that's just a reach, and I think that's over exaggerating, right?
I think that would be a lie. That would be a straight up lie. It wouldn't just be a reach. It would if white people said black people commit the most crimes, they would have to define what kind of crimes, because per capita, the answer is yes, we commit the most crimes, but we don't commit.
What about the crimes they commit, though?
Yeah,
what
that's
about
what I'm saying.
The crimes they commit throughout U.S. history, right?
Yeah,
and then the point I'm trying to make, Themis, is we already have white people pointing the finger at us, though, right? And then to have our own women, black women going at us and stuff, like we just mistreated and dogged them and stuff like that. That shit is frustrating to me, and that's causing a divide within our race, though, between black men and black women. Because, like I said earlier in the conversation, I love black women. Even though I got black women in your conversation coming at me and stuff, that's fine, though, man. I take that. You know what I mean? I love black women. And I love dark-skinned black women, though. You know what I mean? For real, though. You go, I got nothing but love for them and stuff like that. And it's like where I come from, black women and black men love each other. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't see this divide between us, but when I come on the internet, it's something different.
Yes, because
to have somebody like you coming up here speaking ill about black men mistreating black women and stuff, that kind of bothers me.
All right, that's fine. Wait, the issue is, it feels like do you see black men online dragging black women?
Yeah, that's what my question.
Right. Repeat that question. I didn't hear you, man.
Do you see black men online dragging black women?
Yeah, I see some, though, and they some whole ass niggas, though. They shouldn't be doing that.
All right. And do you go over to them and do you tell them this?
I try to get their chest all the time, though, but they don't want to have a conversation with me.
All right. So at least they're having the conversation with you then. Then separately, do you acknowledge the hurt that black women, not even the research yet, but do you acknowledge the hurt that black women have spoke about at the hands of black men?
Yeah, I do acknowledge the hurt, but at the same time, they make it seem like all of us are bad mouthing them, disrespecting them. And that's not the truth, because I love black women, though. And I know, and my guys and all my homeboys who are black men, we love black women, though. We don't beat them or disrespect them, mistreat them. We don't do none of that stuff, though.
it is hard because like when you say I love black women, it
Yes.
doesn't mean anything, right? Because
How does
it
that?
is
How it don't mean nothing?
because it's about actions and how we show up for each other. Like I can say I love someone while I'm like beating them, right? It wouldn't mean, hopefully, to the people looking in at
But
how I'm
Steven, I'm
treating.
not the one. But I'm not doing that to black women though. I don't put
No,
my
but
hands on women.
that's the thing, though. I don't know you in the way
Hey,
that you don't know me.
Mr.
Wait, go ahead, Adrian.
But I know
Mr.
you. But
Amos,
I know
I would
you a
like
lot more than you know me because
Mr.
you are on the internet.
Mr. Herring, I'd like to include that you and your boys are a fraction upon a fraction upon a fraction of the millions of black men, or hundreds of thousands. I'll even go that. Hundreds of thousands of black men that are actually harming and destroying our community. So to say that specifically you are a good representation of black men, and we need to put a specific disclaimer in everything we say, is not the first thing people are going to bring up. They're going to first want to point out the problem, which is there are black men in the community hurting people and also creating an awful, awful image of black men throughout the entire global market. I want to thank you so much for you doing your part and keeping your bros accountable and making sure that they're doing what they need to do. I'm doing my part. All of my bros are college graduates. They're in loving relationships. They don't have kids yet, but I know they're gonna be good fathers. The thing is, just with me and my bros, including both America and Jamaica, that's a fraction upon the millions of people that live there. So as much as I want to say I want to agree with you, because I felt the same way. I thought Themis was pointing all to black men like, hey, we are good black men out here. But the problem with the good black men narrative is we don't see the good black men speaking out as much as possible. And that's
Man.
where I agree with him.
Well,
I don't.
where I come from, where I'm at, though, I see a lot of good black men, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
We
on the
don't.
internet,
Where I come from, in my little environment, though, you know what I mean? We don't allow nobody disrespect the black women. And where I'm from,
and I'm
from, and like I said, I'm from the streets.
Wait, wait. Let's stop for a second. Let's read some super chats and then come back because I don't want to ignore the chat. Angry Brooklyn, show your face, Jamie, so I can roast you. Have respect when you speak to Themis. The thing is, it's interesting because like a lot of these men are like, oh my God, Themis is obviously gay, blah blah blah, and like. I feel like the most of the women would probably prefer to date me, and it's like very strange.
They would prefer to date me, though, man.
Mr. Jamie,
what's up, dog?
Do you want to wait, Jamie? Do you want us to do a poll?
I actually wanted to ask Mr. Jamie a question.
Do you know why? Do you know why women? Hey, hold on. Do you know why women prefer to date me, though, Themis?
Why?
I'm a heterosexual. Number one,
hilarious.
I'm tall. I'm handsome. I dress well, stuff like that. I got my money right.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? I'm not a corny ass, lame ass black dude. When I was in high school, I was considered popular. I was considered cool. You know what I mean? And
what about college? Were you cool in college too?
I never went to college.
Mr. Jamie, I'm the opposite of all those things. I wasn't the most popular. I'm like what 5'8".
I can tell, man, by you speak, though, man. You a corny ass nigga. No disrespect, dog.
Oh, hey, that's how you believe. That's what you believe. That's your truth. But the problem is, I don't have no problem with women either.
And I never had. And one thing about me, I never had problems getting black women. Never.
Yeah, that's my. That's what I was gonna ask you.
Don't tell me I got rejected by a black female.
All right, this is chaotic. I'm going to end this conversation now because it's not going anywhere. I do actually have a program to run because Adrian, appreciate you. Not sure what you're doing. Jamie, I feel like you're talking. Like, I don't feel like... I don't know how to explain.
Don't run, man. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, man. What you running for?
But that's the problem, though. I don't feel like we're having a conversation. It feels like I say something and then you say something, and I don't think we are hearing each other. I don't think
you from. I'm responding directly to what you say, though, dog. Don't run. Come on, man. Let's talk.
All right, look. I will talk to you. I will continue. Let's read some more super chat then. Are educated lames not black? I think that's a question for you, Jamie.
And I definitely don't think the educated lame category.
No. I'm asking you, do you believe educated lames are black?
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk about, though, man. You know what I mean? I want to talk about why these niggas be disrespecting black women, though, man. We can have that dialogue, man. What's up, man?
Wait, all right, we'll continue. Stop yelling, Dusty. You're going to wake. No, y'all can't. Y'all are being mean in the chat, Madam Lady.
They good,
Thank
man.
you.
Let them do it. This your crowd, man. This your fam. These your peoples, man. So they gonna go anybody that's against you, man. Sorry.
They are my people, and you wanted to do a poll of whether or not they would date me or you. Internet
No, man.
bandits.
In real life, man. They saw you. They saw me, man. It'd be a different story, man. No disrespect, man.
Period. Confronting the truth about black men's failure.
No disrespect though. The black women I fuck with though, they'll probably laugh at you, man. You know.
I'm sure you said you were from the streets. I'm sure everyone in the streets would laugh at me. Like I'm actually like I don't.
You know what I mean? You ain't. And
yeah,
come on,
no,
and I want to get to why black men disrespect black women though, because I know the reason why.
No, wait. We can get there when we go. Like, by the way, I don't take what nothing you're saying is insulting, so I don't mind. I just don't like straight up attack, like N-word or whatever, like directed at someone. So like saying your people won't like me or won't approve of me from the streets is like I don't take that as an insult. Like it's just a fact. You know what I mean? Like if that is the reality, that's the fact, and I don't mind that. That's fine. Not everyone is for everyone. Confronting the truth about black men's failure and flaws is not bashing little boy. He's a black man, and that's all the authority he needs. Well, I'm not a true black man, apparently. I'm that Pookie and Ray Ray type of I promise you, Jamie, we can tell. So that's mean. I mean, he said he's proud of it, so I guess that's not mean. This guy needs the man up boot camp. No, seriously, send these hoodlums to Warrior Mountain. There's a boot camp, by the way, for men and masculinity. Themis, please hang up on people. No, I won't. I understand why, but like, I don't mind. Is he saying Themis is not the average black man because he has a job? No, I think Jamie said he has money and he's tall.
No,
and
I thought that was regards to me when I talked about your career, but your career is specific, and it's how the amount of money you make kind of makes you different. So,
money don't make you different. That's what I want to touch on, man. People, you know what I mean? It's not about money though, man. It's about other things though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like nigga that gets women though, that gets black women, beautiful black women at that though. You know what I mean? Let's have this conversation. What's up?
Yeah, we can and we will. I promise. I'm just trying to get through the super chats. They're crushing again. He doesn't condone a lifestyle that he assumes you live, yet he watches you often. Once again, your patience is unmatched, and he's so undeserving of your time. I don't know if he's I don't think anyone is undeserving necessarily of each other's time. I do, however, like I am having second thoughts because it doesn't feel like we're I don't know, it just doesn't feel like we're talking, and I will explain it in a minute. Jamie, you have no authority or kingdom sage video. All right, let's do it. Before I read, can you read some of these then, Adrian, so I can go through them quickly and address them?
Okay, copy.
If you want.
Thank you so much, Mama Beer Moments, for $9. The first time watching your stream. Thank you so much for being a new watcher. Jamie shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Sending positive vibes. We're all positive vibes over here. Thank you. Destiny Maxi, $10. Is he so remedial he can't address the issue he have with you, with your points specifically? He have to worry about your sexuality. That's far. Yes.
Thank you, Destiny. Ad hominem is what it is, but yeah, the fact that some will correlate your sexuality with your right to speak on issues within your own community is wild to me. We can't save everyone. Yeah, I mean, even if a gay person does have a mother, father, he wants no, and goes you play too much. Jamie, Jamie, why not rewatch the shows and return with examples of your concern? We know you're hurt, but not why. And why are you still in the streets? Do you want to address Jay? You're muted if you're trying to address Jay. I didn't mute you either.
You want me to address it? Address her in the
Yeah,
comment section.
if there's a comment directed at you, yeah, you can address it.
Let me see. She said, "Why not rewatch the show? Return with examples of your concerns." I don't feel like doing that, sweetheart. And then you ask me why I'm in the streets. Well, the reason I'm in the streets and stuff is because that's what I grown accustomed to. That's what I was born in, man. That's my life, though, you know. And I'm not one of these uppity black dudes that's going to abandon my environment and where I come from. You know, that's why I feel comfortable being. So that's just what it is. And I'm proud to be who I am, though. I'm telling you, I am a Pookie Ray Ray type nigga. But I'm not one of these niggas out here mistreating women and stuff like that, and just.
May I ask you a question about that?
I am who I am.
Can
I'm
I
not
ask you a question?
What's up?
Can I ask you a question about that? You said that's somewhere you're comfortable in, that you don't want to be the uppity type N-word, and that you don't want to abandon your hood. Do you think it is a betrayal if you were to go to school and move out and build a life somewhere else, or even go back and contribute in some ways? Do you think that being an uppity N-word is a bad thing?
No, it's not a bad thing to leave the hood though and go to college and make some of yourself. In my opinion, I think it's a bad thing though when you forget where you come from and what it took to get you to where you are. And then a lot of black dudes, they act like white people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
they start talking and acting like white people though. You get what I'm saying? And they think they all that just because they got money and stuff like that. And that's I don't want to be that kind of person, you know?
I actually agree with you on this. So you do think there is a responsibility though to level up, but also help the people that helped you and remember where you came from and
Always,
contribute.
man. Always. If I went to college though, man, I want to come back and teach these other niggas though, man, how to get it. You know, that you ain't got to sell drugs, you ain't got to commit crimes though to survive though, man. Go to college, get education though, come back, you know, teach other young black boys to do the same thing you did. That's what I would like to do, but like I said, I didn't go to college, so.
I mean, you still can, but
I ain't going to damn college. I'm straight. I don't need no college.
You and I agreed on that. Wait, why don't you want to go? Why?
Man, I'm not interested, man. I'm good where I'm at. Fuck college.
Why? I don't think you answered why.
Well, I don't really have a reason. It's not my thing though, man. Like it's just I'm in my late 20s and stuff, and it's just not my thing, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you're in your late 20s. That means you have a lot of life left to live. But I'm not. I don't want to be.
I don't want to be with a bunch of 19-year-olds. I'm straight.
You can do like online school, but also I'm not trying to convince you. College is not for everyone. I don't actually believe that people can do well. Yeah, people can do well without having to go to college. Let that man commit crime in peace, demon. No, y'all play too much.
No, I mean, I knew that the black women comment saying they was gonna attack me though. I understand. These are your people. They're going to come and defend you though against me though. You know, I'm a big bad wolf, so I take it though, man. Break shit. Throw them bullets at me.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm having, right? We can go back. We'll go back to the comments in a second. I feel like the way you talk about uppity men, wait, it's Prince Petty coming up. The way you talk about uppity men and the way you talk about betrayal and all of that stuff, it does feel somewhat that you don't understand that you and these uppity men are no different. Like it's not like
we very different. I can tell you how.
How?
I love my race, and I can examine that, and I can look and see that my race we have problems, and I'm not going to turn my back on my race. I don't care if I became a multi-millionaire. I still like to go to the streets, go to the hood, stand on the block though. You know what I mean? Drinking a 40 ounce. I'm just gonna be honest. This is who I am. And kick it with my niggas. You get what I'm saying? The uppity black dudes though, they get a couple dollars though. They leave the hood. Then they start talking down and bad mouthing the hood like they wasn't born in it, like they didn't come from it, and they think they're better than where they come from. That's why we're different, because I don't do that and I never will.
All right. So I'm laughing right now because there is a double thing that on one hand, I actually do like this idea that you have a responsibility. I think that's actually honorable in a lot of ways. But on the second hand, it feels like you are elevating the uppity black person above you, and I don't think you mean to do it, but you are, and I find it really weird, and that's why I'm like having such a disconnect. Who you are isn't less than because you are on the corner or whatever drinking 40 ounce. I don't know what you said.
I said 40
Or
ounces. I
whatever.
do drink beers.
Oh, and so for me, it's like when I say you are no different, I'm saying if I feel like you can contribute as much and that you have the capacity to learn and all of that foolishness too. So the way you talk about it feels like even though you are not doing it overtly, it feels like you have elevated in your mind certain kinds, the uppity black person above the other person from the hood, but they can both be just as degenerate or they can be both as nice and both as kind. Like it feels like the separation being made, like obviously it's their socioeconomic status, but it doesn't make one better necessarily, just
Well,
by virtue.
how I look at it is like this. They always try to villainize guys like me. Like, you're the ones that's committing all the crimes. You're the ones that's doing all this dirt. Y'all the ones that's doing this stuff. And like Pookie and Ray Ray, y'all the ones that's the cause for all the problems in the black community and stuff like that, though, right? And I'm the one that's saying, no, all of us is not like that, though, man. I'm definitely
No,
not
you're
like that.
right.
You
And
get what I'm
actually,
saying?
the people,
And the uppity black dudes, they're the ones who are pointing a finger, looking down on us like they're better than us.
yes, and they are definitely wrong. And there is a sector of people online. I actually fully agree with you on this. Some of the quote unquote uppity black, the educated lames, are horrendous people. And they cause a lot of harm, even more harm, potentially psychologically, but even physically, to women and children also. I think there is an element of better that comes with financial access, sure. But in terms of harm, I think we cover up a lot of harm in suits and ties. I agree with you on that
Yeah.
note, on that
Yeah, and
specific
can we
note.
get to the educate lame and why they disrespect black women? I'm asking you, man. It's
Uh,
your show. Can we get to that?
I don't know why they do it. I think that
No,
we have.
I know why they do it. I know why they do it.
All right, wait, before you do, all right, so my theory is that we have a culture that allows for the disrespect of black women. Now, you want to tell us why the educated lame disrespect black women. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm speaking on black men. The reason why the so-called educated lame black men, whatever you want to call these dudes, why they disrespect black women is because they were rejected by black women when they was in middle school, when they was in high school, and they were rejected because I'm just gonna say it, because they were unattractive, they were ugly, they had no swag, they had no charm, no charisma. And a nigga like me, I was considered what's called cool when I was in school, middle school and high school. You get what I'm saying? I was considered one of the cool dudes. So I've never had a problem getting women, especially beautiful black women. You get what I'm saying? I used to fuck they women. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's why they did. So now that YouTube has a lot of people to come make all these YouTube channels and stuff, and now they're expressing their anger, their frustration of how they feel about black women. This goes back to when they were rejected by black women when they was in middle school, high school. And it's kind of like you ever see that movie Love Don't Cost a Thing with Dick Cannon?
Yeah.
Remember when he was a corny black dude and he wanted to fit in, he wanted to be cool, be popular so bad, and then when he got with Christina Milian's character, and she made him cool and made him popular, but he wasn't being true to who he is, though, right? He was trying to be something he's not. Instead of just being proud of who he was. That's how a lot of these black dudes was when they was in high school and middle school. Like, these are the type of dudes me and my guys, we used to make fun of. We used to pick on them and stuff like that. These type of dudes who got a girlfriend, she was just using them for lunch money and stuff, and they had to pay just to get that chick, though, right? But I can fuck her for free. Nothing. They had to do nothing. Just still look down to her, my charm and charisma and stuff like that. So
yeah.
I know why these dudes, why they act out the way they do. Like these passport bros, these educated lames, and all these corny ass black dudes, though, because they were rejected by black women. They still hold on to some resentment.
So let's see. And you're gonna. I hope you're not annoyed at this, but so
Go
you
ahead,
said
man.
You slept with their women because you were the cool guy, attractive. You essentially beat them up. You take everything from them. You were that guy. They were nothing,
I
and
beat them
you
a
let
couple
them
of them
know.
before.
Yeah, and you let them know they weren't anything. How do you not know why they wouldn't want to be a part of the community?
What you mean be part of the community? What you talking about?
You talked about how these men become uppity. The educated lames are uppity, and they leave the community, and they forget where they come from. Maybe they're not, in your conception. Maybe they're not forgetting where they came from. Maybe they are remembering where they came from and do not want to be a part of what they came from.
Yeah, but what if they have to do with why they disrespect black women and where, you know what I mean, where that anger come from towards black women?
Well, you are doing so. You are speaking for black women in their interaction with these men. I am not doing that because I've heard too many black women say and even in my experience, say that they would date the nerds, but the nerds wanted the cheerleader type women. And those were the women who rejected them, because I'm sure for every cheerleader that rejected the nerd in high school, there were at least 3 nerdy black women who also wanted to date that person who they then reject. So I don't take as serious the argument that black women didn't want me. No, the particular black woman you wanted didn't want you. So I don't fully, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe. I can believe what I want to believe. But the sort of broad argument around black women not wanting me, I don't fully engage with me because it's kind of reductive. If black women wanted me when I was in high school, and you were saying, "Oh, you're a fruitcake," blah blah blah, then I feel like most men had options, and they just wanted what didn't want them. But I thought what was important from what you said was, if your description of what happens to these nerdy black men um does happen in the way that you explained it just now, if that happened to me, I would be out. Like, I'm not about to come back to a community that disparages me or attacks me. And even when you talk about homosexuals, who some of the most educated men who have money are gay men in the black community, apparently. I don't think they feel, or well, I can't speak for them, but I would understand if people like that did not feel a responsibility to be back in a community that abused them, that took from them, and that engaged with them the way that you explain that you specifically you engage with them. My heart would go out to those people. And I actually do feel bad for men who show up in the world like me, who are quote unquote in the streets, who are rejected by the people around him because he is like me, and he doesn't have the kind of resources to take himself out. Like, I understand why, if he get that kind of resource, he would take himself out of this position and never look back, and probably work to try to forget the kind of trauma he would have experienced in the world that you just described.
I mean, that's all. I mean, that's all good and all though. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I can understand it though. You know what I mean? You know, men like guys like me, I'm considered a fucking jerk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I'm just giving you reasons like these dudes why they disrespect black women and what they do. It's because when they were young, they wasn't pulling them though. You know what I mean? Guys like me, we was pulling them. You know what I mean? And I'm still pulling
Yeah.
them now.
Yeah.
You know,
TG,
so.
we'll come back to you, Jamie. I'll read some super chats after TG. TG, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, it was just one. It was a couple points I wanted to make. When the other guy was up there and Jamie called him corny, like you one of them corny black guys. Yeah, that's kind of triggering to me. Cause like, just like Demon said, that's the kind of stuff that make those kind of men move away from the community.
Man, let them go, man. I was cool though. We didn't mess with lame corny dudes. I'm sorry, you know. But
dudes like you is the ones messing things up. It's the dudes like you, the real niggas that's bringing down the community. Niggas like you is the reason women talk the way they talking.
You got winners and losers, nigga.
It's the dudes like you that got women thinking the way they think about us.
Hey man, don't blame me though, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm that dude out here. You get what I'm saying? And I'm trying to explain the theme is why you listen, dog. I don't condone black men disrespecting black women. That's just what it is. But I was giving him reasons why black men diss black women. They diss black women because they were rejected by them, though. I know because I seen it firsthand, though. I was taking some of these niggas girls so when I was in school, man. In life, man, you got winners, you got losers, though, man.
Why do that point matter?
You know what I mean? Life ain't fucking fair.
Jamie, let TG talk and then you respond to him, and so you guys go back and forth. I find this kind of exchange interesting. So,
all right.
I'm saying like, why do it matter that you taking dudes, girls, and stuff? That kind of stuff. That point is pointless. What they got to do with the conversation?
Dude, it's all in that one though. What you talking about? I was trying to explain the theme is why black men be hating on black women and where does it come from? And I explained to him where it comes from.
It come from niggas like you, bro.
How does it come from niggas like me though, nigga? I'm not out here disrespecting black women. I love black women. What are you saying though?
You a self-proclaimed Pookie and a Ray Ray. Them the ones they talk about, nigga.
Listen, I'm not about to sit up here and come on this internet dog fake and fuck for nobody. I am who I am and I'm proud to be who I am, dog.
Weird, bro.
Ain't no weird. You weird. You sound like a corny lame nigga too.
I'm chilling.
I feel like you call everyone corny and
weird. Yeah, anybody that disagree with him.
Man, look how he sound. He sounds soft.
See, that's the problem with dude. You can't talk to these dudes.
I'm not about to sit up here and fuck. I'm from the streets, though, and I'm proud of who I am. I'm not about to sit up here and be. That's the problem with the internet, though. Everybody would come up here and be something they're not. No, that's not me.
So it's this theory in psychology that you probably won't hear about, but the idea that you keep repeating that you are proud of yourself, you're proud of where you're from, is an attempt to. So yeah, no, it's telling yourself that it doesn't actually make it true again, and I am a bit worried that like this is going to just be used for content because it is good content. But it feels like it's going to be just used for content and people are going to juxtapose you, me, Adrian, and TG and say, see, there are women in particular. This man does not have emotional regulation. This man, and it like I don't think the reason I was saying we should cut it short or whatever, it's I don't think anything that I will say or TG will say or Adrian will say like it will get through to you. And it does, you know how you were saying emotional, it does hurt a little bit in that like the fact that I don't think you and I can have, or you and TG can have like a good conversation. It feels like we're so split and we're so different, and it feels unfortunate that we can't like talk in a way that feels like we are understanding each other. Even that sounds elitist, but it's not. I am failing also. I'm not saying you are failing to understand. I think I'm also failing to like receive you and receive what you're saying in a way that like would make our conversation and our exchange productive. Like I'm really trying, but I think I am failing also. So it just feels like we're just like talking past each other. Like I'm saying things, you're saying things, and like nothing is happening. You know, in terms of like understanding.
Well,
can't
like I
talk
said,
to these dudes, man. You can't talk to dudes that think like this. Famous, you can't talk to these. I'm around these kind of dudes.
You can't talk
if
to
we was in the same vicinity, it probably lead to a.
Shut your pussy ass up.
This kind of stuff will lead to a fight, bro. He wouldn't talk. He wouldn't talk like that in a dude's vicinity. He wouldn't talk like that.
I beat your ass, nigga. In real life, I saw you. I beat your ass.
Jamie, I'm going to say good night. I wish this was better, but I apologize. I'm going to take this as an L. It wasn't you. It was my failure. I don't know how to communicate with you, so it's my bad. Have a good night.
All right, man. Peace.
All right. Hey, TG.
My fault, man. I think I put something by accident.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I ended the discussion because it got out of hand, but I literally do appreciate you coming up and trying. I know I shouldn't take things like this as like failures and personal failures, but like I know I'm like, oh my God, we're in this new thing where we don't care. We just thought, say the truth and move on. But it is disappointing when like you want so badly for there to be uh a meeting of the minds, even if we fundamentally disagree. Like I feel like like I am not equipped to talk to him, and that's so bad. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's
Mhm.
bad. I wish we could talk, and I don't like the fact that he elevates, even if he doesn't know he does this, he elevates the quote unquote educated lames above him, by saying they think they're better than him or whatever.
And I feel like that's the problem with the community. Like when you can't talk to these dudes, man. You can't talk to these. It's just certain people you can't talk to. Like, and they believe what they believe, and they gonna stand on that. Like when I first got here, like some of the stuff you said was triggering, but then you sit back and listen to the stuff people saying. It's like, yeah, it's kind of true. I'm around these kind of dudes, and like if that conversation that led to something crazy in the community, and it shouldn't be like that. We should be able to sit down and talk like men.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the problem is he doesn't see me as a man, so maybe I will probably
Exactly,
take
and
that
like
now.
he already looking at me from a like I'm a corny lame perspective. So anything I say don't matter. Like that's not gonna get us nowhere, bro. We all got different perspectives. We all coming from different places. We ain't gonna get
Yeah,
nowhere just shutting people perceptions of life down.
yeah. I do wish that more of us like went to like therapy or talk to someone, because like all I heard was a bunch of coping mechanisms. I also don't like talking about people when they are no longer on here, but I heard a bunch of coping mechanism and about like him and where he is and how much he loves where he is and he doesn't want to move out and all of that. Um, but I wish better for us. And 40 ounce on the corner isn't the best we have. I don't care where you are. I think we can do better. But if he likes it, who am I to judge too harshly?
Right. I just wish people was more receptive to like different people's walks of life. Like
Yeah.
when I first got on here, I was coming from the same place as some like, man, who's famous to tell men, tell black men how to be men, and you know what I'm saying? But it's like the more you talk, it's like you smart, and it's not like you lying. So it's like you got to take accountability at some point. Like, yo, we might be the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, someone said, welcome to Conversations with a Lot of Men. And
Yeah.
honestly, I, I don't know. I'm not laughing because, like, it's not funny, but, like, I could not do this consistent. People are like, oh my God, you have patience. No, I don't. I think a lot of you all have patience to do this over and over and over again in your real lives. I just come on YouTube and get to do this. So like I don't know. I can't imagine what it feels like to talk to someone who it doesn't feel like they're hearing anything. So
It's infuriating.
yeah. All right.
And
Well, I do have a video. By the way, you don't have to leave right now. You can tell me anything you need to, and before I move on, and read a bunch of these super chats because a bunch came in.
all right.
Concern.
Hey, I wanted to piggyback off of where we're at and kind of go to um the 90 Day Fiance conversation. Um I don't think that what was specifically said was abusive, but I think that anything within the context of a relationship can mean different things based off of the way that they interact and the people's triggers. So obviously these people are triggered by their weight and their attractiveness and desirability. So even if he did ask, I think it's important to point out that there's obviously a way that they interact that is overall toxic, that could color the way that we see the specific that specific interaction. Like I it could be a continuation of the same toxicity, because even as we listen to the way that this guy Jamie was here, just the volatility, the nasty word choices to set you off,
Yeah.
picking at you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he said I was hurt because I don't he said he was hurt. And so for me, like after you've said that, like I created space for listening more than like attacking or debating or whatever. If you can lead with that. But I don't think he wanted that space. And I don't think he cared necessarily. But I do believe him when he said he's hurt. And so I can understand that, and I can empathize with that, but I also um won't let that shape the way that like I present truth, right? So I mean it is what it is. Like I'm not going to be mean to him because he's like, you're homosexual and we don't like that around here. Okay, do you have power to stop me from doing what I want to do and can do? No. All right, then your opinion of me necessarily doesn't matter. But yeah.
And does it actually change how we dissect this problem, right? If we want the Black community to look better, get better outcomes, have more safety, whatever we agree our goals are, does that mean that I don't have anything to add to this conversation as a member of the community? And so I know you brought that up a few times, but that's where I go immediately because it's not relevant. And I think if we see kind of full circle the way how when they go elsewhere, this is how they engage with people, it's clear that the gaslighting and the hopping around is also crippling them just in terms of like getting anywhere. You know what I mean? It really is I really believe that the crux of this issue, particularly for our community's development, is that Black men don't want to listen. They want to make up the reality that they're existing in and just have us believe their delusion and move forward. They're not listening.
Yeah. I I don't think we do a good job of listening and actively listening. I think that I would agree with you on that. Um let's read some super chats before we get into the like more meaningful part of this live stream where Mr. Richard from Mr. Reeves from Brookings will explain to us the problems happening for men in America. Go ahead.
Did you want me to read it?
Oh,
Read some of
yes,
it
you
for
can.
us?
Yeah,
As a
yes.
Black man to another Black man, Themis, I'm sorry to see this verbal attack. I'm proud of you, brother. It hurts to see us real Black men love you and respect you, brother. Much love. Looks like a
Oh,
Trinidadian flag and a prayer hands.
oh, actually, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate all the love in the chat, by the way. I'm not, if Concerned or Tiff or Alyssa, if one of y'all came up here and were like mean, then maybe I would feel something. But I try to emotionally detach, particularly when people's feelings are involved. And he owned that I've hurt him in some of my content, so I'm not. I'm not too concerned with what he says.
Before we go on, I think that I admire you for trying every time. And you really do try every time somebody wants an opportunity to speak, and the consistency in your willingness to hold court with anyone. Um, is something I admire in you and makes me trust you. So yeah, like I
I
understand that
appreciate
it's
that.
disappointing personally that you couldn't have the conversation, but we all saw that you really did try. So moving on, Mia, ask him what love is and how he expresses it. That was the whole thing.
I should have asked.
Regulate your emotions, Jamie. Did he just threaten you with violence because you're fruitcake though? You're a fruitcake though, but they don't commit crimes. Fruitcakes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there were so many ways I could have taken that. I decided to not take it anywhere and just let it be. Because in the same threatening, there was then the conversation about being held accountable for committing crimes. And I was very confused. I was very confused, but it's fine. Like, I don't need to slam dunk. I think I've graduated from like wanting to debate and win. I'm over it.
April, May, just stay off the internet, Jamaica.
Jamie, before you start, I saw you come back. I'm only bringing you up because if you want to talk, like, it's really difficult to like go like filter through ad hominem. And while I don't mind it, I do have a problem if you're aiming it at like people, like other people, particularly people on the stream.
All right, man. I'm gonna respect your platform, man. I ain't gonna wild out like I did on Old Boy earlier, man.
All right. We're reading the super chats now, so we'll get back to the conversation if we can in a minute. Stay off the internet, Jamaica. Go ahead, concern.
Jamie is a Ashmite.
You just read.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. I thought we're still reading, right? What
Yeah.
did I miss? Okay.
No, we're reading.
They love us so much. Please explain Black femicide.
Oh, by the way, I won't ask you about Black femicide until after this. Someone said you should define love. And how do you show love, Jamie?
You said what?
How do you define love and how do you show it?
I can't put love in the dictionary terms, but I would say care about people, be compassionate, be considerate to others, help people, you know, respect boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way I can put it. You know, it's an emotion of a feeling, some shit like that. Treat people according to how you want to be treated. You know, that's the way I can say.
And that's how you show it. Those are the things that make up love, and you show it by behaving in accordance with that.
Yeah, everything I just said. Yeah, I'm not putting love in. I don't know what love means in dictionary terms, but that's how I interpret it.
Concern. Do you think every person get to define love for themselves?
You asking me?
No, concern.
I'm torn on this one. I think that everybody receives information differently and everybody has a different vantage point. And so the things that they experience as love is also things that are about their trauma, their conditioning, the things that they're looking for, right? So I think everybody gets to define love for themselves to a certain extent, but there are universal principles for love that is romantic and meaningful and a foundation, like foundational love that is for building and blah blah blah. Like when we think about the good love that we're talking about, I think that has certain fruit that we can see be as evidence that's consistent.
Gotcha. Do you know what Black femicide is, Jamie?
Black femicide?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know what that is, man.
All right, that's fine. Jamie's a Pookie, period. Oh, he said he's a Pookie. We love corny dudes.
And I'm proud to be one.
Yeah. we love corny dudes over here, Brooklyn. Jamie
They
has the emotional intelligence of a toddler. I'll take theme. A Pookie and Ray Ray can't love black women. Um, I think. How do you define a Pookie? By the way, I think you are defining Pookie differently. Thank you, Wake
No,
Up Makeup Slate.
I can tell you. I can tell you what that is.
All right, go ahead.
Pookie and Ray Ray is a name that they made up on the internet to describe people like me that come from the streets. That's what that is. Like black men who are thugs, gang bangers, criminals, the one who's selling drugs and not doing good in his community. And you know, our parents, they give us effed up names and stuff like that, though. So that's what the Pookie
Wait,
and Ray Ray thing is.
all right, but you said you were a Pookie and Ray Ray, so are you doing those things?
I calmed down. I'm in my late 20s though, so I calmed down though. But when I was 18, 19, in my early 20s, well, I was a wild nigga though. But the one thing about me though, but let me say this, I've never done any harm to any woman. Everything I did though, man, I've been through it. I've been in shootouts. I done got stabbed before. I done got in fights, beat people up, did all kind of crazy stuff though. But it was always towards other men. It was never towards women.
And I don't want to do this.
And that's part of the reason I came up here, because I want to say that all dudes that come from the streets, it's not bad people, and all us ain't out here trying to hurt women though, because I've never done that. I've not put my hands on females. I've never done harm to any black woman, any woman in that matter. Period. You get what I'm saying? Whatever I did was always towards other men. You get what I'm saying? And I'm here to say that all Pookie and Ray Ray niggas, it's not niggas from the street. It's not bad people. You get what I'm saying? We do what we have to do to survive out here though. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be no sheep among wolves, though. You get what I'm saying? You got to be a wolf. And that's how I was raised to be.
No, wait, Jamie. So, so when you said you can't be no sheep among wolves, I actually agree with that. So, in that way, you're conceding then that the environment creates a kind of person to survive.
Exactly.
But do you think that response to stimuli is beneficial and it's something that we should be doing? Like, is this how we should become? Like, do you think this is how agency is formed?
I don't know what no agency means though. Like I said, I ain't no brainiac smart dude like you though, but I can tell you this though.
No, wait, let me re-ask. Apologies. Do you think that's how that is going to be? That's good. That this is how young boys should develop into men.
Boys should learn how to be tough though. Boys should learn how to fight. You get what I'm saying? And being in the streets, I have to say this: being in the streets teaches you how to be a man. It teaches you how to grow up fast. Cause I know dudes, like we speak about this thing about black women. Some of my boys, though, you know what I mean, they had to sell drugs just to pay the bill in the house, though, you know what I mean, take care, you know what I mean, to help their mother pay the bills. Mother working 2 jobs and stuff like that. No father in the home. Dude had to get out here 11, 12 years old to sell drugs just to help keep the lights on and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean?
Like, wait, are you trolling me? I feel like you are trolling me to give women content to laugh at. Like, I don't believe.
No, man, this is real life, though. This is what I experienced growing up, though, man. This ain't no fairy tale shit, man. This is what you know what I mean? I know dudes like that.
I don't believe you.
I'm telling the truth, though, man. You ain't got to believe me, though, but I'm telling you real life. And they're like, you can't help where you grow up at. You get what I'm saying?
I agree, but you're saying
all of us was not blessed to live in like nice communities, working class, suburban, quiet neighborhoods and stuff like that. None of us wasn't blessed like that. You know what I mean? Some of us was born into this lifestyle. You know what I mean? And then we mimic the behaviors that we'll be exposed to. You know what I mean? In our environment. You get what I'm saying?
Your language is giving something very specific away. When you say some of us weren't, quote, blessed, it seems like you're saying that is a better environment. And so when you say you're proud of your environment, you wouldn't change it, this is where you want to be. When I say you're elevating one group over the other, this is what I'm saying. And
my environment has made me who I am, and I'm proud of my environment because it made me be strong, it made me be tough out here. You know what I mean? Like, if you grow up in the streets, those streets teaches you how to be a man. It teach you how to stand up for yourself, how to fight. You
No,
get
no,
what I'm
no.
saying?
It doesn't teach you how
And like
to
I said,
be
and like I
a
said, and
man.
like I
Wait,
said, in the
Jamie,
streets, you can't. Okay, go
Jamie.
ahead. My bad. My bad.
It doesn't. It teach you to be a kind of man, right?
Okay.
Is this the kind of man that we should aspire to be?
In my opinion, this might be an unpopular opinion. I think black men should dabble a little bit in the streets to learn to know what it's like.
All right.
You know, I mean, teach them about toughness because black men I see right now, they soft.
So, sure. And so you are saying that you say you would prefer, if you have a child, to raise the child in the street than in the lifestyle that you said other people are blessed to be in?
Well, I don't have any kids, but if I had a son, for an example, I don't want him to grow up the way I grew up. I want to give him a better life, but I will also take him when he gets a little older. I will take him to the neighborhood I grew up in and teach him that the reason why your father is the way this is because this is how I grew up, and this is what made me to who I am today.
So you do want better for your children, then?
If I ever have children, yeah.
All right. And so the idea then is that what you are going through, and let me say, this is not psychoanalyzing at all, but it feels from my perspective that you believe to say, I didn't have the best circumstances and it feels like rejecting your circumstances as good or optimal is an affront to you. And I don't know why, because like we've all had bad circumstances, maybe obviously differing in degree, that you can
I don't know, man. I
reject
think I
it.
grew up in the suburbs, though, Themis.
Yeah, no, but you don't have to accept that this is who you are. Like you can reject, you can accept that this is where you are from, but it doesn't have to be who you are for your entire life.
No, man. See, I kind of disagree with that. I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. I can't run away from who I am and where I came from and what it took to me to be who I am. Being from the streets built me into the man I am.
And you can be grateful. You can be grateful for being where you are because you are alive, while still saying, "I am here. I am grateful for my experience. I won't forget where I come from." But you said you would want to raise your child in a better environment. So staying where you are and pretending to love where you are doesn't actually help in creating the new life you would want for your child. Does that make sense?
Well, when you put it like that, I mean, I could understand where you coming from.
Yeah.
I
I
appreciate it. We always want our kids to be better than what we was growing up. And if I had a son or a daughter, I don't want no daughter to date no man like me. Definitely not like me. But I definitely don't want my son to grow up to be like me. I had to go through the horrors of what it was being in the streets because I've been through some shit. I've been in shootouts. I've been shot at. I've been stabbed before. I've been in plenty of fights. I won most of them, but you know I've been through some stuff out here and I've seen shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want my son to go through that because that's gonna f him up in the head. You get what I'm saying? But the point I'm making is I am who I am, though, man. But I want to get back to the original point is about black women and that all street dudes is not villains, and all of us are not out here terrorizing black women. And I certainly was not doing that. When I was terrorizing the hood, it was against other men, not women. And that's the point I want to get back to. What you say, man?
Those men, they count those on the crime stats.
Dog, I can't hear nothing you're saying, man. Speak up.
It might be my headphones. Hello?
Yeah, speak up, dog.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
I was saying those stats, the crimes against men add to the stats though. Those stats you talking about.
Are they dead?
Are they dead?
Is that what you asking me, man?
No, I'm saying just because you don't just do it to women don't make it okay. Is my point. We shouldn't be doing it to each other at all.
At the end of the day, men need to know how to stand up for themselves. They need to know how to fight, though. That's just what it is, though, man. Like I said earlier, though, I mean, you need to go be a sheep or a wolf. And I had to learn how to be a wolf out here. You get what I'm saying? And if you a sheep among wolves, you'll get eaten up. That's just what it is.
Okay, but I think what TG is saying, though, is that this is there is a kind of justification for your behavior. And I think I am, maybe not fully, but I'm sort of understanding where you're coming from. And I don't want this to be anyway an attack on your personhood um at all. I do, however, feel, I mean, it's sad. It sucks that like so many people have to become these wolves in these areas because of their circumstances to survive. There
I
are
look at it like this though, Demons. If you a man, right? Like I'm a man, you a man. If you can't learn how to fight, if you can't learn to stand up for yourself, then how the fuck can you protect a woman though? You can't even stand up for yourself. Because
do you think
hold on, let me say this, Demons. This dude up here talking about something. If you can make crimes against other men, that don't mean it's right. Well, these dudes can't stand up for
My,
themselves.
my, my thing is, you saying
no, no,
white.
wait, wait.
How can they protect a woman?
So the issue is the prisons are filled with men with deeper voice who are physically big who could probably pummel a lot of the men holding them there. Unfortunately, I mean, it is
That's
good
why
to
you
be
gotta
able
have
to
a gun.
defend yeah, it is good to be able to defend yourself in a situation where your life is at risk, right? But the ways in which technology has developed has in a lot of ways, like not fully, again, self-defense needed, but it feels like we are still defining power and access to power in very limited ways. I think an attorney who has a bunch of connection can do a lot more damage to someone than someone else who is physically uh, fit and who can fight. And I think in defining power in the limited ways in which we can interact, um, physically is not very useful, particularly if we're thinking about a community. Maybe we do need those people who are physically able to fight. We need those people who can read and engage in the high level thinking and strategy, and then those with the finances to support. Like we need different areas of men, and it feels like the people who are claiming to be like the physically foot the boots on the ground fighters, which is becoming more and more obsolete in
I'm listening.
everyone else that they need to be that, as opposed to seeing everyone distinctively for their contribution to the group. Go ahead. Sorry.
Living in the hood though, right? You can't be the most civilized person because that is perceived as being weak, being soft. You have to be aggressive, you have to be brash, you have to be vulgar. And then with somebody, because in the streets, all you have is your self-respect, your pride, your dignity, and your reputation. And your reputation is built on if somebody step to you, somebody disrespect you or does something that's in violation, you have to handle that person. And if you don't handle them, then the guys around you are gonna look at you like you soft and weak, and you will lose your respect. Your respect is everything. That is part of your manhood. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes these boys, they need to get a little dose of the streets so they can learn. Learning how to fight and protect and defend yourself is a form of manhood. And if we talking about protecting Black women, if men cannot stand and and fight amongst each other, then they cannot protect a woman. You
Wait,
get what
but
I'm saying?
you do
And
wait.
like I said,
But
going back to what I
you
hold on, let me
see,
finish,
wait, no, 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 no.
let me
Wait, one second. You see how that's limiting, though. Like,
That's not
if
limiting
if
though, dog.
no, no, wait. Here's where it's limiting. If you say that to me, let's assume I am the weak person who can't fight, but I have a ton of resources. I would go back to you and say, well, if all you can do is win in a fist fight, you literally cannot protect. Like that is not
What you mean?
protection,
Okay.
not even
Can I ask you a
close.
question?
Yeah.
What do you mean by resource? What do you mean by that?
If I have more resource, so if what you're bringing to the table is protection physically, because you're stronger than most men, so you can fight them off, right? If I am bringing protection financially, in terms of connection, emotional awareness, and ability to engage in meaningful discourse with this person and make them also feel safe, not just physically be able to defend them. I think I bring more to the table in terms of protection specifically than you.
Are you saying that if you brought a gun to the situation, you saying that you're more valuable than me as far as being protecting the people around you, protecting yourself? I mean, I'm not getting what
I
you're
mean,
saying,
like,
man.
I wasn't thinking gun only, but sure.
All right, because you said something about resource. You get what I'm saying? Well,
Yeah,
the point
like
I'm making is, whether you
completely
got but Famous, let me
go
say
ahead.
this though. At the end of the day, whether you are good with your fist, you bring a knife, or you have a gun, that's a form of protection. You get what I'm saying? Where you
Yeah.
know how to
So
defend
you saying
yourself
physically
against ops that oppose
so
you.
so you saying physically being able to fight seems to reduce protection to physically being able to fight when protection requires a lot more things, even do you know how they say man should protect and provide? Literally is redundant to me, because if you can't provide, you can't protect, right? Like, you need to be able to provide what is the question? Provide
Yeah, but
protection.
that's true. I mean, I understand that though, but the first protection is, as a man, is knowing how to protect yourself. And being in the streets though, you learn from the people around you how to protect yourself. And go back to what I said seconds ago. If whether you go with your fist, a knife, or a gun, you got to have some type of form of protection to be able to protect yourself. Because
Yeah, but
if a
that
man
doesn't. What you just pointed out.
if a man disrespects you, you gotta handle that nigga, or the streets go handle you. And go back to what I said: if you can't protect yourself against another man, how the hell can you protect the woman if she's being disrespected by another man?
Yeah, no, but you're again being reductive again with protection. The whole system of having a gated community, of having guns, of having bodyguards, of having resources enough to know everyone in the space that you're about to go into, to have VIP or a section in a club so you don't have to mingle with people you don't want or don't trust. It feels like you only see protection in a very specific way, and I don't fully understand why.
I think that's the first meaning of protection. You talking about all this providing shit. The first meaning of protection is knowing how to protect, defend yourself. You
Yes,
get what I'm
and
saying? Whether
part
it's
of
your fist
protecting
or with the
yourself
weapon.
could mean removing yourself from the situation. Like, part of protecting yourself could be able to create for yourself a life in the bubble that allows you kinds of access. Protection in the 21st century does not require, most people don't engage in fistfights.
But Themis, are you trying to say that men should not learn how to fight?
No, men can learn how to fight, but you don't have to go to the hood. I have a black belt in karate, but that doesn't mean like
No,
I
you don't have
went
to
to
go
the
to the
hood.
hood though, man. If you live in the suburbs though, every man, no matter what environment you in, you are a man. And part of manhood, to me, in my opinion, what I was taught, how I was raised, is you need to learn how to defend yourself. If you don't know how to fist fight, man, go to the boxing gym, take up some karate, martial arts, carry you a knife,
Yes,
or
but
carry you a gun.
that's the problem, though. If you do what we're saying is you like being from the hood because of how it taught you to protect yourself. I am saying you don't need to go or be in the hood to learn how to protect yourself and the
No,
people
and
you
I
love.
agree with you, man. I agree with you
All right.
100%. It don't matter where you from, or any walk of life, you are a man, and every man should know how to defend themselves.
Yeah. All right. Let me read some of this.
Somebody disrespect. Listen, if somebody disrespect your lady, right? You just gonna be the most civilized person, just walk away? No, dog. I'm gonna get in his ass though, man.
Okay, what if he has a gun? You don't know what he has. You don't have to physically fight someone to get back at them. You could literally annihilate someone's entire
just walk
wealth
away.
and family and access. You could literally ruin someone's entire life as opposed to engage in a fist fight right then and there.
So walking away is just the best solution, huh?
Oh, I never said walk away. I'm saying there are
No, I never said you said.
multiple.
I never said you said. I never said you said. I'm asking you a question. You said
You
that
don't
if
have.
I approach somebody with a fist fight, a dude might pull out a gun on me, though, right? Dude, I had guns put on me. I've been shot at before, man. I've
Yeah,
been
no,
through.
and
I've been in the trenches, man. But what I'm
that's
saying is, man, regardless of what I've been through, though, man, I can't be. Listen, yo, as a man, though, your pride, your self-respect, your dignity, your manhood is everything, man. And if somebody deprive you of that, though, man, you ain't got nothing, though, man.
Famous.
yeah, and you go ahead.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I was
Yes.
hoping if I could ask Jamie some questions. Jamie, I came up here just for you.
What's
Hi.
up, ma'am? Go ahead.
Hello. Okay,
How
so
you doing, man?
hi, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm trying to have this conversation with Themis, man. It's been a long time coming. I've been trying to, bring the smoke to him, though, man. Ma'am.
Okay. Well, you're bringing up some stuff that I'm curious about. So
Go ahead.
you said that if you had a son, that you would want a different life for him, right?
Yes.
So what would you want to change about his life versus the life that you had?
Well, I would have to leave my environment and move somewhere where it's more safer for him. You know what I mean? Safer for him. That would be the first part. Then I would have to put. Then when he gets a little older, when he's turned like 4 or 5 years old, I would have to put him in a school that's different from the schools I went to because I was raised in the public schools. You know, and we know those schools are pretty bad though. And I just want to provide a better life for him than what I had growing up. That would be the first thing I would do.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't want him to be in the streets?
No, I don't, because it's a lot of horrors though that I've experienced. I'm still emotionally traumatized about it to this day, and I don't want him to experience that.
So why is it good for you but not good for him?
Well, because the hood is the environment I grew up in, and there was no way for me to get out. You get what I'm saying? And the hood is what made me to the person. The hood is what made me to the person I am. But just because I grew up in an environment, that don't mean I can't make a better life though for if I were to have children.
Okay, so what's your plan? How are you gonna? What's next for you in your life?
I just take life. Life is unpredictable. When I wake up, I don't even plan my life. I just go with the motion. I take it one step at a time.
No.
And
Wait, what?
Okay, she asked me a question. She said, what's the next move for you, something like that. And I told her I don't plan my life out. I wake up and I just go with the motion. I just go with the flow. Like I'm in my late 20s. I don't do the same shit I used to do when I was like 18, 19, my early 20s. But it's like I'm still connected to the streets. I still got friends in the streets like that. So I'm still around, but I've calmed down a lot. I could have been dead right now.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. The therapy safe space over. What do you mean you don't plan your life?
No, I don't plan my life. I wake up and then whatever's
No.
presented to me.
I heard you. I heard what you said. I'm just trying to understand that maybe you were saying planned and you mean something else. When you say I don't plan my life, what does that mean? Because I hope you're not.
No. I'm answering your question, man. To me, I don't plan what I'm going to do going forward. What I'm trying to say is, when I wake up in the morning, whatever is presented to me to do, then that's what I do and I go from there. But I'm not planning what I'm going to do because life is unpredictable. You hear you hear today, 1 minute you could be dead.
So you don't know what you would want to do in the next 5 years? Like you don't know you don't have an idea of where you want to be in the next 5 years?
Imagine me planning my life and planning what I'm going to do in the next 5 years and then end up dead.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of the problem.
You get what I'm saying? So I don't plan my life.
So then how will you, so Jamie, this plan, so I'm assuming, I don't know, do you want to get married? Do you want, you think that you may have a child one day, right?
To be honest with you, I don't think I want kids, to be honest with you. And I don't plan on getting married. I don't want to get married. I'm too much, I ain't gonna lie. I'm too much of a promiscuous man to get married. I can't be tied down to one female. I'm just being honest.
Is that part of the Pookie and Ray Ray lifestyle?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. A lot of us have a hard time with settling down one female,
Okay.
This been part of, and I don't want to break no female's heart though, man. I can't be tied down to one female,
Is there a particular type of woman that you like? Usually you said you like black women, but
I love black man. I love black women to death, and I love dark skinned black women. I love them to death, man. But at the same time, though, it's just I don't think I have the discipline to settle down with one female. I just don't. I'm just being honest.
So you just take it day by day, and you just let life take you wherever it takes you.
Well, I'm gonna say this: when it comes to a woman, the worst thing you could do as a man is to try to be in a relationship with one female and then be having other women, you know what I mean, and doing things with the women behind her back, though, right? At least I'm honest and straightforward, right? And women respect honesty. You get what I'm saying? And I just don't see myself want to settle down. You know, it's hard to. You know, there's so many women out here, so many bad bitches out here, man. It's hard to do that.
Can I ask you one last question and then I'll drop off? Do you think that you're contributing anything positive to your community?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say no. I'm not doing anything positive. But I'm not doing anything negative either.
So you're a neutral force.
Yeah, I'm not like I used to do negative stuff back in the day, though. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not doing anything positive, though. But at the end of the day, I'm not doing it towards black women.
I thought you were still connected to the streets.
I am still connected to the streets, but I'm not doing stuff that I used to do. Like I can tell you story about stuff I did, like compared to right now. I actually work a job. I'm not hustling. I'm not selling drugs and stuff like that, but I'm connected to the streets because I'm still in the streets. As far as the guys I hang with, they still in the streets. I might get into a little fight here and there if a nigga look at me wrong or say something to me that's out of pocket. You get what I'm saying? And my boys, one of my guys called me up, told me that we got ops though, you know what I mean? Then I'm there. So that's how I'm still connected to the streets. But as far as
So
stuff
you
I
said
used
you
to
will
do,
get
I
in a
down.
fight. You will get in a fight if someone look at you the wrong way.
If a dude look at me the wrong way, then I need to know, what is you looking at? Why are you looking at me kind of crazy? Because men don't look at another man like that. You get what I'm saying? It's the way you looking at me.
Wait, what do you mean? Like in a sexual way?
No, in a threatening way. And I don't play that either. And where I come from, hold on, ma'am. Where I come from, dudes tend to do that. Dudes tend to look at you in a threatening way, menacing way. And, you know, you be like, what's up? You know? And
Do you think this comes from like this?
Hold on, I got one more point. If when I'm on the phone talking to y'all, if one of my guys called me, told me they got ops, and I got something I gotta handle, I'm hanging up this phone and I'm going about my business. Gotta handle that. So I'm still connected to the streets in that way.
Wait, you're handling your business or their business?
They're my boys though, man. So like, you know, like I'm not, you know, that's just what it is. Y'all not from the streets, so y'all wouldn't understand.
All right, go ahead.
I think we understand. You see your life maybe being the exact same over the next 5 or 10 years, right?
Ma'am, I might not be alive for the next 5 or 10 years. I don't know. I take it one day at a time.
Okay. Do you think that the community should have more people like you?
No, but let me tell you how. If you don't want people like me in the hood, stop putting drugs in the community for us to sell. Bring more jobs. Make our neighborhoods like the suburbs where the white folks live. Bring more fucking jobs. Teach black boys and black girls how to get jobs and how to stay out the streets. Like I said, I was born into this. I was taught by OGs to be who I am.
And you don't seem like you want to change any of that right now.
It's not that I don't want to change, though. It's just that this is who I am. And I learned to accept the fact that this is who I am, not, you know, and that's just what it is. But do I want this for the next generation?
Who you are. Wait, stop. Like, you can do, people change. You can do things. Like, stop doing this. You keep saying, this is who I am. This is who I am. You can be better. It is a lot of hard work, and it might not be fun. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be the word you use. It's comfortable.
No, this lifestyle ain't fun. Living the streets is not fun.
Yeah, but you just said that you don't want there to be more people like you. This means that on some fundamental level, you are acknowledging that who you are is inconsistent with what the community should be. And it feels like you are saying, I don't care, it's who I am. No, that is a cop-out for someone who says, I am from the streets, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't seem like you want to actually engage in hard work. Because it sounds like what you're doing is, because you've done it, it is easier to do that.
I have a job. I'm not doing this. I'm not selling drugs. I'm not doing the stuff I used to do. I
I
slowed down
don't
a lot.
believe you because when CJ asks you, do you want
Themis,
more
you
men
never
like
asked me,
you?
Themis. You never asked Themis. You never asked me that I have a job that I work. You never asked me that.
And I am wrong for that. I should have asked you that. CJ, though, asked you if you wanted, no, wait, if you wanted more men like you. The fact that you reject yourself is a problem. Like, no matter what you have come up here and said, wait, please, no matter what you came up here and say, I would be mad, laugh, whatever, go home, go write my diary or whatever, journal. The fact that you are rejecting yourself is a problem. Like, this is not okay. Like, you don't just say, I don't want there to be more of me. That means you are not comfortable. All the I love myself, I'm with myself, I would care, but whatever. None of it is real. You don't love yourself enough to want to recreate yourself in the community. So you see there is a problem. Why don't you want to fix it? Is my problem.
Okay, let me respond to that though, right? What I mean, I don't know, man. Whew, you something else, dog. What I'm saying is, no, I don't want more black men to be like me. I think black men can do better and be better. And to go with that woman's question of what she asks, how does I think she said something about how the black community can be better and stuff like that. How the black community can be better is bring more businesses in the community, get the drugs out of the community, get the guns and stuff out of the community, teach black boys, have real men, righteous men, men of good character, whatever you want to call it, come to the community and teach these black boys they don't have to sell drugs, they don't have to engage in crime, they don't have to be gangbangers, they don't have to live this destructive lifestyle that I live. They could be
No,
better. They could be.
you have the responsibility to be the man of character. You have that
No, man,
responsibility.
I can't. No, I can't lead nobody,
you
man.
do.
No, my
No,
life ain't.
you
Listen,
do.
I'm still. Listen, I still got things I'm struggling with. I can't lead nobody. I'm not trying to be no leader.
Jamie, sorry, Themis, 2 more questions and then I'm gone. Jamie,
you can ask me as many questions you want. I'm here to dialogue.
Okay. Do you agree with the fact that I think we should tell women, black women especially, not to date men like you?
I mean, you right. I mean, if that's what you want, I mean, it's already black women leading that direction. But then there are a lot of black women out there who are still loyal to black men.
No, it's not about. It's not. I said men like you, black men like you. Yeah, black men like you. There are different.
Okay, men. Let me say
Hold
something.
On,
right?
I mean, you said that you're a Pookie and Ray Ray. So specifically, a man that's living your current lifestyle with your current goals and aspirations and plans for your life. I think that black women should not date men like you. What do you think about that?
It's a thing called preference, right? So you got black women who will not date a man like me, and then you got black women who will date a guy like me, right? Because there are black women who prefer Pookie and Ray Ray niggas like me. They don't want no lame, corny ass niggas that's out there. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's somebody for everybody. I'm not for everybody. I've been rejected by women before, but I've got more women than I've been rejected. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, last question, Tori, and then you can talk with Themis. It sounds like you said you love black women. It sounds like I believe. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that you value black women in some way, or the lives of black women. Hold on.
I've never done harm to a black woman in my life. Never.
Okay, but you said that you've done harm to black men, and that
yes, I have.
In the past, you've been willing to. So you value black women's lives. Do you value black men's lives and your life?
I value the black men that surround me in my circle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But from where I come from, man, some of these niggas do be doing dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? Like that story in Chicago with that dude when he laid down that 12-year-old, he was defending his moms and he laid down that one nigga. Listen, I'm on the side of that 12-year-old boy. That boy deserves that man deserves exactly what he got, though, man. He jumped on that girl like that, though. That was effed up what he did, though, man. So I don't value that nigga. And any man who would do that to a woman, they don't get my respect.
Okay.
So I don't value all black men. I value the black men that stand for what I stand for. You get what I'm saying? Even though I may be a Pookie and Ray Ray type nigga, there's certain stuff for the hood that we just don't condone. That's why I say all street black men is not bad. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Okay, that's it. Thanks, Themis. Thanks, Jamie.
No problem.
Bye.
Thanks, CJ. Sending you so much love your way, Themis. Your voice is instrumental to the necessary and thought-provoking conversation that have often been suppressed, overlooked, and disregarded. May God bless you, and thank you for using your gift. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Propel to Destiny. I actually appreciate your words. Jamie, are you another knockout? No, he said he's opposed to the man in Chicago who hit that woman, so that's good. He might pull them by a look, but once you
When I saw
open his
that
mouth,
video
yeah.
with that dude, when he assaulted that woman, though, man, that 12-year-old boy, I commend what he did, though. He laid that nigga down. You jumped on, my mama's dead, though, but if a nigga dead to my mama, though, I'm on his ass.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a true to the game thoroughbred bandit.
It's all good, though, man. I ain't mad at black women hating on me in the comment section, man. It's all right.
Do you think it's hating on you? Because I feel like you are saying things that warrants the kinds of response. And now that you have said that you don't want your children to grow up the way that you've grown up, now that you've said
Well, I
that
can
you don't,
understand. I can understand black women, especially ones in your comment section. They don't like me, and that's cool though. And I still got love for them. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not mad at them though. You know what I mean? Because I'm everything to them. I'm everything wrong with today's black men, and I wear that. My mother
yeah,
didn't
but
even
when
want
you,
you,
when
baby. She didn't like my lifestyle.
it feels like you're saying, there are too many black women. So this is how I'm interpreting what you're saying. Too many black women to like want to settle down, right? But then you're like, oh, you are homosexual. Why would you say anything about this? But it doesn't seem like you are interested either in marrying and creating a family. So like it just feels like
Well, you don't have to be. Well, you don't have to be married though to be involved with a woman. I'm very involved with women, but
yeah,
I'm just
but
gonna
that's
be
what
honest.
I'm saying. You probably
Don't take it the
shouldn't
wrong.
be. I'm saying people who are not thinking about sort of creating a meaningful structure within the community, like I don't know, a family. And go ahead.
Well, thing is, married. Well, the one thing about me, and I'm honest with myself, I don't want to get married to a woman and be unfaithful.
Why can't you just choose not to be unfaithful?
You said, why would I choose to be unfaithful?
Why can't you just like not be unfaithful?
Man, shoot, man. When I'll be with a chick though, man. I see another beautiful, fine ass female, and shit, I be want to talk to her. I don't have the discipline to be faithful. I'm sorry, I
Right. So
don't.
you own that you don't have self-control in that area.
Right, I don't have the big discipline. I don't want to hurt no girl's feelings though. You know what I mean? At least, you know.
So why identify with that and not change that?
Man, okay. The best way to answer is this. It's kind of hard to break bad habits though, man, when you've been doing this for so long. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can understand it's a bad habit and then you can address it. It feels like you're saying, oh, this is who I am. Even though I know it's wrong, I'll just accept it. And it feels like you are just taking the path of least resistance, which makes sense from a human psychological perspective. But if like part of the thing is I don't mind you men generally coming up here and taking me to task. I think the work that I'm trying to do online requires that I get constant feedback. It requires that I evolve and that I become better and that I try harder. But when
Yeah,
I'm
but
getting that feedback, but no, wait, but please, when I'm
go ahead.
getting this feedback, I also want to give feedback because even if you don't like what I'm doing, I am trying. I am trying my best to do what I think is right. And you don't like how I am doing what I am doing, and you are correcting me, but you don't like what you are doing at all. Right? Like, at least from my perspective, I like what I'm doing. I think what I'm doing is right. So I'm trying, but I'm opening up myself to be critiqued so I can be better. You, on the other hand, don't like what you're doing, don't want to recreate yourself, and you are not even willing to try to change these things about you like that it feels inappropriate for you then to tell me who thinks I'm doing the right thing to change when you think you are doing the wrong thing, but you are not about to change it.
Well, okay. Let's okay. The difference between me and you, and this is another topic I want to get into, right? And this is the main reason why I have an issue with you, right? But I'm going to show you respect and show platform, right? I don't have a personal issue with you, man. It's just I don't feel like you have enough credibility to hold black men like me accountable. And part of the reason you don't is because of your sexual preference. Because I think that homosexuality is bad for the black community. And I think it's bad, though, for boys coming up who have to be exposed to that lifestyle. And where I come from, and where I
Wait,
come
no,
from,
no one. I am so sorry. No one can interject. All right. So this I can talk about. So you think homosexuality is bad for the black community?
I think it's bad. I think it's bad for the black community. I think it's definitely bad for black boys, though, because we teaching black boys that they should be involved with somebody of the same gender, and I think that's wrong. And one thing about being from the streets is,
wait. No, I'm not.
Let me talk, man. Come on, famous. Come on. So, and one thing about being from the streets is we don't condone that. And then we think about black boys. We don't want to expose black boys and teach them that this lifestyle is okay. Go ahead.
All right. So you don't think homosexuality is good for the black community? That's your opinion, not fighting you on your opinion. Do you then think things that are not good for the community should not be in the community?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good. Do you think gangbanging is bad for the community?
Absolutely.
And you are a part of that?
Yeah, I was born into it.
Do you understand the hypocrisy?
It's not okay. Nice try. It's not an hypocrisy.
All right.
What I'm doing is I'm acknowledging the fact that this is where I grew up. I grew up in a crime, drug, violent, infested community. And in order for me to survive, I had to be just like what the hood is. You get what I'm saying?
And you don't think people are born gay?
But just because I was born into this and I had to become this, that don't mean that it's right. Because as I got older, I realized the things I was doing in my life were not right. And that's why I stopped doing a lot of the dumb shit that I used to do. And I do believe that black men should be better than me, better than what they are. But at the same time,
wait.
Hold on, let me finish those things. Come on, famous. I'm trying to let me build with you, dog.
It feels like you just keep going, though. You're making wait. You're making a bunch of points, and it's hard to like go back and forth. I can, but it's hard to go back and forth because I don't think you understand what I say is hypocrisy.
No, I don't think it's hypocrisy, because I can acknowledge that the lifestyle I live is self-destructive to black boys, but so is homosexuality.
Yeah, but okay, even if I concede that, that's not the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is saying you don't like gay people shouldn't be in the black community. I ask you, should things that are bad be removed from the black community? And you said yes, thus gays should be removed from the black community. But then I said gangbanging, and if you were being truthful and honest and principled, then you would say gangbanging should be also removed, which you acknowledge. You were a gangbanger, you are still connected to the quote unquote streets. The hypocrisy is you saying you think things that are bad should be removed while only focusing on removing homosexuality as opposed to that which you are. Now, you made an argument saying that you were born into this, and so that's why you had to become a lion instead of a sheep. It sounded like you had a choice. For most of the research around homosexuality, it is not a choice. How do you contend with that?
Okay. Let me try to dissect that. Let me try to sound smart like you. Let me try to dissect that. You said people who are born to homosexuality, you said it's not a choice though, right? Did you say it's a
I'm
choice or not
saying
a choice?
I'm saying the scientific consensus indicate that it's not a choice. If it is, we don't know about it yet.
No, I think, in my opinion, I think it's a choice, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why is because a lot of these boys, they become homosexuals because they was messed with, though, when they was kids and stuff like that, and the mess they head up, though, right? That's part of the
Mm-hmm.
reason. But a lot of these boys, they have homosexual men in their family. It could be an older brother, it could be an uncle, it could be a grandfather, or I'm gonna tell you a short story. Imagine a boy going to be babysitted by his uncle, right? His
Mm-hmm.
uncle is an open homosexual, right? And he brings his
Mm-hmm.
boyfriend over to the crib, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they doing sexual inappropriate things in front of this little boy, right? And the little boy is watching this though, right? He's watching this degenerate homosexual behavior amongst his uncle and this boyfriend that he has, right? In his
Mm-hmm.
mind, he don't know no better. His brain fully developed. He's witnessing this. He thinks that this behavior is acceptable and it's okay.
Can
So
a man and a woman have? Should a
so
man and wait, wait, wait.
that's part of a reason. So that's part of a reason why a lot of boys turn to that. And then when you leave outside your mom and your daddy's house, and then you see that these boys and these girls are engaged in this type of lifestyle, and they get influenced by that, and they want to fit in, and they want a sense of belonging, and they become just like that. It's a lot of fucking factors, though, man. I think it's by
No,
choice.
wait. The example you gave sound like the men and man should be locked up and put in prison. In the same way that I would say a woman and a man engaging in that behavior in front of a child should also be locked up. So what you're
Well, I'm not.
saying is not it's not
What?
about homosexuality and creating new homosexuals in your mind. It's about degenerate grown people behaving in degenerate ways, either homosexual or straight. You don't do things like that in front of children. So I don't see how you're advancing. I don't see how you're advancing your argument here.
What I'm saying is how I was raised, how I was taught. A man should be with a woman, and a woman should be with a man. And even myself, to me, in my opinion, I had to say this though. It's not normal. It's not
No,
natural
no, wait. I
to
don't.
see dudes on dudes.
I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't care about your opinion of it being good or not. We've already accepted that you think it's bad. Things that are
But you want
bad
to know
should
how?
be
But
out
you
of.
asked me. Listen, Themis.
No,
You
no, no.
asked me
Wait,
a
wait.
question
No, no,
about how.
no. That's not the question I asked. We've already accepted that you think it's bad. Why you think it's bad is irrelevant to me. I'm talking about your hypocrisy in that you think homosexuality is bad, but you also think gangbanging is bad. You accept that things that are bad should not be in the black community. Therefore, you want to remove homosexuality, but you're a gangbanger. So I'm trying to figure out why you are focused on one sin and not the other sin. And I'm using sin to describe the thing that is bad in your mind.
Okay,
Why
well,
not
number one,
both?
okay, let me respond to that. Number one, on average, most gangbangers, most thugs, hoodlums, and street niggas do not engage in homosexuality because we know that's frowned
No,
upon
no, no,
in
no,
that
no,
life.
no.
Hold
I'm
up, man. Let
stopping
me
you.
respond to you,
I'm
dog. You're not
stopping you
letting me
because
respond. I'm
what
trying to
you're
dissect all the
arguing.
talking points.
No, no, no,
Come on,
no. What
man.
you're
Let me speak.
arguing is irrelevant. I don't know why I'm doing this. I thought this would be a good exercise. I am not saying they are. I don't care if they are. That's not. I'm saying you think that gangbanging on its own is harmful. You have accepted that it is bad. Separately, you think homosexuality is bad. You said on principle that things that are bad should be removed from the black community. That includes homosexuality. It should also include, based on your definition, gangbanging. But it seems you're only attacking homosexuality and you are a gangbanger. So it's weird for me to hear you say this and not be attacking all the negative things in the black community, and you're hyper focused on homosexuality as opposed to gangbang when you're saying all the bad things should be removed. You were saying?
I said to agree with your point, and I listened to you very, very carefully. All that shit should be removed from the community. Homosexuality and gang banging and criminal activity, it should be removed from the black community. There,
Okay,
I said
then. Okay, so then you accept that you're participating in something bad. So if you are doing it, why would you not focus on the thing closest to you? Like the thing that you can change more. Like let's say I'm the biggest homosexual in the world, right? You are too far from me to address my problem, right? Which is being homosexual. You can address yours. And instead of addressing yours, you're saying you're still connected to the streets. But then you're telling me that homosexuality should be removed from the community when you are like very obviously someone who can change who you are, as opposed to come to try to change who I am. Like you're pointing the finger at someone else when you could literally focus on yourself first.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Repeat that question again, man. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Why are you pointing your finger to remove homosexuals from the community when you could figure out being a gangbanger and solve that issue that is closer to you if both of them are bad?
So are you saying though, instead of focusing on one thing, I should focus on the problems I have within myself before I focus on something else? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. It sounds like you're trying to fix someone else's house when yours is broken and like falling apart. I mean, it could be seen as altruistic.
Okay, can I respond to that? Number one, I'm not trying to fix your lifestyle or fix homosexuality. You are who you are, just like I am who I am. I'm just telling you, I don't.
No, we see. You see how you just created that. Wait. You see how you just created that equivalency? Would you? I'm asking you in earnest. Do you think it is easier to change from being a homosexual to straight than it is from being a gangbanger to not? Which one do you think is easier to do?
I'm gonna answer that question, and I'm gonna say I don't think it's easy to change to be a gangbanger. I just don't. I don't think it's that easy.
Wait, no, change from being a gangbanger. You don't think it's easier to like just stop gangbanging?
In order for me, listen, let me tell you, in order for me to really get away from my lifestyle, I would have to move out of my community, out of my hood, and disassociate myself from all my homeboys, all my friends, though.
And you don't think that is easier to do? Wait, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if we're talking in good faith. You think?
No, we are talking in good faith, and I'm responding directly to what you're saying. If you stop interjecting and let me speak, don't let me respond, though, man.
No. So answer the question directly. Then, do you think it's easier to stop being homosexual or to stop being a gangbanger?
I don't know about homosexuality, but it's not easy to stop being a gangbanger. No.
All right, and wait. If you don't know about homosexuality, then why would you say it's like not? It's a choice, and you can stop. Like if you don't know any of that, like it feels like we're having a conversation where you get to say I don't know as an answer, but then when it suits you, you somehow know that it's not. You weren't born gay. That you seeing people doing whatever turns you gay.
Okay.
And now
can I respond to that?
Yeah, the points are going over his like, can we establish height requirement for the conversation? Go ahead, you can respond to it.
Okay. Obviously, I don't know about it because I was never involved in it. And I still believe it's a choice. It's not some scientific thing where people are born to be homosexuals. I don't believe that. And you asked me, you asked me that if it's that, and you're asking me that, can you change for being a homosexual versus change for being a gangbanger? I was just going to say, no, you can't change. I mean, no, you can't change right away. Maybe down the line.
All right. What if people, because you saying I don't believe that doesn't make it not true, right? So if we cannot stop being the fruitcakes and the homosexuals, right? If we can't, you say we should be removed from the Black community. How would you do that?
Themis, you putting words in my mouth. I never said y'all should be removed from the community. What I said was because of your sexual preference, you are not qualified to hold Black men accountable when it comes to the dysfunction, the problems between Black men and Black women.
I
That's the point
specifically
I'm making. I never said y'all should be removed from the community.
wait.
That's
Let's
my
just say
mouth, man.
this. I specifically asked you if we should remove the bad things from the community. Did I not?
I guess. I mean,
I
I
did.
don't know how
I
you. I
asked
don't know
you.
how you're gonna do that.
I asked you and you said yes, we should remove the bad things. And the way I was assuming you were saying remove homosexuals was to make them gay, and the way you were supposed to remove thugs was to make them not
Well,
thugs,
okay.
I guess.
Here's my,
And
let me
so if you
here's my solution. There should be a community where people are free to be homosexuals, whether it's women and men, and then there should be a community to where guys want to continue to gang bang, be thugs, hoodlums, street niggas, real niggas. There should be a community for them, and the people who want to be what's called good character, law-abiding, model citizens, get a job, work hard, go to college, all that stuff. There should be a community for them. There should be a community for everybody based off the lifestyle they choose to have. Does that make sense?
no, not necessarily.
How?
A community that is isolated with gangbangers will probably destroy itself.
Well,
A community of
what does people like you care though?
but people are human beings. What do you mean? Why do I care? I
Why
care
do you
about
care? I mean, y'all don't like Pookie and Ray Ray niggas no way. So why do y'all care?
because we don't want to be because people don't want to be in direct community out of fear for their life doesn't mean we necessarily believe that these people should die and we don't care about the lives of I speak for me that I don't care about the lives of people, particularly people in this community who look like me. What do you mean?
Well, I know that from what I hear, people hate people like me. You get what I'm saying? So we formed our own little community though, right? And we decided to kill each other off and stuff like that. Then wouldn't that be good? Then wouldn't that be good for y'all?
Okay, I'm not gonna let you do this pity party thing because you very overtly said that you don't want to recreate people like you. So like,
no, I don't. No, I don't.
So you don't get to pull on my heartstrings where I'm like humanity or whatever. You don't get to do that because we're having a conversation now, and I don't look. I've never minded someone say I don't like homosexuals. It's fine. I just was trying to figure out if you are like logically consistent in the outcome because if we're looking at the biggest problems in the community, homosexuality, even if I conceded it was a problem, is at the bottom of that list. Maybe if you wanted to say down low men that are probably spreading all kinds of STDs, then sure, I will concede that that is a huge problem that should be addressed. Wait.
Demas, I was going to get to all that though, man, but you keep cutting me off, interjecting though every time I try to make those points. Like I said, man, it's bigger than it's a big problem though. You get what I'm saying? And I was going to address all that, but you keep interjecting, cutting me off though, man. You're not allowing me to speak though, dog.
All right. So I'm not sure how much freedom I should give you to communicate your ideas, but I feel like I'm trying to stop
you. Everybody should form their own communities though. I mean, why is that not a logical solution though, man?
Because all these communities would die off. Gay people don't make gay people. Straight people create gay children. Like that's how children are born. So you saying gay people should have their own communities. Yes. So you have the child, when they're gay, they go to the community, right?
Let me tell you something. If I have a son, and I would do everything I can for my son to not be no homosexual because his father ain't one. I don't condone it, and I would still in my son.
All right.
But if he grows up and he becomes 18, 19 years old and he becomes that kind of person, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that because he wasn't raised to be that way. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, but what if he is that way?
You said what?
If he is that way? What if he comes out and he is that way? What do you disown your child?
No, I wouldn't disown him, but I would tell him straight up, man, I don't condone that though, man. That's not cool.
But you would love your child still.
Yeah, I would still love him.
All right. So my issue is when we are creating these communities, if you're saying, oh, if you have a gay person, put them in that community, fine. If you don't want the gays around you, that's fine. My thing is, ultimately, if you have a community of only quote unquote thugs, you got it's going to be killing each other. And if we're thinking about the black community, again, I don't think homosexuality is at the top of our list. We're talking about homicide. You talked about how you don't hurt black women, but the leading cause of death for black men ages 0 to 44 is homicide. I think that should be our main priority before anything. You talked about the lack of jobs in neighborhoods. I think we need to be economically proficient. We should be able to economically stand on our own. We are talking about lack of education. We're talking about broken families, fatherless children. Like, before we try to even discuss eliminating homosexuals, maybe we need some of these homosexuals to be adopting these children. Now, I don't care what people think about adoption, but there are kids without homes because a ton of people, fathers and mothers, drop their kids off at orphanages. So I think homosexuality is at the bottom, unless we're talking about religion, which I'm not about to get into. Is it that it's at the bottom of the priority list? We have too many issues. Black femicide is a thing. Black women are being killed, black children are being killed, black men are being killed. Homosexuality is the least of our problems right now. Racism is probably way above homosexuality in my book, but you can put it wherever you want. This is what I am having concerns with. Now, if you're saying, Themis, you shouldn't talk about black men because you are a fruitcake, gay, homosexual, whatever, I am still a man. I would still be a man. I would still have mother. I would still have grandmother. I would still have aunts. I would still have nieces. I would still have children. I can still have brothers, uncles. Like, I still have family.
All right.
And
Can I
what
respond?
they do,
Can I respond to that?
yeah, before you do, what they do impacts me specifically and financially. Go ahead.
All right. You said you're still a man, right? I will argue that a man that engages homosexuality is not a man. He's a male. Physically, genetically, biologically, he is a male, but he does not have the characteristics of what a man is. And being a homosexual does not make you a man. You are a male.
So you agree with?
Man to me, hold on, man. Let me finish. Let me respond, dog. Come on, dog. You gotta let me respond, man. Listen, being a man, part of being a man to me is not being a homosexual. Somebody of the opposite sex, dog. I had to stand by that, though, man. That's all I gotta say.
So a homosexual man is not a man. Yes or no? You said no.
He's not. You have to have the characteristics of what a man is.
Okay, so you're pro transgenders.
You said what?
You're pro transgender.
Hell no, man. No, I believe men and women should be together. Women should be with men and men should be with women. I am pro heterosexual.
Wait, how can you not? How can you not be pro transgender? If you can be a grown male in the way that I am a male, I can then, and not be a man, I can be something else, right? You don't have to define what that something else is. But if you're saying, you can look at me, you can say, oh, you're gay based on how you talk, how you sound, all of that stuff. And you are saying, you are not a man, you are just a male because whatever. Then it sounds like you have a more loose definition of manhood, and so it lends itself.
But transgenders to me, they're not. But transgenders are not men either. They're males.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you agree with them, with LGBT, and I guess us.
No, I don't agree with none of y'all, man. I believe I'm pro heterosexual, dog.
Yeah, that's fine. You can be pro whatever you want, but when
let's not misinterpret it, though. I'm pro heterosexual, dog.
Yeah, you can be pro whatever you want to be, including heterosexual or only heterosexual. But when you say that you don't, a man, a grown like me, if I am gay, I am therefore not a man, because to be a man is a social reality. You literally are accepting that what all the academics around transgenderism has said, and I don't understand why you're pushing back against that. It means people by virtue of being male and grown, it doesn't make you a man. I feel like it doesn't actually have to be transgenderism. It just means you interpret man as a social reality, a social phenomena, not a sort of biological reality. And I would agree with you. Being a man, I wouldn't agree with that specifically, but being a man being grown and male does not make you a man. Like, I agree with you. Transgender activist agrees with you. I don't know what that's a problem.
All y'all, the transgender people and y'all homosexual people, y'all all the same. All y'all the same to me.
All right. Well, I mean, that's
all y'all
your
the same
opinion.
to me. Y'all in the same category.
Yeah, that's.
They're not men, and neither are homosexuals. Y'all just males.
No, that's fine. I'm completely fine with that. I am completely fine with that. I just really like that we're in a space where we are admitting that gender is socially prescribed. So when you say you're a man, it doesn't actually mean I'm a grown male.
To me, let me explain what a man is to me.
Wait, I'll let you tell me what a man is to you. But before you go, it feels like you're not hearing me. I appreciate that even if I don't agree with how you define it, I appreciate that we're in a world where we are at a higher level thinking for men specifically, because I can't speak for women, but for men, we are saying as a grown man, or you're a black man, you're saying, because I am grown and I am male does not make me a man. I mean, I feel like that should be a saying, and transgenders and LGBT, we should all be out there advocating with what you just said. I think that's amazing.
Can I explain to you what a man is to me?
Yeah, tell me what a man is to you.
Okay, a man to me is somebody who is a heterosexual, somebody who likes women. What I mean by women, physically, genetically, biologically women. Somebody who was born a woman. Somebody who knows how to fight. Somebody who knows how to, protect themselves, man. Somebody who stands on some type of principle, dude. Somebody who has some self-respect, pride, dignity. You get what I'm saying? Somebody who's tough. Somebody who ain't no bitch ass nigga though. That's what a man is to me.
Oh, so you're not a man then?
You said what?
You're not a man then, right?
How do you say that though, man? I'm heterosexual. I like women and women only. I'm not no bitch ass nigga.
No.
You said dignity within myself.
You don't have pride and dignity.
You know what I'm saying?
It is
I can pull a gun.
impossible.
You know what I'm saying?
Impossible.
I speak, behave, and conduct myself.
It is impossible for you to have pride and dignity when you said you do not want the world to have more of you. You literally
that's
said,
a lifestyle thing, though, dog.
Yeah, so you don't have pride and dignity in who you are. So you are not a man by your definition.
No, I disagree with you. You trying to twist my words and manipulate and fit your narrative.
It's not to disagree with me. There's nothing to disagree with. You literally just said being a man is about pride and dignity, some other stuff. So looking at the totality of the circumstances, doesn't seem like, by your definition, I'm not saying you're not a man, but by your definition, which is very progressive about manhood, it sounds like you are not a man. And that's unfortunate if you don't see yourself as a man, but it is what it is. I will come back to you because I see that Tiff has been up here, Concern and V has been up here. So I will let them get into the conversation. We have a ton of super chats. There was let me read through some of them. We all in a relationship with Demas. We go, period. That's what they don't know.
This conversation, Demas.
Huh? Hello, what did you say?
Demas, turn my mic up, man.
What do you mean turn your mic up?
No, you sound low, dog.
I sound low? Oh, all right. Well, he jumped off. I thought he said where he from, men don't disrespect women, right? Hey V, how are you? Tiff, how are you?
Hi, Themis.
You came on the wrong day. This was a mess.
Oh my gosh, I was listening and I was just getting so upset and irritated with this guy. I said I have to go on there because this guy is so stupid. I was driving in the car with my sister, with
Oh,
Cynthia.
hey, Sin.
Yeah, she's not. Yeah, she's inside, but I was just driving. And I'm like so good. I'm laughing because I was like, Demus has been so nice to this guy, and he is just like the fact that he's sitting there talking about there needs to be 3 and 4 different communities, and I'm just like, does he not understand that there is a community made for him? It's called the privatized prison industrial system. Like,
Which is where I don't want him to be going. And it's sad because it feels like I care more about this man than he care about himself. Like, in what world?
he needs to be there. Come on now. Like, that, to me, that's the perfect community for him. I'm mad because I'm sitting over here reading what's going on in Florida, and I'm like, he's sitting there talking about he's a gangster and he can't get out of that community, and I'm like, there's a whole community, there's a whole system you could be fighting.
Yeah,
a whole system.
They're literally going through the history books now and changing it in Florida, telling you that slavery was good for some blacks. Like, what are we doing up here?
And I'm like, you're putting all of this energy talking about you need to be fist fighting your own people, and that's what's making you a man. Yeah. All of this energy, take half of that energy and put it towards fighting for your community.
You want to know something that I did? I don't think people think out their thoughts to like the very next conclusion. It's if you are playing loose and fast with gender, right? You literally are in agreement. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I'm fine. Like, come on, jump on board, whatever. Like, I'm here for it. More progressive black men, I guess. But then you're upset when I point that out to you.
No, thing is, he literally said, and I don't know if he was listening to himself, when he said he loves black men, the first thing, before he said women, I don't know if it was a Freudian slip, me and Sin looked at each other and said, he said he loved black men. I want you to roll that back and listen to it later.
Oh, I'm definitely going to rewatch this.
I want you to listen to it later. He said he loved black men. I love black women.
My Discord is mad at me because I was dragging one of them in the Discord for doing necromancy, and now they're telling me that I was trying to speak life into him.
You were, and I'm just like, why is he has been so nice to this dude, and why does he get to sit there and decide what manhood is? It's like, this is not what women want.
I refuse to let their opinions that don't matter. Like, when their people come up and like, oh, you are a homosexual, blah blah blah. Are you paying my bills? Are we sleeping? No, okay, I don't care about your opinion.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, well, how is he describing what masculinity is? I'm like, Themis is masculine than all of these men. Masculinity is like taking care of your home, building financial wealth, like paying the bill when you're out with a woman. Like, to me, those are masculine traits. Like showing up dressed nicely. I was like, nothing that this dude is saying is masculinity. Like a fist
being
fight.
able to fight. Wait, oh my god. Wait, sassy psychology. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, Themis. How dare he speak on your personal choice? Shame on him. But we see that he has no shame because he has no pride. Thank you so much. Like, really, I appreciate that. I find that every time he got a little bit hurt or emotional, he lashed out and attacked. But I don't mind. I said I would not be removing videos anymore, so this is content, and I feel there's a part of me that feels really bad because I don't like using people as content. But when you come up here and do that, I feel like you get to be used as content. Um, I'm coming back to you. Please stay. Tiff, you've been up here longer than I think everyone. What say you? Tiff, you're muted, by the way, if you're talking. All right.
I'm
BB.
back.
Yeah. Before you go, BB, go ahead.
Hi guys. I just wanted to thank you for your patience, Themis. I watch your channel a lot and I don't know.
Thank you.
I went to sleep and woke up to chaos. And yeah, I just had a few questions for Jamie. So Jamie,
What's
don't you
up?
think you would be able to make more of an impact if you did go back to school and you know, were able to, I mean, first off, let me address the being a man part. For me, being a man is to be able to financially provide for your family and your community. You literally told everyone that you don't even have a positive impact on your community. So, do you think you're a man in that case? Like Themis said, by your definition, you wouldn't be a man. You don't contribute to the
Well, can I
community in
say,
any
all right,
positive way.
yo, let me respond. Let me respond to that. Being a man is not about having money, though.
But you
It's
can't.
about the character of what a man is.
Okay, but your character, sure, your character is one aspect, but
But being a man don't. But having money doesn't make you a man, though.
character alone does not help us fight the system because you mentioned white supremacy, right? Without resources,
Yeah,
without finances, how can you help the community? How can you help black women? You say you love black women so much. How can you help black women if you have no resources? We're depending on white men to help our community. And you literally just said basically you have no interest in doing anything positive for the community. So how are
Wait,
you a man?
BB, 1 second. You said something that I do actually want to touch on with him. Do you think, Jamie, love is about commitment?
Repeat that again.
Do you think love includes commitment?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. And so your inability to hold commitments to black women, how do you say you love black women while you can't commit?
Well, when it comes to a relationship, I have a hard time being faithful to a woman because I don't have the discipline to be faithful because I'm so attracted to so many different women. Okay, go ahead.
So how do you before how do you claim love if you understand love is commitment but you can't commit?
Well, I love black women as far as I want them to be the best they can be. I think they're great people. I think they're beautiful. I love their contribution to the society and stuff. I like the work they do in the community and stuff like that. I mean, I have black women in my family. I come from a black woman, obviously, and stuff like that. And I like everything about them. But as far as me and relationship goes, do you think it's fair for me to be in a relationship with a black woman, though, and I can't be faithful, and I'm gonna cheat on her with other black women?
Yeah, I don't think that's fair, and I agree with you. If you can't do that, I think women would appreciate that you don't do that. But if love includes commitment and you can commit, you can like sleeping with them, you can like being with them, you can like the work that they do, right? Like you can like their work ethic and how much they contribute. But that's not loving them because if you believe love is commitment and you can't commit, that means you can't love them.
And also, you can't provide.
Wait, no, no, no,
Like,
no, no. Wait, no, no, no. Do not bring providing in yet. I want the love, the commit. I want Jamie to respond to that.
I mean, when you break it down like that, but I still love black women. Though. I just don't have the discipline to be faithful in a relationship. You get what I'm saying?
But
And it's like,
yeah,
at least one thing
but that's
about, and
not.
one thing about me, and can I say something? Let me respond to this. At least one thing about me, any woman that I talk to, I let them know I rip. I'm not looking for a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking to have a good time and stuff like that. We can build a friendship and do the sex thing and stuff like that, but I'm not looking for anything serious because, and they respect that though. You get what I'm saying? They respect the honesty though, because at least I'm not getting to a relationship knowing I'm going to break their heart and be unfaithful. They know what it is though, you know, from day one though. And then they decide to make the choice whether they want to get involved with me or they don't. And most of them get involved with me because I'm that nigga.
All right. That's fine if they choose to get involved with you. You're not answering the question. If you believe love includes commitment, then you not being able to commit would imply something about your ability to love, which I would argue, not by my definition, well, by my definition too, that your inability to commit to someone means that you probably can't love that person. Unless you don't believe love requires commitment. So I'm giving you an answer.
That's a loaded fucking question, dog. And I don't know, man, how to answer that. I love black women, that's all I gotta say.
Well, that means you're saying it and you don't know then. Like you don't know if you love black women.
No, I do. I love them to death. I want to, you
Well,
know what I mean?
you don't love it. You don't love a black woman enough to commit.
Listen, I love them enough not to hurt their feelings, not to hurt their feelings. I love them enough not to be in a committed. Listen, I love them enough not to be in a relationship with them. No, I'm going to break their heart by cheating on them and being unfaithful.
All right. I don't think you know what love is, and I don't think my definition of love is what you accept as your definition of love. But you don't know how to define love for yourself. So the thing is, by my standard,
this ain't got nothing to do with love.
By my standard, you don't love these people, right? By your standard, well, you don't have a standard of love. So how do you say I love
caring? Hold on. I think love is caring, being compassionate, and I think I am loving them by letting them know off rip. I don't want a serious committed relationship because I'm going to cheat on you. I think that's a form of love. I think being honest is a form of love.
So you think you can cheat on someone you love?
I think that if I get into a relationship with a woman and we're supposed to be in this thing called monogamous relationship, and I cheat on her, then you know what I mean? Then that's going to hurt. And she finds out about it, it's going to hurt her feelings. Me,
right.
I'm telling you up front.
Again. Question, because you didn't answer my question here. Do you think you can cheat on someone and love them?
I don't know how to answer that, dog. You can have that one.
No, I'm asking you basically, do you think you can cheat on someone and love them?
Okay, I'm going to answer it this way. If you're going to be in a heterosexual monogamous relationship, though, right? And the woman think that you're going to be tied to her and her only, and you do the opposite of what you guys agreed upon, that's to me, that wouldn't be considered love.
All right.
Does that make sense?
So yeah, and so you can't do that.
No, I tell them off rip though that I'm not looking for nothing committed serious.
Yeah, no, but you can't. The reason you tell them off rip is because you can't do it.
Right. Repeat that again.
The reason you offer the information to the women that you're dating before so they don't get their expectation up is because not that you don't want to, it's that you can't do that. Like you can't be faithful.
Right.
Exactly. So if you know you can't be faithful and you believe being faithful is how you show love, that means you don't love them.
Man, you try to twist and manipulate my word to fit this narrative. I don't love black women, and I do love them. I love them enough to be honest with them, let them know that I'm not looking for anything serious.
Wait, can we go back through this? Wait, I don't want this to be how like this goes. These are your words. I am not trying to twist them. You said if you're in a heterosexual relationship and you
Monogamous.
cheat, monogamous relationship, and you cheat, you don't love the person you're with because you cheat and that was the expectation that you didn't. Then you said you don't get into these relationship with these women because you can't stop yourself from cheating. If the touchstone for love is the ability to be committed and not cheat, and you can't not cheat, how can you claim that you love someone when you can't do the thing that you claim love is predicated on?
Well, I love black women enough to tell them the honest God truth that I'm not good with being in, you know what I mean, a relationship with just me and her. And
Enough.
I give the women, hold on, man, let me finish. And I give her the choice whether she wants to deal with a nigga like me or not. And 8 times out of 10, women choose to deal with me because they respect my honesty, right? They don't have
Right.
high standard expectations, though, right? So when I get involved with these females, though, you know, I mean, we have a good time, we doing stuff like that. And then if they want something better than me, then they move on, though. You know what I mean? Find somebody who's willing to settle down and be in a committed relationship with them, and I respect that. And I just move on to the next one. Me, with the way my life is right now, you know what I mean? At my young age, I'm not fit to be in a relationship with a woman right now, man. I'm just not.
Right. So you love them enough. Heard
And
that.
and then I'm still in the streets though too. I can't bring them into my world.
All right. So you love them enough to know that you can commit to them, and by telling them that they don't have high standard and expectations for you. Got it. Go ahead.
You a piece
Petty.
of work, dog. You know that?
I mean, you said this, not me.
I was gonna
Man,
ask
was you
how.
Hey, hold on, let me ask Steven's question. Themis, when you was in high school, was you on a debate team or something, dog?
Yes.
He's a lawyer, hon. He's a lawyer.
I can tell. Yeah, I know he is. I ain't gonna lie, he a smart ass nigga though, man. I respect that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for clarification. You said out of love, you tell people up front, specifically black women who you say you sleep with, not partner with, but sleep with specifically. You tell them up front that you're only here to use them for sex, pretty much, not for a relationship.
Yeah, you put it in a very, very negative perspective way. You get what I'm saying? But that's how you want to go about it, then that's fine though. You know what I'm saying? But if you listen what I said,
I apologize.
Hold on, man. Let me speak.
Yeah,
dog.
no,
Let
I'm
me speak,
saying,
dog.
how would
My
you
man,
put it?
My man,
I don't
my
want
man.
to put it in a. I don't want to put it in a negative way.
Let
So
me
I want you
respond
to.
though, dog. And I'm gonna tell you how I put it, my man. Let me respond though, dog. Let me respond. Like I said, I give them the choice. I don't force them. I give them the choice. I tell them up front what type of man I am, what I want and what I don't want. And I give them a choice whether they want to get involved with a man like me or not. 8 times out of 10, because I'm actually good with women out here. Unlike these lame ass niggas, they get involved with me because they respect me for my honesty, dog.
Yeah. So I'm asking, how does that conversation go as far as what do you say to them exactly?
I tell them what they want. I tell them what they want to hear and what they need to hear.
Well, I don't.
And
That doesn't sound.
whatever the comment. And hold on, man. And in the conversation I do have, I'm very honest and blunt. Just like I've been honest and straightforward with y'all the whole night. I'm honest, straightforward. I'm not a lying ass nigga.
I'm asking for like words that you use. Are you like, hey, I'm only interested in having sex with you. I don't want a relationship.
I mean, we don't have to get. Well, I'm not going to get deep into that. You know what I mean? Because that's not your business, though, dog. But I'm honest and straightforward with them, and they accept that. Some of them don't want. Some of them. Hold on, man. Some of them disagree with me, and they leave me. They don't want to fuck with a guy like me. Most of them do, because at the end of the day, you got to understand something. A lot of these females, they know how guys are. They know a lot of these niggas ain't shit, and they just looking for a good time to not look for nothing serious. People today, and man,
I just muted you. When you say, I don't want you to kind of back yourself into a corner, but when you say a lot of these females know that niggas ain't shit, it feels like what you're saying is that you ain't shit. So you come to them, and if they accept you not being shit, that's for them to deal with. But I wanted to give you space to clarify that now, because I don't know if you're saying you ain't shit and that you come to the women, if they accept you, that's what it is, or if I might have misunderstood you.
What I'm saying though, sir, is that women today are not looking for, a lot of these women are not looking for relationships. You get what I'm saying? And they respect the man who tells them up front, I'm not looking for a serious committed relationship. So that way, when we do what we do and stuff like that, and then we move on down the line and stuff like that, their feelings won't be hurt because they didn't get their feelings attached in the first place.
Okay, so you say that you love Black women.
I sure do, man. I love them to death, though, man. No matter how much they kill me in the comment section, I love Black women to death, dog.
When you say that you have sort of this inability to be faithful, and that preemptively that you're going to cheat on them, so you tell them up front that you're not interested in like them as a person, them as like a full relationship, but rather what they can provide for you sexually. Is this something that you consider love?
You crazy, man. You bringing the sex part into it, though. You make it sound so filthy, though, man.
No, I might have misunderstood you, but it seems like you have like this sort of inability to be faithful to someone. You said it was a lack of discipline, I guess sexually. You can't control yourself. So when you say that you can't control yourself to the point where you can't be faithful to one woman, I'm trying to see, is this like a legitimate lack of discipline, or is this woman's value to me is like sexual? There's no value as far as who you are as a person, what you bring outside of having sex with me. I was trying to kind of get to the bottom of that.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying, though, dog. No, it's just a lack of discipline. That's all.
So wouldn't you, in my mind, I've thought about this before because I'm pro divestment. So you're pro divestment and like pro swirling as far as Black women dating out into other races.
I think that Black women have a right to date whoever they want, and I understand that a lot of Black men do treat Black women like crap. So if they need to date outside their race, whether it's a white guy, Latino dude, or whoever, I'm all for it. You know what I mean? I don't believe in oppressing Black women, and me personally, I prefer to date within my race. But you know what I mean? Because I got women in my family who date outside their race, and I have no problem with it. You know what I mean?
Wait,
I think it's wrong to
if you.
Hold on, ma'am. Let me finish respond to the dude though, right here though. So yeah, so I guess you could say I am pro divestment as long as it's heterosexual. That's all that matters to me.
What I'm kind of confused about is when it comes to my pro divestment, it has to do with not me believing that I'm a bad person personally, but rather that I'm pro swirl and pro divestment. So but I don't believe that vetting is like 100% accurate all the time. And I don't know that people should have like this sort of obligation to vet their partner. So I know that if you choose outside of the community, at least as a Black woman, even though you can't vet 100% of the time, and I'm not saying all white men are like good or something like that, and no white man has ever done anything bad, but there's a sort of ability to divorce yourself from the rates of what I call degeneracy in the community, right? People who have like co-current partners, multiple partners at one time, can't stay faithful, people who are abusive physically, mentally, emotionally, or whatever. And even though I don't consider myself as a part of those people, you say you do insofar as you have a lack of sexual discipline. But I understand that for me to ask Black women to kind of be faithful to Black men, knowing that there's no surefire way to vet, and knowing that if they date out, even though it's not a surefire way to vet people, that the rates of what they experience kind of decline. I was wondering, is that the basis of your support for divestment, or does it just have to do with kind of personal agency and freedom?
Man, that's a big question you asked though. So I'm gonna try to answer as best I can. Like I said, man, I understand that Black men, they treat Black women like shit. So I understand a lot of the reasons why Black women date outside their race and stuff like that. And like I said, man, I'm all for it though, man. You know what I mean? I believe people have the right to freedom of choice to date whoever they want. I'm not opposed to it. Me personally though, man, I prefer to date Black women and Black women only. You get what I'm saying? I know that we have a lot of dysfunction within our community and stuff between Black men and Black women and stuff like that. I'm like this though, dog. Do, man, what makes you happy though, man. You know what I'm saying? So if you find happiness and comfort and peace and safety and dating a white man, go for it. And I'm just gonna say all white men ain't racist and shit. You know what I mean?
I guess my confusion is, me personally, I don't have an issue with a Black woman dating me because I don't think I'm a quote unquote bad Black man. I just support divestment because I understand that vetting
good and bad black men is like, in my mind, impossible. But for you, it seems like there's this sort of acknowledgement, not that you're a bad black man, that's not what I'm saying, but that there's a bad part of you, at least insofar as your inability to remain faithful sexually. So if I were in your shoes, in my mind, I would like not want black women to date me personally, because I would feel like, okay, if I'm the quote unquote bad black man, I don't, it seems like you're saying the black women who date you are kind of suckers and they just accept what you do to them, as opposed to the women who decline you. And so you're willing to date the women who are like suckers and who fall for the whatever okie doke or whatever you call it, as far as, okay, I'll let you sleep around or whatever, and or just use me for sex.
Let me respond to that, yo. No, they're not suckers though, B. You know what I mean? And I don't run game on women. I don't have to do that. You know, when I approach any female, particularly black women, I let them know off rip what kind of person I am and what I'm about, and that I'm not interested in having committed relationships. And a lot of them, they respect me because of my honesty towards them, right? Instead of me leading them on thinking it's gonna be this when it's not, or them getting their feelings hurt because they feel betrayed because I cheated on them and something like that. And they, you know, black women still have a choice whether they want to talk to me or not. It's very rare that I get rejected by a woman. Very rare. And when I do, they either in a relationship with another man, or sometimes they're not looking for a relationship or something like that. And I respect that. You get what I'm saying? They still have a choice. Hold on, let me finish, brother. They still have a choice whether they want to get involved with me or not. And a lot of them want to get involved with me because at the end of the day, I may not be looking for something serious, but I still treat black women with respect. I take them out on dates. We hang out and stuff like that. I buy them drinks and stuff like that. Spend a couple dollars and stuff like that. I pick them up, take them out, make sure they go home safely and shit. I still treat them with the utmost respect. I don't dog women and stuff. I don't cuss them out. I don't do none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And
I guess.
they
Wait,
respect
wait,
that because
wait,
at the
wait.
end of the day,
Can I?
hold
I want to
on,
make
y'all.
a suggestion.
Let me finish respond to the dude. Come on, man. Let me finish respond to the dude. I'm almost finished. So a lot of these females, they not looking for nothing serious either. You know what I mean? A lot of these females, they not.
So I muted you. I think we might just have a difference in our definition of respect, because when I'm thinking about respect, it has to do with a person holistically. Does that make sense? And not necessarily what they can. I have no sexual discipline, so if you accept me, it's kind of your fault. That's kind of the vibe I get from you. Now, I guess you're taking kind of a Jonah Hill approach where you're like, well, I told you up front, I'm pretty much a misogynist and I don't like, your value to me is like kind of reductive insofar as your humanity. But I wouldn't define that as respect. Insofar as like, I live in the South, right? And there's this common trope between the South and the North, where in the North, racism is subtle, but in the South, they will say it to your face, right? They will call you the N-word. They will say, we don't want you in our town. They will say, we don't want you in our restaurant, whatever have you. Don't drink from our fountains, if that's a thing, sundown towns and all that. I wouldn't call them telling me that to my face respect. I would call that bluntness. I would call it openness, which, like, I'm glad that they do it, by the way. I don't think you're bad for saying this to women up front, but I wouldn't call it respect in the same way I wouldn't call a KKK member telling me he doesn't like black people and he doesn't want me in his town respect. I would just call that honesty, and bluntness and straightforwardness. Does that make sense?
Okay, I understand though, because if you look at the word respect, respect means admiration.
Mm-hmm.
But it also means respecting the rights and traditions of other people. So that's, if we put in a definition term, what I mean by respect, I was putting in my own words. What I meant to say was, I treat them with kindness. I'm very nice to them. I'm very polite towards them. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
That's not respect, though. Even in the way that he just defined respect to you, that is not respect. That you are kind to someone.
Maybe I used the word. Hold on. Maybe I used the word wrong, and that's why. And the word respect actually means admiration. What I meant to say was, I treat black women with kindness. I'm very nice to them. I'm very polite. I mean, what words do you want me to use? I treat them good. That's what I meant to say.
All right, that's fine. But can we? I have a suggestion, and I've never given advice. But in the way that you think homosexuality can change, do you think your preference could change, please?
What do you mean preference and what, dog?
Like you say you love black dark skinned women. Can you like not? Like
No,
can you like
I like dark
can
skin.
you like
No, listen, dude.
I feel like you would be a good fit for like the passport bros. Like I feel like
No,
that
I
would
like
be
dark.
like
No. I like dark skinned
why
black women.
why
That's the
why?
moment.
I feel like no. I feel like we could like I look, if you think I am gay, I will swear off men's, right? I will never date a man because you said it. If you agree to never date a dark skinned woman.
Hold on, what's wrong with me dating a dark skinned black woman though? When these dark skinned black women
I
get
feel
shit
like
on
we
though.
should be nothing. I just feel like we should make trade-offs. I feel like you should. I feel like the passport bros would be like a good place for you. Like I feel like you should experience
Listen,
the
okay,
world.
so okay, Themis, man, come on, dog. You being disrespectful though, man. You know what I mean? You compare me to passport bros. First of all, the man
I
I
am
the
not
man I don't
comparing
have
you.
to listen, dog.
Wait,
Listen. I
wait.
don't
No,
have
no,
to
no,
go
no,
to
no, no,
another
no,
country.
no, no,
Listen, I
no.
don't have to go to another.
I'm not saying you have to. I'm not even
I don't have to
comparing
go
you
to
to.
another country to get PUSSY, man, when I can get it here in my own country. I'm good with women, dog. You're not speaking to no passport, bro. You're not speaking to no educated lame, though, man.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not
good with
telling
women
you.
out here, dog.
Look, I'm not telling you that you are like them. Actually, I'm saying you are not like them. I'm
So why
saying
you
that
suggesting I go pursue them, though, man? What's
Can
wrong
I
with me?
say
Like, you know,
something?
hold on, man. Let me respond. Hold on, let me respond to them. Do you know dark skinned black women get shitted on though by these niggas out here, dog?
I think every group of women get treated poorly by men.
Man,
Yes.
they think that light skinned black women and biracial are better than dark skinned black women, and I be defending dark skinned black women. Tell them like,
No, I
man,
mean,
no, nigga, dark skinned
I
black
feel
women are the shit, nigga.
yeah, no. I think that we have created a culture of degeneracy where we are dragging the women in the community, which doesn't make sense, but I am the fruitcake, neither here nor there. But I
But dark
think,
skinned black women get shitted on though.
yeah, by mostly black men because other races of men
Exactly,
can't
and I
do
think
it.
that's wrong. So why you telling me? So why you? And I'm sitting up here telling you I love dark skinned black women. Them the only one I
No,
prefer.
no.
So why you telling me I should be a passport bro? Like why are you
Because
telling me
you
that?
don't know what love.
Because we
You're
want you
telling
to
us.
spare them. Spare black women. Please. We don't want you. Spare black women. Spare all black women. That's what Themis is saying. You are
Is that what you're
Queen
saying,
Ray
Themis?
Ray. Spare everybody.
He's
Please.
slow. This
That's what
Spare
I'm
us.
saying.
For Christ's sake. For
I
Christ's sake, spare us all, Jamie. Please.
think to clarify.
I think this
But
guy
wait,
is slow and he needs to be in prison. I don't understand
I-
why he's not.
What you mean I need to be in? Okay, hold on. You say I need to be in prison. So what am I doing? I need to be in prison.
I do think that you need to be.
Gangbanging.
So what? Oh my fucking god! Oh my!
You should.
Yo.
You already
Where?
decided that's the neighborhood. You said there should be some special communities, and I don't think you understand that there's already a community created for guys like you.
Listen, but I don't listen. But I'm not out here. Listen, but I'm not out here harming black women. I harm other men.
Right.
But you don't go to
But
prison.
you are
You
harming
shouldn't go to
us. You're
prison
not
for
doing
that.
anything for our community. You're not doing anything for us. You basically said you use black women for sex. You're literally harming
I
us.
said I use black women for sex. I never said that.
Essentially, that's what you're saying.
I never said I use black women. I never said I use black women for sex.
Are you using them for relationships?
Dude, I'm not ready for relationships. Oh my god, I'm not ready for relationships. Like, and I tell them straight up when I'm, you know what I mean, what it is. They still have a choice. So listen, at the end of the day, they still have a choice.
Let's not pile on Jamie. Let's not. So Jamie, you're saying you're trying to put your life together so one day you think in the future you could be ready for a relationship.
Yeah, man. The way my life is right now, I'm just not ready though, man.
But you think you're planning for it in the future.
You know, like I said earlier, man, I don't plan my life, man. I take it one day at a time, dog.
All right, so you might never be ready.
No, that's never say never though, man.
All right,
Never
but
say
you
never.
might, like, you don't know what the future holds for you.
Listen, I can wait. I'm here now. I could be dead tomorrow, man.
Yeah. All right. So what I feel like when the women are saying you're using us for sex or whatever, you're rejecting that. What are you?
Listen, I never
using?
brought sex into the conversation. They are.
That's fine, but what do you get from these women?
Understanding, some form of friendship, a woman who understands me, understands my life, you know what I'm saying? And just
Gotcha.
honesty and stuff like that. And you know, I treat them good. You get what I'm saying? We hang out, we do things together, stuff like that. So it's like we do like relationship shits. It's just that there's no title on a relationship. That's all.
Because you can't be committed to one person. You need to have multiple people. What do you mean you didn't
I'm
bring
not
sex
like I
into it?
said
Didn't
though,
you bring?
I'm not disciplined enough to do that.
Yeah.
That
So
takes
when you
to
said you didn't
be
bring
tied
sex
down to one
into it,
female.
but when you say you didn't bring sex into it, it feels a bit gaslighty because when you say
No,
you
I didn't bring
can't
sex into
not.
no, they keep bringing up they keep bringing up sex. I just said
Yeah,
I'm not
because
looking for
you
a serious
said you
committed
can't
relationship.
commit to one person because you have to go sleep with someone else. You said that, not us.
Listen, I said I talk to different women, then I can't be tied down to one female. But
No,
I never
no,
brought up
you
sex though.
specifically said sex. You will watch this back and you will see that you said you don't want to quote unquote cheat on on a woman. So you tell them that you will sleep around essentially, but you won't be committed to them, that you would cheat if you were to do that. So you don't do that.
But what I'm saying, Themis, is this though. What's wrong with me being honest and tell a woman straight up, I'm not looking for a serious committed
No, no,
relationship.
no.
I'm just looking to have a
We're
good
not at
time.
honesty. We're at the point where you said you didn't bring sex into it, and I'm very confused as to why you said you didn't bring sex into it when you said it.
No, I never.
All right. Well, I didn't remove him. Patty, did you remove him because you play too
No,
much?
I didn't. I didn't. I was trying to find. I found my whiteboard, but I can't find my marker. I'm looking for it desperately.
It
I
hurts
can't wait.
because I came from the hood and he wants to act like they don't disrespect women. The abuse I think suffered just for rejecting men was scary. Yeah, and I saw a bunch of videos in New York. Thank you, by the way, Destiny Maxi, I think it was. I appreciate that. Almost 30 living off the memory of high school proving. Oh, y'all are mean. These arrested development. The hood as a whole. If you create children there, you don't love them. Let's take a break for a second because this is hectic, and I'm not.
Famous, did you catch something? We missed something that he said that I was wondering if you caught. At the end, when Petty started talking, he literally was saying, "Oh yeah, I understand. Most black men treat black women like shit," but he literally came on in the beginning, windmilling, like just completely tearing
No,
you
no,
to
no.
shreds
Oh
because he
no, no, no.
pretended like he had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah, well, he's back, so that's something that's not for today. But that is that I didn't miss that. I did not. If he said most black men treat black women like shit, but then he comes up here and is upset with me because he thinks that I am gay, and because I am gay, I shouldn't be talking about this, even though he agrees that what they're doing is wrong, and he's saying he pushed back because most black men treat black women like shit. No, I promise you I didn't miss that. I promise you I heard
And
that.
can I add to this? Can black women hold black men accountable? Like, who is capable of holding black men accountable in this situation? Because your channel theme is, even if if he has issue with you, which is completely baseless and ridiculous, but fine. Black women are here talking about the experiences they have with people they have real experiences with. Why do you object if you are here saying that what they're saying is true? Do you think it's enjoyable to be played?
You asked me a question?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Ask me that again. I didn't hear you.
So you came up here objecting to Themis speaking on the issues between heterosexual couples, even though Themis speaks on this, but Black women also congregate here and discuss their lived experiences with Black men. And we, the recipient of and the other party in that relationship, are absolutely relevant. And so you came in here mad at Themis, but you're you're saying that no one's allowed to comment when we are the afflicted party.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to that. Yes, I do believe Themis should not be holding black men accountable because of his sexual preference, though, right? Because homosexuality, in my opinion, is also a big problem amongst black boys. You know what I mean? Growing to engage in this lifestyle, which is very degenerate and very destructive. I feel like only a real man, a man that's a heterosexual, somebody like Tez can hold black men accountable, in my opinion, but not somebody like Themis, and I stand by that.
All right. Well, that's wait. I am not trying to hold black men accountable.
You should. He sounds stupid.
Yeah, well,
I sound stupid.
I am
Hey,
not
don't be
trying to.
disrespectful.
If black men feel like they're being held accountable, then that's on them. I am not trying to hold black men accountable. So if there are other content creators holding black men accountable, then good on them. Anyway, I'm going to a commercial break. Me personally, I'm attracted to the man that have discipline. He could get anyone, so that's no big deal to him. I want the man that's not for the streets, period. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately I appreciate that. I think ultimately it boils down to we don't care. And that's just what it is. Like I don't care about a person's opinion of what I can and cannot talk about. Like if you have a problem, suck it up, buttercup. Like ain't nobody have time for that. Themis, you did a great job attempting to carry Jamie through the intellectual exchange. You really did most of the legwork, right? Anyway, let's watch a commercial for 2 seconds and then come back. All right. Serious business. All right. So having attraction to the same sex is degenerate, but your inability to control your sexual urges isn't. This seems odd. So let us continue reading these super chats because let's not try to make sense of other nonsense. We can save Hallie and Jamie. We can't do both. Timothy, you handled Pook Ravius with a lot of grace and patience. You truly are amazing. Oh, I appreciate that. I strive to be. If Jamie wants to be the lion in the community, at least build the infrastructure instead of being a criminal. Well, he said he's not about to change. It is who he is. He's for the streets. He is the streets. Blah blah blah. Themis, you're an angel for real. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Which one of y'all turned Jamie down? He hurt. Apparently, every one of the women in the chat. Then, by his own definition, he doesn't love. Yeah, sleeping with women isn't love. Like I don't know what these people are doing. Petty did a good job, I think, of highlighting this. He has referred to late 20s a few times like it's old. Do you not expect to live long? Getting in fights and stabbing is not normal life. That's what. Yeah, not me up here trying to speak life into some. I wasn't trying to speak life. I was trying to understand what was happening. The fundamental truth here is I think he might be sexually confused. How is he complaining that black women are bashing what he's proud to be? Can't you understand many women want a non-street violent rough life? Right? He's telling y'all what y'all want, but no one can talk about black manhood. In Jamie's world, men are only deserving of dignity and respect if they are capable of dominating other men. It's a recipe for insecurity and fragility. I want better for us. He needs a man's group. I think so. There was a Knights. What's the group that we were talking about? The modern day Knights. They're like literally looking. If you can get $18,000, you can learn to be an alpha man. Flip the switch, as they say, because women and kids never get hit by stray, right? So you're not tough. You get triggered very easily. Did Jam bring kids to into that environment? Well, he said he doesn't have children, so good on him. You don't have to stay where you are. Stop pretending like you are content. Do better. And you know he want. Thank you, Bri. I think you know he want to do better because he said he wouldn't have children there and he doesn't want to raise children there. So his definition of real black man is fully stereotypical. Sadly, he completely invests in remaining in a box. Anything outside of that is weak and corny. Growing up in the hood is not who you are. Agreed. Agreed. Why don't you want your daughter to date someone like you? I thought you'd never mistreat women, right? Right. Welcome, Buttercup. I appreciate that. Sudden welcome. All right, there's some more super chats, but too many. So let's get into the more discussion. We actually didn't get to watch the video I wanted us to watch, but that's good. We can watch it some other time.
We never asked him to I'm so sorry. We never asked him if you're not holding men accountable, which I know Themis you said you're not, then who? If he had literally agreed that most of the black male community is trash, who's going to hold them accountable? If not
Oh, I don't.
if not the homosexuals, then who?
I I am not attempting to hold black men accountable because I think accountability comes from one's self. I am holding you responsible for the wrongs you have caused. That's why I am blaming you for the wrongs you have caused. I am not trying to hold you accountable because accountability requires expected justified action or decision. Like it requires more than one person can give. Um, I'm holding you responsible for the issues you've caused. And that's a mere semantic difference, but I'm going with it because ultimately, I think these people just come up here to argue, just to argue. So, period.
I
You
feel
are
like,
responsible.
sorry. The sad thing is when they're saying that they want someone else to hold them accountable, they're saying other people of no color, other communities are hearing this, and who's ultimately holding them accountable right now is the prison industrial system, and people. That's who's holding them accountable.
Yeah. And because you don't have to answer to me, I can't hold you accountable, but I can hold you responsible. I can blame you overtly. And I think I semantics again don't really care for it, but definitely you don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do on my platform. How could you say because demisexuality he can't talk about the harm black men is doing, but gang banging is more harmful, and he wants to tell black men how they treat dark skinned black women? Pookie will make sure you eat. Yeah, no, I think there is a growing confusion. People are like, why are gay men talking about gay men are in community with other kinds of men and experience violence. Like, I would actually like to have a debate with someone about whether or not homosexuality is is the most harmful or more harmful than whatever they engage in. That I would host that debate on my platform because it is one of the dumbest takes in the world that the people who are left to clean up your mess, the people you have abused, the people you are killing at a rate that is on par with I don't want to say third world countries. Anyway, at a rate that is on par with a high level degeneracy, that you think you get to come here and tell me after you explain that in your hood, on your street, they don't respect people like me are treated bad. You then explain the educated lames get beat up or whatever. You expect me to care in any meaningful way about how you are experiencing my presence after you admit to abusing people like me? You have lost your entire mind.
Mm. But the thing about it is that you have more self-respect because he talked about the old G's, right? And the old G's disrespect and continue the cycle that these men are so angry about in much more direct ways. And still they hold court with these men that leave them, that perpetuate the nonsense that they're upset about, that pimp out the women that become the city girls that they're mad at. And I really wanted to double click on what are the old G's like, because he also initiated this conversation with frustration about how Black men are being discussed on the internet. And for me, it's these conversations
Oh
are the
no, wait,
same
wait, concern. No,
conversation.
no, 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 no analysis is needed there because BB pointed out something that ended the conversation for me. When I came back in the conversation, I started telling him to get his passport because I feel like that would be useful for him, and for the community. When you come up here and say you don't like how I'm discussing black men, and then in defense of yourself, you say you most black men speak poorly and treat black women poorly. When you say that, I've disregarded everything you've said because you're admitting that you know the realities of what black women experience, but you came up here triggered for absolutely no reason. You came up here triggered to lie. That's the problem for me. Blue Day, welcome to the membership. I mean,
There's a
I
lie.
checked out of the conversation. I checked out of the conversation the moment he said most black men were out here dragging dark skinned women. So, like, yes, this is true. Okay. Because I wouldn't even say most. I say a critical mass because I don't actually know if it is most. But in your mind, it is most. So you're saying most.
Mm-hmm.
And you're upset with my opinion. Like, I'm
But
confused.
I mean, you can tell that he came here to defend his humanity, not his choices, and not Pookie and Ray Ray, because he admitted he does not respect himself. He does not feel like he wants what he does to continue on, and he does not respect his peers. And so, what he was ashamed of, and what he came up here angry about, was not feeling like it's to protect his humanity. And it's like, yeah, you're still human, but you must contribute. You can't be anti social in this way and expect us to embrace you just because you're human and you exist. It doesn't give you this automatic, well, your vantage points usurps your effect on people, your impact on people.
I would have also loved to ask him why he loves black women, and particularly why he loves dark skinned black women. I think that would have been a great question to ask him. And I bet you he would have said something like, oh, they're strong, they can put up
What do
with
you mean he would have
anything.
said that? He said that. He literally said that. He
Oh,
said,
he
yeah, we're
did?
strong. He said, I like dark skinned women. I like their contribution because of how much work they put into the community. He said this.
I missed that. Damn.
Yeah, that for sure did. This man sounds like he is talking about prison. Is the black community operating like a prison? As we all can hire people. I mean, I heard a bunch of men literally saying that black men should go to the hood or go to prison to know what it means to be a man. So, I mean, I think there are people who are actually considering that this could be like a rite of passage of sorts. This is exactly why Sin says stop debating them. Why things stop debating them. I am no longer debating about these things. I'm trying to understand where people are coming from because a debate requires some level of like I'm not at the level where I'm like I only debate my equal, all others I teach. I don't do that because no, who am I? But there is some level of like, yeah, no, we're not. No, we're not where we need to be in debate. So no. Having the power of eviction and cutting off utility, fighting someone greater than fighting someone, equating respect and power with fist, and being cool in high school is goofy. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I feel like power is seen as so limited, and like. Like, oh my God, what about the children? What about the children? It's like, yes, I agree with you, but you keep saying hetero, like homosexual equals causing issues to the children. Any kind of sexual anything having to do with children is a problem across the board. Like, what do you mean? So I'm not even his emotional his emotions block comprehension. Yeah. To be fair though, I think there are people who are like, why does it got to be you? Why are all the women here listening to you? Why are women here talking to you? Why you? You are a fruitcake, you are a blah, and they can't get it. They
You
don't
won't listen. They
understand
won't
it.
listen to us, though. You know, they're not gonna
Yeah,
listen to us. You even
yeah,
heard it while I was trying to like just interject a little bit. Oh, I'm speaking to him. He doesn't respect women. That's what we
yeah.
were saying in the chat, referring to us as females over and over again. It was so cringe.
Yeah, but not only that, like, yes, and but it is not my responsibility to care about your hurt feelings that women are talking to me and feel safe enough to be in my quote unquote community and not, well, I don't know if he's a YouTuber, but not in yours, right? Like, I think you need to deal with that hurt. And if you have a problem with black women choosing a fruitcake over you, then you have a problem with black women choosing a fruitcake over you. Don't go to the fruitcake and say, you need to stop. Girl, I'm not about to listen to you. Like, what do you mean?
I
Like,
mean,
what do you
and
mean?
expect the same energy. He was like, "Oh well, the girls just chose me. I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't a lame. Well, now you're a lame, sir, and
Yeah,
the girls are
now
just
the
not
women
choosing
chose
you."
me. No, that is so petty, though, concern. That is so
We
petty.
choose you, Themis, every day, 24 hours a day, and 8 days a week. Okay.
Like
Um,
he's, I mean,
it's just
I'm sure there are lesbians here, but he just kept saying it like he was trying, like, oh, I pull girls, like he was, like we were about to like pull out a roster, like he wanted us to like compare numbers, like in terms of when he's addressing, the women who are mad at him. It's like, yes, there are women who have slept with you. I believe you. Next case, like, can we move on for yeah, but they're
He's
not
living
choosing
off of his
you.
high
I feel
school
like
glory.
Jamie should probably let us know if she's mad about Sinji. I feel like that's what it is. I think
um,
like I think the women and Sinji and like I feel like that. CJ, thank you so much. Sorry, go ahead. There's so many super chats to go through.
just really quickly. I grew up in the same type of environment that he did, and I didn't do any of the crap that he did. I've seen one too many men literally do all the things that he did and he said he did, and those are the ones that most of the girls stood away from. And these are the same girls they in turn basically tortured because we didn't want to deal with them.
Yep.
So I don't want to hear the excuses of anything. It's all excuses to me.
Yeah. He snatched the hit of hope Themis had in his eyes before Jamie started talking. Look, we were going to go into research by this man from Brookings, and it was specifically about the issues with men and how the world sort of changed, telling women to be better, do better, whatever, and men are just like slowly developing off somewhere. We talked about it a little bit before, and now I'm not about to do that because absolutely not. Yeah. So you are right. Hurry up and eat. Definitely. um Themis keeps hoping for that breakthrough conversation with them, but all he keeps getting is the same black man. I don't know how to vet. I don't know how to vet. I miss the You Feel Me guy. He is more enjoyable. Oh, what's his name again? You
Malik.
Feel Me? Huh?
Malik.
Malik. I kind of understand him because I did come from the hood. Oh, military now. Or he could go to the modern day nights for $18,000. That is an option. He needs a white Nubian queen helping him. Look, I told him, and I mean, he thinks it's disrespectful. I feel like he could join. Today is Petty's coronation, King Petty. All right, wait. We have a lot more, but let me go to level. You are not a man either, sir. You are part of the element making your community bad. Killing men harms the women, children connected to them, creates more people like you. Who you sex doesn't fix that. But he said he has never hurt a woman, and I
Ask him to
I mean,
explain what he means by that.
no. The thing is, I don't have to ask because I know it's not true because of what Level Up Single Mom just said. Thank you. Like, I mean,
We need to start a GoFundMe for this guy to get a passport so he can literally just leave.
For
no,
vasectomy,
no, no.
water.
Here's the thing. Without like all just attackers, it's kind of funny. But like when you say make these general statements about love, which I guess you don't know how to do, about you never hurting a black woman, you if you've taken a black man's life or you've hurt a black guy, you've hurt some woman tied to him. And so this idea that like you've never is just weird to me. Please don't reproduce giggles. Um Jamie, you don't want to be the change that you know the community needs. You know what you're doing isn't right, but you keep contributing to the degradation to our community. Would you want your daughter to date you? He already, yeah, thank you, by the way. He said no. All right, I have some more. You guys are like the bomb diggity. His now definition of protection is the same as his view of having never caused a woman harm because it wasn't fit. Thank you. This is what I was just saying. I wish I was looking through these more. How can you protect from starvation, dehydration, extreme weather, illness, etc.? Well, physically, he's gonna fight the bacterial infection. I guess I don't know. Buttercup, thank you. Jamie makes my stomach bubble. Why is he mad? He's part of the problem. He's part of the problem. Everyone says you're part of the problem, Jamie. I see that you're in the back and you've been there. You're saying pull you up. I feel like you're just causing chaos. Um, like I don't think you care. I feel like you're just here to like cause chaos. Let me let BB concern TG and then Prince Petty tell me if I should bring you up. I don't mind, but like TG, what say you?
It don't matter to me. I ain't talking to him.
Concern, what say you?
Don't bring him back. He's been circular since for the past hour.
Yeah, Themis, it's the weekend. We're over it. It's Friday. I'm so over it.
All right, Prince Petty, you are outvoted. Let me just say, Jamie, we can have a conversation another time, but we are all exhausted right now, so it won't be tonight. I didn't mind, but it's fine. All right, let's go into the after show, and you guys can give your final thoughts. Wait, before we get into final thoughts, I don't think Jacqueline spoke. Sorry. Go ahead before we go in the after show.
Um, I did speak a little bit earlier, but like someone else already had said, he's literally the exact reason why the hood looks the way it looks. Like, sir, you said it yourself. If your boys are fighting, you're fighting. Okay, y'all fighting people quite literally is what causes the issues. You guys literally go out and shoot each other, and then because you don't know how to shoot, because none of you actually have gone to a range a day in your life, some random child or random person is now injured or killed. And
What
that's
is the
none
education landscape like?
Sorry.
Yeah, and now that's a loss of an innocent life, all because y'all wanted to fight over what? Because somebody looked at you weird, or you perceived somebody looking at you weird over your own insecurities? No, sir. Enough. Y'all literally make living in the hood a living hell. Go away.
And not only does he admits to making it hell for everyone, and then is confused why the people who leveled out of it don't want to come back. Like, what do you mean? You literally explained that you treated them poorly. Like, what do you mean? But I'm going to, because I feel terrible, so I'm going to play a little bit, just like 5 seconds. I speed it up of this because I really wanted to get into it, and I might do a private live for this. The Discord, I'm going to call you guys after because I deserve a drag, so I'm going to call you guys right after this.
today for men and women? The overall picture is that on almost every measure, at almost every age, and in almost every advanced economy in the world, the girls are leaving the boys way behind and the women leaving the men. So if you look at the US, for example, in the average school district in the US, girls are almost a grade level ahead of boys in English and have caught up in math. There's now no gap really in math, a huge one in English. If you look by the end of high school, you look at high school GPA, which is a very good measure of educational success. If we look at those with the highest GPA scores, the top 10%, 2/3 of those are girls. If we look at those at the bottom, 2/3 of those are boys. When it comes to going to college, there's a 10 percentage gap in college enrollment, a similar size gap in completing college, conditional on enrolling. The result of those trends is that the gender gap in getting a college degree is now wider than it was in 1972, but the other way around. So in 1972, when Title IX was passed to promote more gender equality in education, there was a 13 percentage point gap in favor of men getting college degrees. Now there's a 15 percentage point gap in favor of women getting college degrees. So the gender inequality we see in college today is wider than it was 50 years ago. It's just the other way around. What nobody expected was that girls and women wouldn't just catch up to boys and men in education, but would blow right past them and keep going. Nobody expected this great overtaking by women and girls of boys and men. Everyone was very focused, quite rightly, on getting to gender equality, getting to gender parity. It's not that long ago where there was a huge gender gap the other way, and there was huge focus correctly in the 70s and 80s to really promote women and girls in education. But the line just kept going, and nobody predicted that. Nobody was saying, well, what do we do if the line keeps going? What if gender inequality reemerges in just as big a way as now, in some cases bigger, but the other way around? So this wasn't really something that anybody anticipated. I think it's caught everybody by surprise, and to some extent, everyone's still trying to get their head around this new world where, at least in education, when you talk about gender inequality, you're pretty much always talking about the ways in which girls and women are ahead of boys and men. And that's happened in a very, very short period of human history. The good news is that many colleges are aware of this growing gender inequality and are trying to address it. There's a difference here between private colleges in the US and public colleges in the US. Title IX, which was the law passed in 1972 to promote gender equality, forbade any sex discrimination in college admissions, with one exception, which was private undergraduate colleges who are allowed to discriminate based on sex. The reason for that was to protect the single-sex colleges. If you made it illegal to discriminate on the basis of sex, then overnight you'd abolish every single sex college there was. And it was women's colleges in particular that people were trying to protect. The irony is that now that carve out from Title IX, allowing sex discrimination, is being used by private colleges as a stealth affirmative action policy in favor of male applicants. And that's one reason why private colleges are a bit closer to 50-50 in terms of their gender split. They're all a little bit majority female, but much less so than in the public colleges, where it's more 60-40 and rising, a bit above 60-40. And the reason for that is that public colleges can't actually discriminate under Title IX on the basis of sex. And so in some ways, you're seeing the real gender inequality playing out in those public colleges. What colleges can do, of course, is try and enroll more boys through outreach programs. But a huge problem that they face is that even when men do enroll in college, they're much more likely to drop out, to stop out, which means to just go out for a year or two, maybe come back, but then also to drop out. And so if you look at the men and women who do enroll in four-year college in the US, and obviously there are many more women than men, there's a 10 percentage point gap in the chances of them having graduated 4 years later. So there's a momentum and a structure about the women's progress to the education system, whereas the men are much more likely to be zigzagging through. And so what colleges can and should be doing is looking at the men they've already got on campus and saying, what can we do to help them? Where are the male-specific policies? Where are the male mentors? Where are the male academic centers? What can we do to help the men? But the trouble is, this has happened so recently and so quickly that many colleges are still struggling to get their head around the idea that they should be specifically helping men.
All right. So a bunch of problems with this, but we don't have enough time for me to get into it. I'm so sorry. This is such a good video. I want to go through. Disagree. First of all, calling it affirmative action so I don't know if you guys heard, but the law generally prevents discrimination in certain ways. Unless you're private colleges, what is happening today is private colleges or private universities are trying to balance the genders by using, quote unquote, this is where he's wrong, an affirmative action type tactic to get men in universities where public universities can't. So because they can't, they're having more women who show up. There is no barrier to entry for men to go to university. And if we're talking about gender specifically, the education system was made with only men in mind. The fact that women can now go to university and they are going and they are blowing men out of the water based on all the research, it doesn't mean that it was made for women. It meant that men created a system for themselves, didn't even think about women, and made it impossible for women to engage in said system. When women gained access to said system, women were just better at it. So the idea that this is bad for men is a non-factor because you created the system, sir, for you. Now, the affirmative action bit is the part that I don't like. This is about specifically a minority group. I am sure that you are not saying men in a patriarchy are the qualitative minority. Like I'm confused as to why you're saying this is akin to affirmative action. However, I can recognize that there is no push for men to do much of anything. I don't understand how we think that is a system problem when men are in control of the system. We could literally create commercials to talk about this. He does actually separate black men from other groups of men in one segment of this research that he's going through to highlight the desperate need for help. The issue is, if you listen to this video and then you listen to the man online, you will actually have a conflict right away. While these men are saying we need help and we need to get men to school, men are online saying they don't like school, they don't want to go to school, and they shouldn't have to go to school. We look to the research again, and it's saying there is not a lot of need for physical strength and for you to show up in the way that men prior to the Industrial Revolution and in the early stage of the Industrial Revolution were needed. We're in a more informational age where women can compete, but men aren't willing to sort of engage in the kind of higher learning and degree attainment that is required for them to be competitive in a job market. So now that women are out competing them there, we now have an issue where the researchers are saying we need to help men and get men into school, and men are saying we don't want to go to school. I am confused as to why we are not really engaging fully in what the research says. I'm concerned why men are saying I don't need to go to school. I'm concerned with the fact that men are saying that they can be complacent in their socioeconomic bracket and not fully engage meaningfully at all really with the research and how to improve not the life of the community, not the life of their family, but their own life. And then we have the idea that like the male brain develops slower than the quote unquote female brain in this research. And they're saying that men should probably start school at a later age. Men should probably start going to college at a later age. Like at this point, what he's saying and the research indicates is that the system men created, even though they did not think about women, women were better at adapting to that system than men. And now we're playing catch up as to how we get men in schools to care about relationships, to care about women, and to care about themselves. Good luck. I have tried. I will continue to talk to people, but I will also continue to look at the research. I really am annoyed with myself that we didn't get to go through this video. But if you have time, please go and watch it. I respect what this guy had to offer. I still think it's biased, but it was very well done, anyways. I probably should reach out and try to do an interview. I might. All right. Have a wonderful night. You guys will get your final words in the end of the video, the after show. So let me get there now. The other men on the panel are aligned with being positive black men. He proceeded to call them lame, corny, and soft. Make it make sense. No, it makes sense because all he's doing is protecting his own image. And he's not doing it. Pookies don't value anyone. He's toxic. All right. TG, go ahead. Thank you for coming up, by the way. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I don't have much to say. I was just listening to the conversation. I'm not a real good talker. I just want to say I appreciate you having me up, man. Keep doing the work, man. Thank you.
Thank you. They say they don't want to settle down or have children. Believe it. Black women, don't put yourself in a situation where you are complaining about him later. I say listen to. Go ahead, BB. And thank you, by the way. I appreciate your observation. I did not notice it. I just was waiting. But go ahead.
All I have to say is you are a saint. You have so much patience. I enjoy the show. And I just want to say don't make anyone make you feel like you can't talk about these subjects with us. Like black women, at least, the black women on this show and in the chat, like we appreciate you so much and these conversations are so needed. And I just feel like the subjects that we talk about is just not being talked about at a mass level in our community, and you're doing God's work.
Thank you. And who is to tell black women that they can come and form a community somewhere and talk about what they want to talk about? Like, absolutely not. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline, am I pronouncing your name correct?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Seamus, thank you so much for just existing on this platform.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Over the last, I want to say about 7-8 months, let's just say I've had my fair share of being more, of seeing things clearly, a lot more clearly, in a way that has unfortunately had some bad after effects with some of my own family members. But it's the realization that they're dealing with their own toxicity and I'm not in the mood to deal with it anymore. And it's because of your show and because of shows like Sinji as well that I'm actually confident enough to be able to walk away from it. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. I actually appreciate that. Were you born? I should have asked. There's so many ways we could have gone with that, the gay conversation, but I'm not about to fight him. But I should have asked that. That's actually a really good question. Jacqueline, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. That makes me feel good, like that people are making positive changes in their lives based on, even if my content is just a small part of that, because Sinji, everyone else has been here longer than I am, so I like being just a small part of like positive change.
Absolutely. You're welcome. You're more than welcome. I believe all of you deserve it. Mahogany Pink, Paris Milan included. You all deserve your flowers. And
by the way, I'm mad at Mahogany Pink because I'm going through withdrawals at this point.
Same. I love her
Me
video.
too.
She's so on point. Yes.
Yeah.
But
thank you.
You're welcome, Themis. Chat, I love you all. Appreciate you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Males that engage in degenerate behavior aren't men. He's activity hurting the community, but what about gay folks? The audacity. And people like messaging me. I promise I'm not sad. Like nothing. Even if I were to accept homosexuality as bad, which I don't, even if I were to do that, do you think I'm going to take my self-worth and pointers about who I am and even think legitimate any critique from someone who is actively contributing negatively to a community. Like, I'm not about to sit here and hear someone say, I have 40 ounces on the corner of a street, and I used to gangbang and blah, blah, blah. You think their judgment of me and my lifestyle choices that I promise I'm fine. Like, I promise, like, I'm fine. I'm not saying he's less than me. Like, that would be wrong. But I promise I've created my life the way that I wanted it. And so everything in it is how I wanted it to be. Your opinion of me, sir, where you don't plan for your life or anything like that, is not going to bother me. Like, yeah, no. Males that engage in intimate behavior with aren't men. Yeah, I just read that. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this. Demas, he will say anything to try to sound right, although he lacks the intelligence for it. Him and his banging buddies have the delusion for right. You have no dignity. You are just too ignorant to understand you don't. Level of single mother coming in hot. This couch suffers right here. I love them to death is the scariest part of his delusion. Does he have children, specifically girls? He said no. When he says yes, does he have custody? Well, he doesn't have any, not when he says yes. He said he doesn't have it. Well, I'm from the hood and he not lying. He is more loyal to his boys than women. Sounds like it. He said he was going to get up and go do what he needs to do if something comes, but definitely can't stay faithful to you. What's the difference between him saying and ish and Theme is saying that men can do better? Where are the hurt feelings? Me, apparently it's coming from my sexuality. Apparently that's where it's coming from. He favors black women because black women settle for his shortcoming. The way he described black women seems odd to me. That he says Seamus is a male, not a man, shows clearly he is aware saying female is a way to disrespect women. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yep.
But it also means that he understands that gender is social and he does not want to engage with that, but that's what I want to engage with. And him calling women female is a means to disrespect, because you are saying I am a male, not a man.
He
You
also referred
understand
to
the
us as
difference.
B words too,
Yep.
Themis.
Yep.
We are everything but a person to them.
Yep.
Or women. How about women? How about girls and women?
Yeah. Right. The disdain for homosexuality is an extension of a religious doctrine, but all the other antichrist like behavior is okay, I guess. Textbook cognitive dissonance. Yeah. Like, yeah, period. That's exactly what that is. But at this point, maybe more, I don't want to say that. But all these children out here, girl, like you need to keep your sexuality to yourself at this point. Like, you need to keep it. Gangbangers can't take Themis out the home. Period. All right, Concern. Go ahead. I got through all of them.
Well done. I wanted to share that even though I get told I'm too soft, one of the most difficult parts of listening to this was how readily he accepted that he doesn't want to think about the future because he does not know if he's going to live. That part, like him reinforcing that over and over and over, as to why nothing matters, I think is in a really interesting place for us to continue the conversation, because it just seems like we're hitting that's the point. What's the point of changing? What's the point of doing any better? It's all going to hell anyway. And I'm not going to live to see any of the fruits from it. And it seems like that is a reason why, again, I am pro swirling, per what Petty said, pro divesting if you need to divest. Do what you need to do. It's your choice. I will make my choices separately, but I'm not saying Black women should partner with Black men. What I'm saying is that that it seems as though they don't feel like they're going to be here long enough to do anything for their community, and that's the crux of why they don't care, because they won't see the fruits. And there might be something there to that. Yeah.
But concerned, that's literally on them. Like, not
for
to sound
sure.
harsh, it's like I feel for that part of, I guess, a small percentage feels for that part of it. But at the end of the day, he literally said he's not willing to change anything. He admitted he doesn't contribute to the community in any positive way. He doesn't wish to go back to school. He doesn't really wish to better himself. So it's like he doesn't even want to help himself. Why should we feel any like empathy for him? You
I
know?
mean, yeah, no, I'm not saying that we should feel any empathy for him. What I'm naming is that that's what it sounds like. Like if you're listening to what they're saying, it seems the response doesn't have to be empathy, but I don't think that. I think that the reason why they don't care is because they don't think they're gonna live, which is a scary thing to realize is a common place to start, you know? And I don't think a lot of these men on the manosphere who are from this background, because as we know, the manosphere, there's tons of guys you know, that come from the suburbs that are in the manosphere, tons of educated names. There's it is a spectrum, but the ones that are there, you know, talking about live fast, die young, the undertone is that because you about to die, and so what does it matter? And yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Before we can end, Patty, what do you have?
Please tell us a whiteboard. Please.
I was waiting on him for the whiteboard because I wanted him to explain it to me so I could like draw it out so that we could all understand. Because I had difficulty understanding because I'm a GED holder myself, so I understand his plight insofar as like not having an education. So that's the only part of his plight I understand. I don't understand anything else. But yeah, to follow up what Concern said, if he can't think about his future, that is really concerning to me. No pun intended. But like that means you can't think of your wife if you have them, since you say that you're not a committed person and you have no sexual discipline. His children, his community, these are things where you can't be like, oh, we just take it day by day. Obviously, people take stuff day by day. Like you can never plan 100% of anything that's going to happen. Surprises come and you have to deal with them as they come. But like, we have some semblance of a plan, right? Like maybe I'm alone here, but my mom talking about in 2000, we have soup and rations in case Y2K or whatever it was happens, then we can survive. So like you have no plan for not even just a disaster like Y2K, but like, what am I going to do tomorrow? What am I going to do next week, next year? That is wild to me, because that you lack a plan means that you have no stability, no consistency. You're not a dependable person. Nothing like that, which I think are all important values to have for a personal relationship as well as like broadly to your community. I'm trying to think of the question, what is a real N-word, in his words, right? Because he says, when he comes in, I've been watching like in and outs, but when he comes in, I remember him saying, I'm a real N-word. Sin G don't want to debate a real N-word. You're not a real N-word. And when we listen to him describe what he is, there's like this history of violence and probably still violent, since he says, if somebody approached me, I'm going to get physically violent with them, which is like, seems remedial to me, but whatever. A history of violence and gang activity, uses Black women for sex because he can't commit to them. I dare say illiterate, uneducated, which he admitted to us. A refusal to plan with the future, kind of just a go with the flow type of guy, which feels like a recipe for disaster, as I've said. And he feels like all of this is a real N-word. I don't know what the usefulness is the usefulness of a real N-word is, if this is what a real N-word is, but that sounds useless to me. This actually sounds like the problem in the community. Then there's this sort of feeling he has that you're dragging black men, right? Which is a critique that Adrian came up and gave. And he came up and gave it like very respectfully, actually. Obviously, Adrian has been here for a while, and he usually disagrees to some degree with what's said here, not fully, but like he's able to come up and voice his disagreement articulately. And he's called corny, and that's wild to me. Or just the entire anything I disagree with is corny. It's the idea that people look at Russell Wilson, for example, taking care of his wife, being a man of God, providing for Sierra, taking care of his stepchildren, and they look at that as corny, has always been like this otherworldly thing to me, where it's like an exasperation of what happens in the community. But no, he comes up and like overtly does it. Like, you have an education, that's so corny. I'm a real nigga, right? I have a birth certificate, and I'm also violent, and I was in a gang, but now I have a 9-to-5, and I also use black women for sex. And it's like, I understand when you say, how do I even have a conversation with you? This is wildly remedial. And I don't think that's elitist to say, but it's like, I have issues with some of the stuff you say, Themis. My idea is, if you feel like he feels, right, where Jamie come up and say you paint black men in a bad light, in my mind, I'm going to come up and present to you what I think black men should be, why I think you're wrong. No, I do think black men are educated. Look at how well I speak. Look at how well I articulate my thoughts. Look at how well I present my side of this discussion. He seems to play into the stereotype. You came up and proved everything anybody, so not anybody like in this side of YouTube, not even in Black Women Empowerment, on Cynthia G divestment, whatever, but any stereotype white people, conservative media, or whatever have about you, you prove them right. Why would you do that? That makes no sense to me. Ideally, you would want to be more than the stereotype, right? So that it just doesn't make sense to me. You're a part of the problem. Are you upset that we're pointing out what you're doing? Because it's not even like you won't deny that you're doing it. Yes, I'm a Pookie. Yes, I'm a Ray Ray. Like, he comes up proudly. Yes, I was in a gang. Yes, I have a history of violence. I'm violent now. If you come up to me in person, I'll be violent towards you. I don't care. And it's like, okay, so you're upset that we're calling out what you're doing as bad, or I don't understand. That's ultimately that's where I'm going. I don't understand. And then the last thing, again, he has this feeling like you're dragging black men, but I feel like his appearance here did more damage to black men's image than any video I've ever seen you make. But also, whenever there's a sort of repetition that you do, that Adrian does, that anyone up here does, of what he says out of his own mouth, right? And when we repeat to him what he says without altering it, he says, "This is a setup. What are you, some sort of master debater or something? You're trying to set me up for a gotcha." And it's like, no, I'm repeating back to you what you said to me. And upon hearing, when he hears what he says verbatim out loud, when you hear it, you think it sounds, that's my only understanding, is you think it sounds stupid. That's why you start doing the defense mechanism, like, no, you're just trying to debate, or you're just trying to set me up for it. Like, no, I'm repeating to you exactly what you said, and then you hear it out loud. It sounds dumb to you and you get upset, but you can't, it doesn't seem like he can articulate that he's upset with his own thoughts. So it's sort of a lashing out. And then I guess the last thing has to do with how he describes his own behavior as degeneracy. I don't want my daughters to date someone like me. I don't want my sons to be someone like me. I want them to be better because I acknowledge what I do is bad. And that somehow makes it worse to me, because you're not ignorant. You know exactly what's going on. You know exactly what you're doing. We have the sort of Charleston White, right, who we who just stays online in my feed at least, and I can't escape him. But and he openly say, "Oh, I are women." But he acknowledges what he does is degeneracy, which Jamie does. But what Charleston White says he does, I don't believe he actually does this. But what Charleston White says he does is, I only do this to white and Asian women. Again, I don't personally believe him, but he says, what I do is degeneracy. I am a degenerate. And therefore, I leave the community and I do it to other communities. I don't do it to my own because I respect Black women. I don't believe that. But Jamie come up and say, this is degeneracy, but I do it to Black women, but I tell them first, so it's okay. I don't think he tells them first either. I really don't. So yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know. Like I'm at a loss for words after I just said like a whole essay, but I'm at a loss.
No, I want to appreciate to agree with everything that you just said. The elitist thing. I try to talk to everyone, and I'm like, oh my God, I try to talk to everyone. That's not what I'm saying. I think there are life experiences for which I am not privy to. And there are always these times where people come up and they start talking. And like you said, when you repeat back things to people, they get offended by their own words coming from someone else's mouth. I don't know why that is, because it might just be that they don't think about that which they're saying. The janitor is here to clean house, period. And so that I don't fully engage with, don't understand, don't really care for. But on the other hand, it's like I do want to limit my interactions with certain people because it doesn't go anywhere. And I am not one of those people who think, oh, you think I'm gay, you're homophobic, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't have that energy, right? So I feel like it's okay to like not want to associate with like gay people if that's your thing. Why are you here? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't like so Jamie, first of all, I'm going to apologize for what I'm about to say. I'm still going to say it. I don't understand if you have a fundamental problem with homosexuality. Unless you're like, I want to do something about it, which you said you didn't, unless that's that's the energy you're coming from, then I don't know why you're here. Like I would not. Like I don't just go online and watch people that I don't like. There are contents that I don't agree with that I watch and I like take notes and I can hate watch something. But if I fundamentally disagree with who you are, like I would never sit down and watch someone who is racist opine about Black people, for example. Like I don't care. I don't have that energy. But like if you fundamentally believe that something is wrong with gays and it's affecting the children or whatever, unless you're here to come change homosexuality, like if you're coming here to like say homosexuality is wrong, here is how to get over like if that's what you're doing, period, let's debate that. But like if you're here just like, oh, homosexuality is wrong, okay, you one don't have any power to do anything about it, like generally, and two, you and I don't know each other, so like I don't really care about your opinion. So it feels very odd to be generally obsessed with someone, and by the obsessed I mean he comments under most of my posts. um it makes no sense to be this invested in someone where you don't like their existence, you think it's a sin. Like that's I think that's weird. But anyway, that's that on that. Have a wonderful night. I did apologize before I said what I just said, so it is what it is. There's no contrition behind the apology. All right, I think that's it. Maya, a lot of them don't realize how bad and degenerate they are until you spell out for them what their words mean. That's why he said Prince Petty using Black women for sex make it sounds filthy. Sir, that's what you doing. Yeah, exactly.
It's like
But Amos, he's a good guy, and that was what he was up here to tell us. He was up here to tell us that we're being mean to Pookie and Ray Ray, and there's some good Pookies and Ray Rays. And it's like, so then, I mean, here's my thing. It makes me a bad person, but I'm just saying, like, you didn't need to tell us all your dirt. Like, why tell us all your dirt and then say, but I'm a great guy anyway because I have a job. What?
By
Yeah,
the
he
way,
aired
Michelle,
himself out.
before you go, Michelle, you can continue to argue with your husband because I've never confirmed anything. However, um, I feel like people think like asexuality is a thing. Just putting that out there. I feel like the asexuals get like deleted. There are people who just don't want to sleep with anyone.
I agree. It's very true.
But to be fair, I don't think when people so they might be suggesting that I'm sleeping with whomever. It doesn't matter to me, like it really doesn't. And I own whatever people say. The thing is, I don't actually think these men care about my sexuality. I think they care that they think I seem feminine. That is what they care about. It is not because if I was a gay man and never said anything about being gay, but I spoke in like a deep voice, or what I actually think I have a lower range, but whatever. If I spoke like quote unquote a normal man or whatever, um, they wouldn't have a problem. Their problem would be something else, right? And I think they're not really engaging with themselves about what the issue is because it's definitely not. You would know. And so they think that femininity in men is a bad thing, which, sure, if you want to say that, I don't care, just keep it to yourself because ain't nobody got time for that. Once you can provide and protect the people you care about, then you can talk to me. But until then, probably go wipe the thing off your record. I don't know. I can help with that actually.
You
That's
are
literally what
literally
he
a
was saying,
living,
though.
yeah, and
He,
you are a living like counterpoint to his whole thing. Like real niggas or whatever need to be tough and strong to have female attention. Clearly they don't, because here you are surrounded by women. Like
Period. The most this is the world they want to create in their degeneracy, and I don't know. Maybe they're
jealous.
mad.
I think they're jealous.
He should have been nice to you, Themis. Maybe you would defend him in his Pookie and Ray Rayness. Just straight
it's
up
like
criminal activity. Like he's speaking to a lawyer in like a really shitty way. Like I don't know. He
I
should
mean,
have
he
tread
could have.
lightly.
it's like how do you do all of the math right in the equation but still come out with the wrong answer?
Ooh, go to bed. That was a drag.
And I'm not, yeah, I call it that. And it kind of refers back to something I had said in a super chat on the live a few weeks back. It's like a lot of them don't realize that they are literally the same guy. He comes up saying, "Hey, don't say this about us. There's some of us that are nice," only to prove to us that he's quite literally like every last other one of them. And we're back around the circle again. Yay! Great.
But the thing, I mean, he did say he would still love his son the same way. So a win for that son. Women like masculine, and Themis is like a girlfriend to you.
That's not
Not
the
yeah,
kind of love
not
that
the
people
men
That's not
coming
true at
in
all.
here. No, not even if it's true, it's whatever. But like, not the men coming in here telling women what they like.
Right? Like, and it's like, I mean, I'm
Girl,
not.
you should say. I don't. I shouldn't do this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I feel petty. You should check my
Yes.
DMs. You should. You
What?
should check my DMs. I literally have to start blocking people because it was getting out of hand. Some people went on my Instagram, and on the Instagram, I'm showing skin. I'm showing a lot of, and
This
and
thirst traps.
you can respond to messages. And if you look in my inbox, I promise you, unfortunately, I don't know, but the hopefully a lot of these women see me as their friend and they're what sister, what you call me just now, I forgot. Whatever he said, I hope that's what a lot of women, because I find that respectful and kind. I do not like, let me just say this, I do not like my DMs having inappropriate messages and pictures. Let me say that. And I will block you. I have blocked, I have told people not to do it. It has happened more times than I care. So there is that, and this is an unfortunate reality. I don't blame anyone. I understand, but it doesn't suggest it doesn't suggest that people are just thinking of me in this one way. Maybe they're testing me. But I do block. I as soon if you do that, I am blocking you. Because I think a lot of people are probably just trying to be funny and petty or whatever. So,
Or trying to
but
catch
yeah.
you in something.
Yeah. Trying to set me up, have me lose everything I've worked.
Not
These
today, Stephen. Not today, Stephen.
Anywho, have a wonderful night. I appreciate you all so much for coming. Thank you, Prince Petty, for coming on. Thank you, Jacqueline. BB, you were on. CJ came on. Jamie, thank you for coming up. I think I said Concern and Jacqueline. I appreciate you all. Oh, V, thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you and Sin are having a lovely, lovely, lovely time. Can't wait for her return. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, before you wait. Oh, it's